Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the fourth part of What If Deku Had Card Summon Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Yuga was sweating bullets and blood as he tried to atomize all of Mummy's appendices. Sadly, there were many of them, and he could barely see them all. Well, at least until at one point every robot around Pony and him were lifted in the air. And even Mummy, who wasn't part of the giant iron tower in the sky because he managed to grab the ground before with all of his appendices. Pony, shoot. The American girl nodded before shooting the horns under her feet, as she kept them for more mobility. However, Yuga had a good eye for moments of weakness, and she trusted him on that one. Colorado shot. Mummy saw the two horns speeding up, and wondered what the hell was going on with Chimera and Slice, considering the sky and the fact they were supposed to be there. Who the F had the strength to do shit like this? Anyway, Mummy, unlike most manipulator quirks like Wolfram, didn't need a limb to control what he manipulated. This alone put him in a league of his own, because you couldn't predict when he attacked, defended, or even tried to overwhelm him. Sure, he had to fix himself on the ground because of all the iron on him, the alloy being apparently pulled like all of the other bots. However, he was still able to lift the part of his suit he wanted to use as a sneak attack, to grab the horn flying toward him. Quickly, it became a struggle of power between Mummy and Pony, as both manipulators pitted their will against each other, but honestly, both of them knew the result. Pony was too young to even hope to hold a candle against him. Not bad, girl, but your skills have no chance to compare to mine, honed in war. Meanwhile, yours were softly trained in a cushioned school. You don't have the experience I have, Mummy said, as Yuga was forced to take a break. His stomach hurt from the prolonged fight. Truly, he was barely holding on there, but he couldn't leave Pony alone in this mess. Maybe, but unlike you, we have principles. We shall protect the weak from killers like you, the French said, raising back on his feet. Mummy actually laughed at that, and answered with a mad smile, because heroes are always on the side of the weak, right? Tell me, how easily do you ignore the violence heroes use when it suits your convenience? How some of us villains, barely fodders, are punched, kicked, and broken as hard as if they were supervillains by heroes who just want to do a show. So tell me, who saves the weak from the man who saves the weak? Pony and Yuga were surprised by that speech, as Mummy continued, holding part of the cement composing the street to form giant fists, holding them with many bandolets. He was now angry and stared at them. Kill or be killed, kids. The Jeddah massacre taught me that. When heroes decided to simply ignore if there were civilians, and just smashed everything to the ground, casualties be damned. Yes, you kids cannot comprehend what it is to grow up in a war zone. War is a cruel parent, but an effective teacher. Its final lesson is carved deep in my psyche, that this world, and all of its people, are diseased, Mummy said, as he gloated. He was allowed to. He was going to break them. These children, these pretenders, thinking they were the good side. Free will is a myth. Religion is a joke. We are all pawns, controlled by something greater, memes, the DNA of the soul. They shape our will. They are the culture. They are everything we pass on. The meme I decided to follow is my chief, my savior. 9. The ruler of the strong. Thanks, man, Vine said, for a second, always liking Mummy's speech. It was a bit crazy but fun to hear every time. Expose someone to anger long enough, they will learn to hate. They become a carrier. Envy, greed, despair. All memes, all passed on, Mummy said, a firm believer that mankind was condemned to violence. Unlike Chimera, giving them heated philosophic debate after a few drinks. You can't fight nature, kids. The wind blows, rain falls, and the strong prey upon the weak. Your teachers tell you to see your quirk as a tool, something that saves lives, a means of justice. Now, there's a pretty meme. Exquisite. It will spare you the burden of all the lives you will ruin to satisfy your crave for violence. It will absolve you of guilt when you enjoy it. In front of the shaken kids, Mummy closed his eyes, smiling and knowing his speech probably sounded like a deranged man to them. Oh well, with time, they would see the truth of it. They would agree, and they would be broken by his words. Now for the final blow. That is until the illusion was broken. Don't be ashamed. It's only nature running its course. You have no choices to make, nothing to answer for. That's the truth of mankind. Yuga stood silent for a second, thinking despite himself about this before Pony yelled in rage. Well, consider this, F you. Having a bad childhood doesn't give you the right to be an ass. Suffering doesn't give you the right to hurt others. Losing someone doesn't give you the right to kill. You aren't a philosopher or a warrior. You are a petty criminal, and we will bring you down. The French stood up finally completely, before sparkling, his fighting spirit replenished by a pony doing her best. Ella Racin. While violence is inherent to mankind, and even if you are right about memes, then the meme I will believe in is justice. Then Yuga channeled all of his strength. His enemy should have a limit on how much he could control. If he put everything on the line for one final shot, he should be able to actually strike him. That's fine by me, because in the end, the one who is right is the winner. Mummy actually noticed the shining from the French, and he raised one of his giant fists to punch him. Laser versus a giant fist of concrete. Both stared at each other, while Pony was still locked, all of her will against Mummy, barely holding on. Thankfully, Yuga forced him to divert his attention, as she was sure couldn't actually surpass their enemy if he went full power against her. The shock hurt everyone's eyes, as the shining light shone brighter than the brightest of sun when the shadows were covering everything else. I am the light of justice, and I am reality. Sorry, kid, it is a bit stronger than ideal. Mummy sounded almost apologetic, as he used the second fist to slap Yuga in a wall, avoiding the contest of power between his stone fist's solidity versus his burning laser. Why Yuga? No, don't worry, little one. He should have a few broken bones, but nothing this island cannot fix. Besides, kids like you always will have a cushion life. Even if you fail here, it won't stop you from having a good school. Now, he could divert his full attention against her, as blood began to appear under her nose. Besides, I am at least a rank of villain. Honestly, the fact you both managed to stay alive is impressive. You can easily go to some university once you're an adult. Pony wiped it and stared angrily, and determined. I will go to the same university as my uncle. Some Ivy University, I guess, Mummy said, with a smug smile, as he had noticed the girl had some fancy clothes betraying her origins. Then something happened, surprising everyone in the fight. Something hit the ground, at full force, causing a small tremor and making Mummy and Pony fall on their behind. After all, the unknown missile hit the ground between them, and the sight made Pony cry with relief. Everything was going to be all right. Try the University of Texas. From the dust, a man erupted, and Yuga, barely holding on to consciousness, saw a man as tall as All Might, and probably as large. One who properly proceeded to kick Mummy, sending him flying further from here. Before adjusting his glasses, somehow intact despite his suits being in tatters. French kid, thank you for the light. We wouldn't have seen you without your beacon of hope. Now, let me handle this. Senator Armstrong crackled his fist as he entered the fight, while Mummy got back up too. What the F was that? The strongest quirkless person in the world, a hole, Armstrong said, before rushing like a football player against the manipulator, who called back both fists he created to squash Armstrong like a bug. Mummy even allowed himself to smile, despite his previous brief panic, as both stone hands transmitted him the impact. The strongest blood stain, yes. Then the rock exploded, again. Armstrong resumed his course, before punching with all of his might Mummy in his chest. Mummy thanked his new alloy, as it took most of the shock, the fist sending him upward. He still felt 3 ribs cracking under the impact. Don't F with this, Senator. The mercenary used his bandolets to stop his fall, above the Senator, who had way too much strength to be a quirkless. Yes, even accounting for the fact the average quirkless was stronger than quirkless people before the dawn of Quirk, Armstrong was plainly as strong as some of the strongest strength enhancers Mummy knew. How? Armstrong smiled, before touching what seemed like a wound on his heart, and his skin was colored black. Nanomachines, son. They harden under physical trauma. You are my field test for this. If God created humans and evolution created quirks, well, Samuel Colt and I made everyone equal. Senator Armstrong, the most influential and rich quirkless in the world, born in a rich family. He went to the University of Texas, determined to be his own man. He played in his American football school team and brought them to nationals. He then went to the army and was known for his qualities as a leader, knowing how to use his teammates' quirks as another tool, and everyone thinking him quirkless. Well, they were in for a rude awakening. So, as Samuel Colt did in his time, Armstrong decided to work on quirkless equality, but by working on it practically, not legally. He used his huge fortune to finance what was the leading tech company for hardware and software, always innovating. His dream was now realized, an artificial heart-pumping nanomachine into him. Yes, he asked to be the first test subject for the product, considering a true leader who trusted in his project wouldn't make others shoulder the risk. Turned out that being quirkless was actually really useful for nanomachine tests. There was no need to fine-tune the machine to a quirk, and considering 2 quirks, even if they looked similar, needed years of fine-tuning to not blow up. Well, it was very useful to be quirkless. You were the baseline. The fine-tuning only took a few months. A quirked person, even with a simple emitter quirk, would take years. Mutants were currently totally not compatible. His trip to Island was actually to establish a collaboration with David Shield, as the project was a state secret and David was known for his high confidentiality. Also, a not-so-hidden secret was the fact that Armstrong adored his niece, Pony, and was ready to throw a hand to protect her. Seeing her on the island was a huge bonus. Pony relaxed instantly, before trying to tend to Yuga. Her uncle was here, and he was a senator, one of the most important in the USA. She knew exactly who would be his bodyguard, especially if there was an opportunity to meet All Might. Mummy stared haughtily at the quirkless senator. Oh, so the little boy has some toys to fight. You think that's enough to deal with me and my boss? Senator Armstrong smiled. And suddenly, the thunder stopped above them. No more electricity came down as a heavenly bolt to try to strike Seraphina, who was by now bleeding from many other wounds, the same as her nephew. 9, even though he was unscratched, was now pale as he realized what was going on. No more thunder, 25 meters around me. Everyone stared at the calm woman, who descended from the sky as a goddess, a power of nature, which was what she was, her frame close to all might, and the cape flying in the wind. Stars and stripes arrived. Now, which one of you wants to go first? The woman asked, in a cold and intimidating way, while Seraphina laughed lightly. Finally, took you some time. Must be funny for you to come to help me. Kathleen sighed, as the Amazonian had a point. Before the fall of Brasilia, they had requested Yu's help in exchange for various favors. SNS was sent to deal with the situation. To everyone's surprise, Seraphina actually managed to find and exploit some weaknesses in the New Order Quirk to avoid losing. She then negotiated with the USA their retreat, and in exchange, she wouldn't broadcast to the whole world what she found. So, yes, having Kathleen save her was quite ironic, but a good kind of irony. 9 contemplated the situation for a second and then decided to use weather manipulation and create intense wind to blow everyone away. Mummy, we retreat. You got it, boss. Mummy was a professional, and he knew he was wounded. Thankfully, he could move despite the wounds thanks to his quirk. While at the top of the highest tower, there was now a sun. What the hell was going on? 9 quickly pressed his comlink to contact his team and order the retreat. SITREP, now. Slice here, I am okay. Currently trying to find Chimera, as he was probably beaten by the green optional target. How? 9 yelled as Chimera was probably his strongest teammate, especially with Garaki's gift. Optimus Prime. No, I said you not about that. 9 decided he both liked and hated his cousin. 9 swore in his mask, as he could hear Armstrong running in a straight line to get them, while Kathleen Bates was using some kind of boots to airwalk behind them and rushing to get them. Sit. That one was hard, as 9 and his crew couldn't count on Kurogiri to evacuate from the island. They actually had a submarine, but they needed to be fast before Mizunaka went off without them. Extraction point. Once you have found Chimera, Mummy and I will try to buy some. Suddenly, they heard a cough in the Vox, a bloody one. 9 turned back to see Mummy actually slowing down. Before turning back, he was grabbing cars with his quirks, creating for himself some kind of mini mecha suit. Mummy, what the F? 9 yelled, seeing one of his oldest friends stopping to run. I think I have a lung punctured, boss. A few ribs were broken. We were supposed to have evacuated before SNS was here, and now she has a teammate. More importantly, all heroes are free from the bots now. How long before the Frenchies are there? Or All Might? We can. 9 tried to say something, but Mummy stopped him. The only way to save the group is if someone buys time. Slice is needed to save Chimera, who will heal from whatever got him. You are the boss. I am hurt badly, and I know I won't make it to the extraction point. 9 knew Mummy was right, as he sped up to the tower in hopes to get Slice and Chimera. He was closer to his limits and he would be down for a week even if they reached the submarine. That's why he didn't stop when Mummy did, because he knew he was right, though it didn't make the choice easier to make. Mummy smiled under his bandolets as he got ready to attack Armstrong and SNS. I told it before, boss. Meme is the DNA of the soul and my meme. As loyalty is to you and the group, a man had to be true to something, no matter what happened. Mummy lived through so much with 9 and the others. They were his reason to live in this insane and bloody world. Mummy, I will come back for you. Mummy nodded as 9 sped up, the rain purling from his eyes. He was a soldier and he couldn't cry over the sacrifice. When Mummy got arrested, he had every bone in his arms and legs broken, only moving thanks to his will and own manipulation. It needed the combined effort of Armstrong, SNS, Godzilla and Seraphina, who rested enough to join the battle to finally bring him down. 9's crew was nowhere to be seen. Now, no more gloves, Wolfram said, before using his quirk despite the blood coming from his nose. Who, all for one, was apparently right on a thing he liked to say. There was nothing more dangerous than a cornered animal with no hope of survival. Well, Wolfram knew he was going to survive, but still, he was under a lot of pressure. And clearly, he made a mistake by underestimating Izuku or going easy on him because he was Hisashi's son. He forgot for a moment that Izuku was also Seikayo's grandson, the result of his side project to see what would happen if they bred a child from a former OFAS holder and one of his own. The result was a quirk that was either a big class 5 or a small class 6. Wolfram, in his current form, was a 5. All for one, New Order and One for All were class 6. Endgame was a bit weaker than them, considering he needed a medium to work and Izuku without cards was effectively quirkless. Everyone in the arena stared at each other before looking at the crown. Izuku took it immediately, before Wolfram focused his quirk on it to bring it to him. Fortunately, Toru was with Izuku and together, they barely managed to prevent the crown from leaving their hand. However, this wasn't going to be an easy fight. Izuku still had an idea to win, but they needed help. Melissa, May, I need one of you to pick cards in my pants. Both girls stared at the magician, and Melissa actually felt fear in full force. She was hidden and in safety inside the bubble. Outside, Wolfram was walking in his metal suit toward Izuku and Toru, clearly with the intention of crushing them. She wasn't meant to fight in the front line. May, on the other hand, got up and smiled madly. Time to test baby number 245. Her shoes had small reactors and springs, allowing her to do some mad dashes in one direction. Very useful to check as many expositions as possible in the shortest time lapse. Melissa stared at the pink-haired girl, who didn't seem to understand how dangerous it was outside the bubble. But there was something beautiful to it. Melissa slapped her face and went up to the only intact station. She was a support, and she was going to do exactly what she was supposed to do, support the hero. This meant asking for help from anyone who could hear them. Wolfram raised a hand, ready to throw some projectiles at May when he saw her coming. Fortunately, May had a thing most people thought she lacked, a very good instinct for danger. Hell, her lab was classified as an environmental hazard by Power Loader for a reason. You had to be very insane or with a keen instinct to survive a trip in it. May was both. Also, she wasn't dumb. She saw Wolfram trying to not kill Izuku despite reaching an insane power level earlier. So, she positioned herself behind him to avoid Wolfram's powerful strikes behind her, before giving another deck to Izuku and taking his position of holding the crown. Izuku and Toru appreciated her well-toned muscles, a sign that lifting metal every day gave May a hell of a body. Bad move, little girl, Wolfram said, before ripping a portion of the wall to act as a sword. He couldn't exert too much pressure on the crown to not destroy it. His body craved power and the crown was not that strong. He still needed it to access his full potential and get away. Izuku clapped both hands together, knowing what card to summon. It wasn't the best Pokémon, but he should be enough to protect the girl, at least for an instant. Mr. Mime, I choose you. The psychic Pokémon, known for his barriers, appeared and quickly created as many layers as he could in front of the girls. Mime, your cards are annoying, kid. Thank you, sir. Now for my next show. Izuku once again burned cards as fast as possible. Now, many of his decks were composed of cards made to be sacrificed, and his decks were arranged by family, game, and theme. Well, that is, for his hero suit. In his civilian clothes, he didn't have that many powerful cards. Even Optimus Prime was a bit overkill. As a result, Izuku truly didn't have many useful cards. He regretted having left his X-Men deck at home, as Magneto would have been extremely useful in this situation. Still, it didn't mean he was defenseless. Izuku slapped a card from a deck he found in a flea market about an old anime. He didn't know it, but he liked the appearance and design, so why not use it? From nowhere, a tall man with a beard not well shaven appeared. He was clad in a white holy suit, clearly showing he belonged to the old Roman Catholic Church, as he pulled two bayonets from pretty much nowhere and looked everywhere, not understanding where the F he was. I summon you, the holy warrior, Father Alexander Anderson. What in bloody heaven? The father without a father barely had the time to finish his sentence that Wolfram tried to attack, swiping to the left with his huge metallic arm. Never mind. Back to business. Father Anderson was a simple man. He liked to pray, take care of children, and purge the demons and the heretics from the world. In his book, anyone trying to attack children was most likely a heretic or a demon, especially if they wielded weird power like this masked man. Everything about him screamed bad guy. So, Wolfram tried to swat Anderson aside, except the Catholic hunter was quite agile, as otherwise, it would have been difficult to kill vampires. Wolfram didn't like seeing the vampire hunter on his arm, running, and as a result pushed, even more, his limits, trying to remember the strength given by the crown. It felt as if his mind was reaching his DNA, feeling it breaching under the stress and the danger. Because this blonde man actually triggered every instinct he had about meeting a crazy killer. Wolfram wasn't going to go down easily, and he sent away his arm and the Catholic priest with it. Now, usually, Anderson would have simply jumped away and killed the bastard. Except this time, the attack would hit the kid and the strange clown behind him. Anderson gritted his teeth before using his knife and trying to slow down the attack with his body if needed. Sit, that was going to hurt, wasn't it? Even with the healing factor, Wolfram was going to kill him, or at least force the priest to regenerate. Izuku being low on cards, Wolfram actually had a last ace in his pocket, and he grabbed it. He hated to death being forced to do that, especially as he knew he would actually have to thank Garaki's traitorous ass for his improved trigger, one refined for high quirk users like him. He took the red pill and ate it, while everyone was recovering from the attack. Instantly, he felt the corrupting power of the drug taking place inside his body. Wolfram felt the absolute effing difference between the crown and the drug. One was something that felt good, natural, unlocking things he didn't know existed about him, guiding him to his full potential. The other was like drinking 20 energy drinks. Wolfram yelled in pain and suffering as he summoned the metal around them, all of the bots. He needed strength. He needed to be useful. All for one, Wolfram yelled at the top of his lungs, his undying loyalty to his boss being the only thing making him stay conscious, as the metal from all the robots began to form a giant structure around him, turning him into a giant, a real one. A-U-S-T-R-L-I-T-Z rush. The voice came from nowhere, and everyone had to stop watching it for a second, before Wolfram had to raise his giant arms to protect his body from the 100 of bread striking him almost as fast as a train. In the sky, a man floated on 2 pieces of bread, a beret on his head, and wearing a French flag. The hero suit was tacky, and the quirk seemingly dumb. Bread manipulation. It was suddenly less dumb when the #1 French hero had bread made according to some old military recipe, making the bread as hard as stone. Combined with the speed, it was pretty much having the ability to shoot 100 guns at the same time, and directing the shot. Get out of my way. Blood flowed from his nose, and Wolfram knew he was going to be out soon, even with the trigger boost. The master of magnetism closed his eyes, and from the depth of his soul accumulated as much strength as he could spare, even if the internal cohesion of his titan was crumbling and pressuring his body, hurting him. He even felt the steel ripping and wounding his body as he fell with it a bit. Wolfram accumulated all the strength he could, as the repeated bread attack continued to try and find a weakness in his armor, while the deranged priest tried to strike down his feet to climb inside the giant. Then he raised a hand in the direction of Toru and Mei. A giant spike, made from half of Optimus' body, pierced Mime's protection in the Pokémon. Wolfram made a second movement, the spear blooming into a metallic flower, slashing everything around the girl and forcing them to get out or get cut. The crown began to fall. Wolfram used his hand, as if to grasp it from afar, the flower closing softly on the crown, as everyone yelled in terror. Below him, a deranged Alexander was climbing, spouting some nonsense about purging the heretics. Wolfram closed the metal around them on Alexander, creating a breach in the giant armor he was building around him, his eyes still closed. Okay, he still had it. He was in control. However, if he died, he would kick Hisashi in the D and tell him he should have asked for a vasectomy. Now, All for One's right hand asked for the spear to come back. He didn't have the time to do a precise manipulation, as Captain France would not miss the opportunity to take him out. Everything for All for One. Everyone stared, as Wolfram got his arm pierced by his own lance, in the most direct attack they have ever seen. The surprise turned into terror when the teenagers saw the villain putting the crown on his head. Now, bow to the king, trigger and crown. Wolfram knew he couldn't capture Izuku in his state, and he would barely manage to get away, to be honest. Even if All Might hit his time limit around now, he wasn't the only hero with enough strength to deal with him. A lot of heroes were here, and his move with the robots destroyed the distraction that should have occupied them. Still, he could at least make his exit as grand as him. The energy rushed again in his body, as he felt it morphing this time. The metal from his arm is mixing with his body. Fear, anger, all of that disappeared, in the profit of happiness in his pursuit of loyalty. He could feel his quirk coursing in his vein, and his cells fusing with it. The villain, as the power surged through his brain, had a revelation. If the crown showed him the way, the trigger gave him the energy to walk it. Now, he was seeing the door, as his body seemed to absorb the steel to make him stronger, preparing him and his shell for more power, evolving further. Magnetism was him, and he was magnetism. He just had to pay a price for more power. A price he was more than willing to pay, as he felt some part of his personality being traded away, as his body was being remodeled. Captain French didn't have a spider sense or something like that. However, when a villain got an artifact of doom and was glowing, it was always bad news, especially if he was laughing maniacally. French decapitate kings. As his only answer, he got a volley of metallic spears against him, forcing him to fly fast to dodge them, before noticing they were following him and getting faster than him. Apparently, the villain just got a significant boost in strength. You can't hope to defeat me. Not you, not the kids. No one on the island can. Wolfram surged with energy, his quirk altering his body further, his veins turning gray and his eyes black. Yes, the power was here, in his hands. He actually beamed with power, electricity arcing on his body, steel protuberance fusing with his flesh. Then Wolfram heard a laugh, coming from above. The French was laughing happily. Why? Yes, we can't beat you. But he can. Suddenly, Wolfram felt as if a bigger fish was summoned. Something so big it was inhuman and borderline eldritch. A voice boomed in the air, but the sound was too powerful and too ancient to make sense for any of them. None of them had noticed, because of the thunder and the storm which made the sky as dark as the black night, but something taller than several buildings was standing behind them, as the water dropped from him like a natural waterfall. A stench emanated from the being and he stared everyone down. older than any of them, more profound than they could comprehend. The being formed a fist, made of hundreds of waste rejected in the sea. Freezers, trucks, probably some industrial waste, and a ship were inside the fist. The old man, the living quirk of trash manipulation, was here. Thanks to his effort to clean the oceans, the trash inside of them has diminished by 60% since the 21st century. This means he was actually standing on the floor of the ocean, right now, as he was that tall. The part everyone was seeing on an island. The tip of the iceberg, really. True, he had lost any precise control of his body a long time ago. He also lost a good chunk of his body against the Ashen King, who kept incinerating him during their fight. He was still a being all for one would avoid fighting, unless he had what he wanted to deal with him. Wolfram saw the hit, and pushed his newfound strength against the giant hand, and to his surprise, he felt he was actually pushing it back. Yes, with the crown, his faith, and the drug, he could do it. If there was enough metal inside the living quirk, he could even probably, if he could achieve his apotheosis, he would become all for one's ultimate weapon. His dragon. Hey, sir, for my last trick, I will make a crown disappear. Izuku, below him, had a big smile. He was showing a card to everyone at the top of the tower. Disarmament from Yu-Gi-Oh! Son of a beach, Wolfram said, before feeling the crown exploding, and the door of power getting further away from him. As a result, the power boost too also faded away, which meant Wolfram was now very close to a giant fist, coming to make contact with his face. He got smacked down, on the floor of the top of the tower. Wolfram, despite his evolution, was down. Though his skin stayed gray and he was looking more like a heteromorphic mutant than anything else, proof some change would stay with the villain. Izuku, Toru, Mei and Melissa yelled with joy as they managed to apparently save the situation. Well, except for Samuel. But honestly, so many things happened they didn't have the time to think about it until now. Also, knowing that everything was alright as the situation ended, the teens finally gave up and let the fatigue take control of their bodies, falling to the ground. In his lab, Garaki and Emilia opened the champagne. Island was a tremendous success. Their equipment confirmed Muscular took control of Chimera, if only for a few moments. It clearly had his memory, his soul, and even his skills. It meant they had the definitive proof Soul and Quirk were linked. And more importantly, they properly established that resurrection was possible. That alone was magnificent. The second thing they proved, thanks to Wolfram, transcending to a higher level was possible artificially. These two findings were the cause of what would be known as the beginning of a new organization, and everyone would know about their name. The new humanity was born, and Garaki would be their creator. Now, all he had to do was resurrect their leader, the one who gave him purpose all these years ago. It was time to begin the project Burning Ember. Yagi was still coughing some blood as David joined him in the meeting room. Nedzu wanted a debrief of what happened, and everything else. They clearly lacked the time and were on the defense each time All for One launched an attack. This one, especially, had dire consequences. One of their students had been kidnapped. Granted, the kid wasn't under the school's supervision at that moment, and their responsibility wasn't on trial, but it was still a direct attack on them. So, what the flying F happened? Nedzu asked while All Might was the first to volunteer. Triple attack, and clearly, considering the timing and what the young Sako said, they worked together on some level. Thus far, we have confirmed a few groups. All for One, with his now missing Wolfram. The Inhuman Supremacy Party, as their new leader, Terraformers, is confirmed to be the one who kidnapped Monoma. Desperados, as their leader, 9, tried to kill some of our students in Seraphina, and we managed to capture Mummy. Chimera was almost detained, but Slice managed to get him out before that. The Architect, but considering he actually provided help during the crisis, we can safely assume he wasn't on their side. David nodded at that, having a chill down his spine. What if he hadn't asked the thief to go with his plan? What would have happened if he accepted Samuel's idea back then? He didn't want to think about that, especially after Samuel got killed in front of Melissa. Very well. How were the losses? We were actually very lucky. We had enough heroes to fight and protect the civilians, not to mention Star and Stripe and Armstrong's timely arrival. The rat nodded on screen before staring at Yagi and asked, "And why didn't you move during the issue?" "They put a bomb on civilians during my speech. If I tried to move from the scene, they would blow it up immediately." Even All Might seemed more tired than usual when he said that. He had to explain why he couldn't do something. It hasn't happened since a long time ago. Not only the duration, but One for All itself is becoming weaker. I lost 15% of speed since the last checkup, all according to our graphics. All Might needs to retire. David confirmed their worst fears. If they wanted to have All Might as their ultimate secret weapon against All for One, they needed to make him actually rest. He literally couldn't continue working as a hero. Now, onto other questions. Who were the targets and why? Nedzu wanted to have all of the facts before devising a new plan. Both of the men inside the room nodded and showed a few figures on the screen. Melissa, Seraphina, Izuku, Monoma, and Wolfram in his new form. The supervillain was kept highly sedated. Some were actually speaking of cryogeny in fear he would finish his ascension as either someone with an extremely powerful magnetic quirk or worse, a living quirk. We don't know why Izuku and Monoma were targeted. Well, rather, we think Izuku was a secondary target because of his father. However, according to all who assisted at the scene, Wolfram tried his best to not harm him, hence why he actually had a chance. And why Wolfram didn't just, well, kill him, David explained, not being as close to the kid as Yagi, clearly, but understanding the feeling. So, something about Izuku is of particular interest to All for One. David, I want you to run an analysis on his blood. We need to consider everything, even the possibilities such as All for One ran a eugenic program to breed super soldiers. It was a very likely possibility after all. If you were immortal and with the hobby of collecting interesting, strong quirks, quirk marriage was definitely something you would do. This still leaves Monoma. Why was he targeted specifically? The clients confirmed the criminals were only after him, and he alone. And G was in the reunion too, as he was officially part of the Destroy All for One alliance now. He had a firepower and an intellect they couldn't pass up. My only bet is the fact Monoma's quirk is really close to his own, and he doesn't want it to spread in the wild. I think he actually hunted down any possibilities in the past centuries of any other possible thief quirk like him. And as for Seraphina, well, she disrupted a lot of Balor's operations lately, enough to have some echoes about him going to Amazonia to deal with her personally. Nedzu didn't know how far All for One's crime empire stretched, but most of the international law enforcement liked to say that the East belonged to All for One and the West to Balor. Astonishingly, both were on good terms and probably communicated a lot together. As a result, any attempt to make them fight failed. Everyone knew Seraphina was most likely a target to help his friend. That was a big word, especially considering their organization actually clashed a few times. Each time, the casualties could reach double or even triple digits. I hope she prepares adequately. As for the crown, do we have any idea of the reason? You mean, why would All for One want an item that would boost someone's quirk to the next level? True, I didn't think he still had that many resources after All Might cleaned his empire the first time. His ability to grow a new empire is truly frightening. All heroes stayed silent. They knew dealing with All for One wasn't the only thing they had to do. The aftermath would be a long one too. And Melissa, Nedzu was curious, since until now, the shield was never on AFO's radar. You planned to. You know, I came clean to David about One for All. Melissa too. When I asked her to be my new heir, she tried to accept, but the event of the day traumatized her. I think it might be what All for One was after all along, since, according to all kids, the villains kept saying they didn't want to kill her, but disable her. Everyone stayed silent, as they knew the truth. Even if All for One lost a lot of resources in this fight, he ultimately won the day, and they still didn't know what his plan was. Monoma woke up, after a hand gently reached for him, before shaking him softly. He didn't know how long he was knocked out, but the blonde boy was ready while still sleepy, trying to analyze the place. He was, according to the lack of windows, either in a cave or inside the heart of a building. Both were bad news. His hands were glowed, most likely to prevent him from stealing a quirk, and he wasn't in his normal clothes. The simple thought made him shudder. He was a teen and of course, he was sensitive about things like that. It also means they destroyed the set of hairs in his pants. He liked to have some to quickly get a quirk during exercise. Now, it was his main opportunity to escape and he already lost it. Kurogiri, is the boy awake? The voice. Monoma didn't know why, but the voice was deep and mechanical. Probably someone who needed life support or some gear to even breathe. He keeps his eyes closed, sir, but he is clearly awake. Kurogiri. Monoma was fairly certain it was the name given to the one guy in the LOV that could make portals. If he could touch him, Monoma could escape easily. Bring the boy to me. Suddenly, the blonde teen was pulled up by the undead bartender. Only his eyes were visible, and they seemed sad about what was happening. Was he under duress? Yes, sir. And then he added in a whisper to the boy, don't be impertinent, don't be a smartass and speak only if he asks. Nito could feel the concern in the voice, and he nodded quietly. He didn't know why he was here, and who had the influence to send criminals to capture him, but he highly doubted it was to play chess. Correction, there was a possibility it was to play chess. There was a set in front of him, and next to it, a man who lacked a face. Hell, he pretty much lacked most of his face and seemed to only breathe thanks to a huge machine modeled as a throne. Sit, boy, we shall play. Monoma swallowed his saliva back inside his throat. The man had an aura that screamed death and bad news, and if Monoma could, he would already be running. However, he followed Kurogiri's instruction and didn't speak, for fear of provoking this monster. However, if he could take off his gloves, he could copy everyone's quirk and run. Okay, that was his plan. Take off the gloves, steal quirks, and teleport to UA. He could do that. Your move, boy. The man could see the board. It meant his vision wasn't based on his obviously missing eye. Maybe a quirk based on sensing everything around him. Anyway, Monoma quietly opened the game. It was going to be the most nerve-wracking game of his life, wasn't it? So, young Nito, how is life in UA? The man asked while moving his own pawn. Nito quietly nodded his head. I can't complain. Very good school, good teachers. Apparently, the answer made the monster in front of him chuckle. The man was easily as large as All Might. Good, good. I even heard you challenged Midoriya as your rival. What do you think of his quirk? Isn't his name Sako now? I mean, his mom remarried. All for One stopped his hand for a second. Then he resumed it. Oh right, I keep forgetting. To me, it is still Midoriya. Do you want anything to drink or eat? He was evil, not rude, after all. A Coke would be nice, sir, and possibly a sandwich. Kurogiri, you heard the young boy. The undead stared at them for a second, before walking through the door. Monoma was alone in the room with the monster. So, you didn't answer my question. What do you think of Izuku's quirk? Complete bullshit and overpowered, Monoma said honestly. He slapped me with a goddamn otter. This made openly laugh All for One, which was Monoma's goal. If the monster was laughing, his attention lowered. Monoma was, like Izuku, a huge compressed fan. His own suit was also in homage to the man, and he practiced his sleight of hand too. So, he took his left glove from his hand, leaving it on his knee. This is hilarious. Your move, kid. Monoma smiled, scared shitless nonetheless. When will Kurogiri be back? He needed his quirk. Either way, Monoma looked at the set and moved his bishop, so he would be in a weak position from All for One's queen, allowing him to take it with his knight next turn. The man was greedy, and while he knew how to set some traps, he actually had trouble planning too far. Interesting. So, you might have some questions, such as who am I guess. This actually surprised Monoma when they played, but he managed to force himself to speak. I am, actually, but I would say you are some kind of hidden overlord of crime or something like that, and you got injured some time ago, forcing you to delegate more. Monoma had his brain going overdrive when analyzing the man and remembering everything he knew. Everything that happened. It made him even paler than before. Oh God, you are the one behind the ISP's rise. However, you aren't a mutant. And you also finance the LOV, which is pretty much a vigilante movement. All for One groaned at that mention. Yes, they were actually supposed to be more unstable, I have to be honest, and be more let's destroy the society to be anarchist or things like that. Them fighting to establish a better society and targeting bad heroes was a miscalculation from me. And considering what you just said, I think everything is a game or something. The only way to complete the board would be to have a third player. The CRC. All for One stopped for a second and clapped his hands happily. My, you actually have a good brain, boy. I have reported on you, but they were clearly underestimating you. Well, I better present myself then. All for One, pleased to meet you. I hope you will forgive Terraformers for his methods. The little kid always liked to see the light go in his victim's eyes. We bonded over that. This creeped Monoma out. Really, this man, polite and everything, was telling him he taught this mutant how to kill. He followed his orders, despite being in an organization that put power above everything. How strong was that man? Strong enough to scare All Might. All for One said with a smug smile, looking at the young teen who had serious bladder control to not piss himself. Am I that easy to read? No, I am just good at reading smart people's reactions. Don't worry, this is a perfect answer, you know. It proves your survival instincts are top tier. Breathe out, kid. If I wanted to do anything to you, you wouldn't have woken up at all. Monoma swallowed and forced himself to smile. Unless you wanted to give me some false hope I would get out alive, before crushing my dream in front of me. You painted a portrait of yourself appreciating your victim's pain and suffering. All for One smiled even more widely. Oh, I like you, boy. I think I will keep you. Let me tell you something. If you win this game, I will not kill you today. This made Monoma put his rook somewhere and say immediately, check. All for One irked a non-existent eyebrow. Though to be fair, he wasn't that great at chess anyway. When Kurogiri came back, with some wine, a Coke bottle and a sandwich, All for One was heavily sighing, as Monoma had just put him in a checkmate. Fine, kid. A deal is a deal. You get to live one more day. All for One was a man of his word after all when he gave his word outside of one of his schemes. Monoma sighed with happiness, though his ticket to escape was here and now. Kurogiri lowered his plate of food near Nito, and the young teen took the opportunity to touch his wrist, not covered, from under the plate. Blind angle for the win. If he wanted to have the time to understand Kurogiri's quirky, Monoma didn't feel anything when the contact was made between his hand and Kurogiri's skin. Something wrong, kid. All for One had his smug smile again on his face and looked at him before exploding in laughter. You should see your face, kid. I have to admit I was impressed by your nerves of steel. You actually tried, very well, to copy my Kurogiri's quirk. All for One stopped his mad laugh for a second, while Monoma was trying to comprehend what was happening and why he didn't feel even some of his stocked quirk. He didn't use everything against terraformers. Why couldn't he feel his quirk? You suppressed my quirk. Erasing quirk was extremely rare. Eraser was a huge exception in Japan after all. All for One stared at him sympathetically. Oh, no, nothing so crude. I took your quirk, Monoma. That's not the same. Nito stared at All for One, who asked Kirigiri to come closer, and he copied his cloud face for a second. See, your quirk, mine. The blonde student screamed when he realized he was being played from the beginning and remembered what he said a moment ago. Also, you were correct. I do love giving some hope to my victims before breaking it in front of him. All for One appreciated Monoma's breakdown as he followed his sentence. Here is your deal, boy. I keep my word. I won't kill you as long as you win against me in the games I choose. I wonder how long you will live. Inko, I need you to tell me right now if Katsuki is fine. When Mitsuki learned Island was attacked, her first reaction was to call her best friend. She knew Inko, and she had faith in her. However, she was a mother before anything, and she needed to know that her son was fine. Katsuki is alive. Inko was extenuated as she was working for more than 24 hours, helping everywhere she could. Help was coming to deal with everything, but until they were organized and there, she was one of the leaders to take care of everyone. However, she saw how Katsuki was, and she didn't want to announce the news to Mitsuki. Mitsuki, though, wasn't an idiot and waited for the rest of her explanation. Inko, tell me what happened. Katsuki lost his right arm during a fight against one of the most dangerous villains. It isn't possible to reattach it, mainly because the arm was in Moonfish's mouth when he got pulverized by Godzilla and Yui. But it wasn't the point. Mitsuki stayed silent before speaking, but he is alive and ready to kick some ass. We had to sedate him so he wouldn't break the suture. He will live. And apparently, some people on the island want to give him a new arm. Saving people from a mad cannibal tends to make them grateful. Mitsuki sighed in relief, but she still was terribly terrified by what was happening. She was almost remembering the time when the night nurses were necessary because the villains were rampant. I hope we get those who did that, darling. Sorry for your honeymoon too. Inko sighed before someone called her. It was time to go back to work. Her break was over, and she managed to get some sleep. I will call you back later, Mitsuki. Don't worry, Katsuki will be back. The scientists said they would need, a few weeks to make him something. Though Katsuki would suffer hell through it, Inko knew the teen enough, and he would be angry enough to rehabilitate despite the pain. Compress was tired as hell too. He was pretty much certain the knight actually discovered who he was, but kicking butt together created some kind of friendship between them. However, he was worried about the voicemail he received from La Brava and Gentle. He left him for one day. What could have happened to make them break the silence? Then Compress listened to the voicemail. He listened to it a second time, to be sure he didn't mishear it, and called back right after. What do you mean? The HPSC know who we are and they gave us a list of targets. Gentle answer made Compress want to drink a whole bottle of the strongest whiskey he could find. What do you mean, she is our aunt? Why the FUD didn't tell us that before? Oh God. Compress felt sick. Everyone knew his identity. Yue, All Might, Endeavor, and the HPSC. Well, he had to ask one last thing. Do you think we can manage to get a pardon after all of this? That seems more than acceptable. However, I will prepare some backup on my own. However, Gentle, we will talk about everything that needs to be disclosed. You don't have any other family secrets I need to know. Good. Stay safe, kid. Compress was tired and remembered why he used to work alone. Sometimes, teammates were troubled too. Island, thanks to the architect's heist and the insurance, was actually overflowing with money. Besides, most of the island was mainly intact. As a result, David takes his time, helping the various people clean the top of the tower. He found a few interesting things, including the one thing he was trying to power up with some cable. He hoped the power source was universal, but he had big hope. Then the lab power went down, and David yelled against this apparent failure. Now he was in the dark until the power was restored. Wait, what was that blue light in the room? No force in the universe can stop me, except for a lack of body. Optimus, newly powered, saw in the darkness of David's smug smile, and indeed, that he lacked a body. Except for a lack of body, indeed. Damn, the people who attacked Island truly went crazy. Even in the Shy Hasekai, everyone only spoke about what happened on the island. The first major villain attack on such a scale in 20 years, it was bound to make a lot of noise. As a result, Rappa was fine with listening to what everyone said about it and learned what they off the Yakuza disapproved of such a thing. They didn't work that way. Crimes with too much heat would inevitably mean their few remaining operations would be under heavy scrutiny, which, paradoxically, would be an opportunity for Rappa. He was literally the last person you would ask to negotiate some smuggling deals with some overseas warlord. The Chinese triad was rebuilding quickly, but they were also incredibly ruthless to not appear weak as a result. Similarly, many of the MAM in Australia considered the Yakuza as a thing of the past. If you didn't have the skill for a job, you could easily tank the group reputation faster than Rappa could punch someone. The huge man was an excellent deterrent, but currently, his skills were not to be used in a war against another syndicate. They simply didn't have the resources for that. However, with the Island situation, every villain group in Japan would have an increased pressure on them, except the Shy Hasekai, thanks to their loss of reputation, which meant more and more people would contact them to strike deals with them. As a result, if Overhaul wanted to keep what was in the basement correctly hidden, he would need to call upon Rappa soon. The brawler didn't like the job, being a mole. It wasn't something honorable in his moral code, but it was his deal with the HPSC to be a free man and operate his underground fight club in peace, which meant more fights with Atsu, and honestly, Rappa was waiting for her bloodlust on the ring, ready to tear him apart while he punched her with no tomorrow. They were an odd couple, but that's how they rolled, how they loved each other. Anyway, back to the Shy's situation. They had until the group was currently trying to produce a new product that could revolutionize the black market. Usually, you get intel like that every day, every week, mainly from groups trying to appear like major players. However, this time, something made Ryo and Maruko worry. The de facto leader, Chisaki Kai, was a former very high-profile student from Daruma Yujiko, a quirk specialist very known in many fields. He also had in his team Chronostasis, who was part of the team that developed the new enhanced version of Trigger. Thankfully, it was still impossible to mass-produce it, but the authorities were worried about the situation. In other words, they clearly had the means to produce a drug that could rival Trigger in the black market, and no one wanted that. Well, the HPSC and the heroes didn't want that for very obvious reasons. So, Rappa fully assumed his role as dumb muscle in the organization and listened to everything. So far, he has learned a few things. Most of the Yakuza didn't like Overhaul, which was something he could relate to. He was a rightful prick, and Rappa had to let him win a fight to make him believe he was faithful to him. The new drug was apparently a game breaker in Overhaul's own words. Considering how Chisaki was cold and analytical, it was extremely worrying. They depended on a component codenamed Eri, which was stocked in the basement. Rappa's role was to infiltrate the organization, collect all the information, and when the raid against the Yakuza would happen, he would disable the most worrying defense they had from the inside. Simple and effective. Hoi, stupid Rappa. The boss wants to meet your sorry ass. The voice came from the walls and Rappa nodded. Irinaka was the best defense of the Yakuza. Punching him during the raid would be a pleasure, since the little man was often a D to him for not being a proper Yakuza. Rappa actually threatened to massacre him a few times as a result. I will break your teeth if you continue to insult me. Only strong people have that right, Rappa said, knowing he wasn't known for his self-control. Ryo gave him a few pointers for this infiltration. He had to act naturally. Restraining himself was the best idea to show he had hidden motives to join the Yakuza. Tell that to Chisaki then, Mimic answered, thinking Rappa respected or feared the man. It was not true, but not wrong either. Chisaki's quirk was among the most overpowered he knew, and Rappa was among the few select people who knew for a fact All for One wasn't a legend. Rappa knew that any fight with Chisaki required to knock him out in one go and to not be touched. Otherwise, he would simply heal himself and make you explode. Overhaul won't be able to protect you forever. It wasn't a threat, but a promise. Rappa, you are going into the basement. You are to guard what's inside, Overhaul said, as clinical as ever. Even if Rappa noticed something about him, a perfume, Overhaul never did that usually. However, it was true that for a few weeks, Overhaul went out to a mysterious location more and more often. It was at that place that Overhaul made some breakthrough concerning his mysterious future drug, something Rappa was to discover if possible. However, he and Chisaki weren't close. On a side note, Rappa, I don't imagine you have experience with women. Rappa took back what he just thought and smiled under his mask. More than you think. However, I don't think my idea of a date would work with your crush, Overhaul, Rappa said, with a little laugh in his voice, before sitting down in front of him. It was true that most of the 8 precepts weren't people with much experience with women. Do you still have any advice? Oh God, a blushing Overhaul wasn't something Rappa expected. Yet it told him a lot about that mysterious place. He was visiting a female scientist, most likely quirkless, specialized in quirks, someone he actually trusted, so he had dealt with her before. Yes, Rappa was more than a big mountain of muscle. Flowers. They don't need to actually like them, they need to know you care about them. Try to do something both of you like. Finally, grow a pair and tell her what you think of her. Unless she is a psychic, which is an actual possibility in this era, she won't know for sure what you are thinking. Overhaul stayed silent for a second, before nodding. He actually asked Rappa in a desperate move and didn't expect actual sound advice. May I ask what your idea of a date is, though? Punching her while she tries to rip my throat with her teeth, Rappa answered truthfully, and Chisaki stared at him. To be fair, Rappa warned and Overhaul should have expected it. Go into the basement. If anything leaves the basement, you will be severely punished, Overhaul said, the fun times being gone as quick as they came. Chronostasis will show you the way. He is the leader while I am gone for a few days. Rappa nodded quietly. Finally, he was going to learn everything. Eri was currently locked in her room. She was told to not bother her new guardian and to only speak to him if he spoke to her. The little girl stood frightened in the room when the giant muscular man arrived and stared at her, blankly. There was no emotion in his eyes, just as for the others. Well, no, not like the others, as they had fear, disgusts, and many other feelings. No feeling was better actually. She missed the days where her daddy would hug her and tell her she was the most lucky girl in the world. Eri pinched herself to make herself suffer. Bad girl. She was the one who killed her father, and the one who pushed her mom to die. She was evil and cursed, just like Overhaul said. She had no right to happy memories, and she should just suffer more, as it was all what a cursed evil girl deserved. The giant man stared at Chronostasis before asking, "Where is Eri?" "I am," the little horned child answered quietly, softly, not making a sound. She was an object, not a living being. That way, she could make up for everything. That's what everyone said. Even this new guy seemed to find her repulsive as he clenched his fist. That emotion, disgust in his eyes. He was like the others after all. She is a Ray. She is not to be harmed, unless she begins to ask for something that isn't water. She is fed once a day. Make sure she eats everything, Chronostasis said, while Eri stayed silent, like a doll. Rappa, however, was now looking at the clock. He was going to be in trouble with Atsu and the rest, wasn't he? Shouldn't a little girl like her at least do some exercise? I mean, she is going to rot away. No, don't worry. Overhaul restores her to perfect condition every time he is done draining her. Okay, F it. He would totally accept the punishment for what was to come. He looked at the little girl, clenching his fists strong enough to make them white with anger. Rappa wasn't a kind man. He wasn't especially evil, but he killed a few times in a fair fight his opponents, as the underground ring was really violent and bloody at times. However, here was the thing. He killed warriors, people fighting with their life on the line, and they all knew it. It was a fight, a world of warriors, people who could and would defend themselves to the very end. Rappa hated people who picked on those who couldn't defend themselves, fighting a hero who was trying to arrest him. That was correct in his book. And a hole trying to snatch an old lady's purse. The thief better run effing fast. Rappa wasn't a good man. However, he had rules, lines in the sand. Using a child that couldn't defend themselves. It didn't cross the line. It went so far past it, it wasn't even visible. It took every bit of self-control in Rappa to not instantly punch Chronostasis and make a run for it. Rappa was more than a dumbbell. Alone against the whole Shy Hasekai, he would lose. He needed to at least wait for Overhaul to be gone. Meanwhile, Atsuhiro was sent by Inko to buy some groceries. Inko had strange cravings recently, like strawberry, and as a good husband, Atsuhiro knew to respect his wife's wishes. Chronostasis didn't expect Rappa entering the lab, as the giant fighter never looked interested in their drug production. Rappa, get out of here, this isn't. I am taking Eri. You are notified. Chronostasis, having seen Overhaul fight against Rappa, thought he had a good estimation about the latter's speed. He noticed he was very wrong when the giant fist cracked his skull and destroyed a few lab machines in the process. Before Chronostasis could do anything, Rappa finished the job with a series of punches, sending him exactly where he wanted. Let's say Eri was surprised when she saw Rappa, his fist bloodied, opening the door with Chronostasis. Literally, follow me if you want to leave, the giant man said. When he saw Eri was actually frozen like a deer when a car threatened to crash on it, he sighed. Soon after, Eri was lifted on Rappa's impressively large shoulder. Hold on to my head. We are getting out. The most infamous underground fighter cracked his fist. Finally, some good fights were ahead. Sorimitsu was discussing about his diet by Shin when he noticed something yummy on Rappa's shoulders. More specifically, a terrified little girl who was also excited to no end. Rappa, are you on guard duty? Shin asked, his quirk still active, as usual. Yup, Rappa said, truthfully, not even fighting the quirk. He noticed a weakness in Shin's quirk after all. Did you ask anyone if you have the right to take Eri's outside of her cell? I notified Chronostasis and he said nothing against it. Under his mask, Rappa had a very smug smile. Technically true. The only weakness in Shin's quirk was that he was over-reliant on it, thinking it was impossible for it to fail. He knew he could take both of them on. However, now that they were above Eri and the lab's floor, there were cameras everywhere. Mimic would stop him with his quirk and he would have no way to deal with that. Besides, he needed to reach at least the ground floor to push the special signal to the others. Sorimitsu looked at them and shrugged, using that opportunity to run away, making Shin focus on him again. Come back here, you effer. You ate all the delicatessen again. Rappa smiled and he patted Eri's head when he was sure no one was looking at him. It wasn't often he had to fight for something else than himself. He was going to free that little one. People stared at him more than once as he had Eri on his shoulder. However, she played her role perfectly, one of a frightened child. To be fair, the little girl didn't understand what was going on. Masked people were supposed to be Chisaki's friends. Why was this one telling her everything was going to be okay? Why was he angry, not at her but at everyone else? Rappa was only one floor away from the ground when suddenly, the stairs tried to make him slip. Ossit. Either he didn't punch Chronostasis hard enough or Mimic checked on him. Rappa is a traitor. He is trying to get away with Chisaki's treasure. The voice in the system being Chronostasis, Rappa grumbled. He didn't punch hard enough. He must have gotten softer with the lack of proper fight and the lack of Otsu. No, Mr. Rappa, you must bring me back. If you do that. Hey, little one, want to see something cool? People thought Rappa only knew how to punch things. It was true to be fair, but as he often used to say, when all you have is a hammer, every issue begins to look like nails. You simply needed to learn how to hit the right way. Suddenly, everyone saw Rappa, who fell on purpose on his belly and ... he climbed the cliff that replaced the stairs. By lifting himself in Eri by punching really fast the wall, climbing in an extremely weird but effective way. Mimic, I can't punch you yet, but wait for me. I will be back. When he reached the ground floor, Rappa was greeted by a lot of Yakuza, each one who had their knife pulled out. Rappa, give back the child or it will be bloody. Mister, I don't want you to die. Rappa answered there in Eri's yelling, by hitting his belt twice. Signal sent to Ryo and the rest. Then he pulled off his mask, and everyone, except Eri, could see his smile, as happy as a corgi who just found a new toy and was told he could play with it. You know, you shouldn't threaten someone with a good time. Just after that, Rappa punched the two nearest people in their faces. He heard the skulls crack and the meat explode under his head. Finally, it was time. Come at me, Eri screamed, and thankfully, Overhaul had forced her to release her quirk recently for some studies and analysis, otherwise the stress would have made her rewind everything. However, the young girl had to admit this tall and big man. Why was she feeling safe? Why did she want to believe his word that everything was going to be okay? Eat, Rappa grumbled, when he heard the sound behind him, from below. The 8 precepts were actually behind him. Well, more the 7 now that he left, but usually, if he was alone, he would have stayed and punched everyone until he was dead or they were beaten to a pulp. However, he had Eri to protect now. Little one, remember you will owe me one for running away from a fight, Rappa said. Before Eri could say anything, she got pulled against Rappa, who prepared to run like a rugbyman, and the little unicorn was an adorable ball. To the Yakuzas in front of him, though, it seems as if he was a bowling ball and they were bowling pins. Rappa clearly aimed to do a strike. However, they were professionals and they feared more Overhaul than Rappa charging at them. So, even if with each swing he was throwing away some of them, the others attacked with quirk and knife, an onslaught he couldn't avoid. Eri could clearly smell the blood and the wincing in Rappa's face. Brace yourself, kid. The giant punched through the mansion wall and through the wall in the garden. Rappa smiled. Good news, he was outside. That was a good thing. Bad thing. His right arm was stabbed with a few knives. He had several burns on him too, and everyone was on his tail. His specialty wasn't speed, it was hitting fast. That was why he was extremely powerful in a ring or enclosed space. Rappa, you are going down, traitor. Rappa heard the voice, and as a reflex, he threw Eri on the other side of the alley. Thankfully, he aimed well, or Eri was lucky, as she landed safely several meters from him. Mr. Giant, in front of Rappa, there was a barrier. So, apparently Barrier Guy was here and used his brain to cut off Rappa's exit. Rappa smiled at her briefly, before facing his enemies head-on, the manly way. Kid, run, live, have fun. Eri was ignorant of the world, but she wasn't an idiot. She knew what was going to happen to Rappa even if she went back to the Yakuza. He was going to die anyway to save her. Behind her was her only shot at being free, finally. Eri cried while she ran away. So, just for a kid, Rappa. Now, you are in a situation that can only end in your death, bloody and messy. What do you call that, Rappa? Rappa contemplated the 50 Yakuza and Mouth Guy, Barrier Guy and Tipsy who had appeared. The others must be on negotiation missions. He looked at his right arm. Not in a working condition now. I am down to one arm. You are a lot, and I know the 3 of you are actually quite strong. Actually, I have a word for that. Oh, Rappa smiled in pure bliss. He didn't have to hold back anymore, and he had strong opponents. Well, better than the last years it took to become a precept. His handicap would spice up the things enough. Christmas, Mouth Guy was the first one in the wave, while Tipsy was drinking his whiskey faster than Maruko would eat a carrot. In Garaki's lab, Ujiko, I need a portal, now. Chronostasis warned Overhaul as soon as he woke up on his personal number. Rappa kidnapped Eri and was trying to get out. In fact, he was probably out by the time he got the message. Garaki's place having a city coverage to make it harder to locate. Emilia and Garaki stared at their friend and comparse, wondering what could make him panic to this extent. I can prepare you a Namu, but he isn't as fast as Kurajiri. Where do you want to appear? Overhaul sighed before activating an app on his phone. Call him paranoid or overprepared, but he actually put a tracker inside Eri. He could trust the others to take care of Rappa. Eri was the #1 priority. Can you make him warp me as close as possible from this signal? Sure, that one is easy. Garaki saw Overhaul panicking and he put his hand on his shoulder, trying to calm down Chisaki. Kid, don't worry, everything is going to be okay. Chisaki nodded, trying to calm down, but even Emilia noted he looked purely murderous, homicidal. She found that extremely hot. Now, get dunked. Rappa was bleeding from his side because of a lucky stab from a Yakuza. He answered in kind, throwing him on barrier guy. He never took the time to remember their name, only their quirk. Not like they were friends to begin with, but he had to admit the fight was making the blood rush to his head. His breakthrough earlier forced him to take a lot of damage and he was slowly losing strength. Police weren't going to come soon because of an old agreement with the Yakuza. Rappa contemplated the bleeding, applying pressure with his right hand, as it was only good for that, and taking damage. The 5 knives became 8 and he had trouble having to move it. The left arm, still working, but Rappa had to admit he was tiring more and more as he was approaching his 7th rounds against the Aholes who had stopped fighting stupidly. Tipsy was on the lookout to take him out while barrier still prevented him from running into an alley, where he could fight in a better location. Mouth Guy tried to take a bite at him a few times, before retreating actually faster than Rappa could punch him, as he only did that during his quirk cooldown. Rappa panted, his respiration becoming more irregular now as his enemies regrouped again. See, this is the difference between us, Rappa. You fight alone and you will die alone while we are strong together. You are just a bunch of thugs trying to hide and hope for the better. As if Overhaul was a messiah or that Yakuza could be a big thing again. Be real, you are done. Rappa was honestly speaking only to take some breaths. He only had one regret, to be fair. He smirked while thinking about her and her murderous intent. Actually, he giggled a bit, thinking about the future. Something funny about your death. I was just thinking my girlfriend was going to kill me for dying against a bunch of weaklings. Tipsy, seeing Rappa actually having trouble staying stable on his feet, took the shot and jumped on him, his knife shining in the sun. Rappa tried to raise his fist to punch him, but he knew he was most likely going to get stabbed in the collarbone. He wasn't fast enough. Then, Tipsy got thrown, midair, by something very angry, with a long tail and a musculature on par with Maruko. Rappa, you better have a good explanation for using this signal. The Yakuzas were seeing a strange spectacle, an ecstatic yet slightly frightened Rappa because of a woman, smaller than him by several inches, who was yelling at him. She was a bit hairy and had a long tail behind her, massive and powerful. She also had a tattoo on her arm which was clearly a military insignia. Why is a cute otter woman yelling at Rappa? Barrier asked. Otsu took a better look at Rappa and the remaining Yakuza and made her neck crack. She was angry and pissed off by Maruko, who totaled a car earlier, leaving her to manage the paperwork. The name is Otsu and I am this dumbass girlfriend. This was already a reason to fear her before Rappa added with a smile. By the way, our current Palmares is 299 wins for me and 300 for her. Now this was highly worrying, and Rappa added, to make his girlfriend even angrier. As she slammed her tail on Tipsy hard enough, his upper body was left in the ground. Otsu, they were torturing a child. That is what Eri is. Otsu looked befuddled at Rappa before seeing he was telling the truth. Suddenly, her body hair clearly showed she wasn't angry anymore but properly murderous. Her teeth were showing and rushed at them on all 4. Rappa followed suit behind her, laughing happily. Atsuhiro Sako was whistling happily when suddenly something bumped into him. Sorry mister. What just bumped into him was a little child, with white hair and a little horn. Now, usually, Atsuhiro would have simply smiled and not care, especially with the situation. However, there was 2 red signal on the situation. 1, the little girl wore only a large piece of tissue as cloth. Sure, it was summer, but no, it wasn't something a kid should wear, ever. 2, her eyes were red and it was clear she was crying because of something or someone. 3, she was frightened as hell. 4, she was clearly malnourished. Technically, it would count as kidnapping. Compress knew it. However, he wasn't a doctor, but he married a nurse who could check on the kid later. Moreover, considering how fast she was trying to run away. While she was running away from something, Atsuhiro patted her softly on the head, making Eri jump in surprise. It is going to be okay, kid. He marbled the little girl and put her in his pocket, while hoping he was very right on what was going on. Literally 5 minutes later, a man with a pest doctor mask appeared on the street before he ran to him. Excuse me, did you see a child nearby, lost? Chisaki was frantic, panicking at the idea of losing his best opportunity to destroy the hero's dominance on the Yakuza. Atsuhiro gave him his best smile, while he let a marble go in his hand by precaution. No, sorry, I didn't see anyone here. Chisaki stared at the man who was, well older than him and apparently on a grocery run. Sorry to bother you. Chisaki let go of Atsuhiro, who walked away quietly. Once he was out of sight, Atsuhiro ran as fast as he could home. He also pulled out his phone and called La Brava. La Brava, I want a report on any kid disappearances around my location, plus another on any guy with a plague doctor mask around my area. Do it as soon as possible. Call it a hunch. But Atsuhiro had a feeling it was going to be a big issue. When Overhaul went back to the manor, he was surprised to see the members actually beat up to a pulp, bleeding everywhere. What the F happened? Rappa's girlfriend is an otter mutant, Chronostasis, limping from the house, said. He was taking a break, but he was using his quirk a lot to prevent anyone from dying of blood loss. Your point being, well, apparently Amazonian otters are effing apex predators. Overhaul actually made him explode to relax a bit before resurrecting his best friend. Rude, shut up. We will need the local cameras to see who the F took Eri. They used a quirk most likely to seal her signal off. Chronostasis nodded, knowing as well as Chisaki how much they depended on her. Once that is done, what should we do? Tell the CRC I am willing to cut them a deal on the last transaction if they provide some men. He trusted them more than the Ips, mainly because their leader, Purifier, actually agreed with him about how society was better without Quirk. It was dumb things like that which made people trust each other more. Overhaul was angry, furious, and bloodthirsty. Someone was going to pay for that mess. Rappa would be found and crucified. A week later, Mirai was staring at a hole in the ground, where previously the Shai Hasekai HQ, now completely gone. The spectacle was atrocious as many parts of human beings were to be seen all around them. What the hell happened? Inko darling, remember when we had a talk about having a kid of our own? Atsuhiro didn't know how to break the news to his wife about him kidnapping a child from the effing Yakuzas. He was pretty sure she wasn't going to kill him or maim him for doing something stupid considering he saved a child. He was surprised when he saw Inko fidgeting in the living room, but she was puzzled by his entrance. Yes, well, we are going to have one. Atsuhiro knew that by being over-happy, a weird new thing was always going to be better received than otherwise. Inko's reaction was totally unplanned, as her face looked extra surprised and stared at him. How did you know I was pregnant? I just did the test. Atsuhiro got stunned by the news before he pulled a marble and let a sleepy Eri appear on their couch. Actually, I was referring to this child I might have kidnapped during the grocery run to save her. Inko saw Compress inhaling a lot before squealing extremely happily, lifting his wife. You are pregnant. You kidnapped a child. To save her. Also, yes, I am pregnant. Eri woke up timidly, before seeing the couple in front of her. Hello? Oh no, I have to run. Otherwise Overhaul will. Inko glared at her husband and he put her back on the ground. Inko, with her maternal love and touch, took Eri's little hand with her. Atsuhiro, can you go check on Izuku? This little one needs some care. Sure, Izuku wasn't at home, as he was at the mall, seeing his friends. However, Atsuhiro knew his wife was simply asking for some time alone with Eri. When Inko appeared in their bedroom, she was white of anger. The only time Atsuhiro saw her that murderous was when someone, during their younger years, dared to say Floaty's only interest as a hero was to be a dummy mommy, before Inko slammed his face against the wall. Inko, Atsuhiro, do you still have our dear Rappa's number? I need to talk to him. Ryo was sighing when he read the full report from Rappa and Atsu. They blew up the whole operation, and the only lead they had to launch a full raid on the Yakuza's house was gone in the wild. You dumb idiot. If you had waited one day, I could have asked some contacts for a rescue mission. Rappa sat on the couch, his arm in a cast. The doctor dosed him on painkillers too, explaining how he could actually still walk. I have no effing regret. I got a little girl out and had a good fight. Atsu, punch him. Atsu whacked Rappa in the desk. She understood Rappa's reasoning, but Ryo was right. In the long run, Rappa messed up their operation a lot. She was a former military. She knew that doing wrong things helped in the end. Sorry, but I am on Rappa's side for this one, Maruko said. While eating a carrot, Rappa gave her the thumb up. I mean, we only needed to find the little girl. No, then everything will be okay. Except, Maruko, we have no effing lead on her and her whereabout. The Yakuzas are probably tracking her to get her back already. Do you think we will receive a magic phone call that will solve all our issues? At this moment, as the narration laws willed it, Rappa's phone rang in the room. While Maruko, Atsu, and Ryo went into a shouting contest, Rappa answered the call. Hello. After a few minutes, Rappa nodded and closed the call. Found the little one. This silenced everyone, as Rappa stretched himself and got himself a beer. What? Yes, she is at the night nurse's home. She told me I got a free treatment from her for doing the good thing. She also wants Overhaul's head on a spike. Ryo inhaled a lot, while Rappa drank his beer peacefully. She wants to see us tomorrow first thing in the morning. Long after it happened, historians were divided about when the War of Hate happened. Some say it began after the Exegol crisis and what followed afterward, but some said it probably began before, as there was some evidence the CRC, the ISP, and the LOV began fighting each other before. However, a few historians choose a seemingly insignificant event which in retrospect made sense. the Sako's household siege, as it was the first CRC's attack on a civilian target. If the small fight showed the war started before, it wasn't until that moment the war began impacting civilians. CRC's sanctuary, Purifier, seemed unimpressive at first glance. He wasn't a mass of muscle, he wasn't with a flashy quirk, and his brown hair and eyes made him unexpectedly common. It was actually one of the reasons why police had trouble taking pictures of him. He was simply a really common guy, and he actually took great care of that. However, he didn't do it to avoid scrutiny, but because he liked to stay humble. Unlike terraformers, while he also respected All For One, he didn't share his love for dramatic moments. In fact, Purifier wondered if All For One's airs didn't represent one part of himself. Terraformers was his ruthlessness and appreciation to hurt others, and Tamura was his appreciation for a good drama and how he liked to style himself for others. Purifier was something else. So, did you bring him safely? Purifier asked while he checked his underlings' reports about their protection business and their drugs dealing with the Yakuza like this overhaul. A nice man, honestly, and one of the few people who seemed to understand how Quirk could make their owners evil. Yes, we managed to capture him, sire, Iwani said to his chief, happy to be one of his lieutenants. Under the previous management, the CRC followed the rule of the strong, not unlike the Ips. As a result, someone quirkless such as himself was supposed to be an eternal foot soldier. However, ever since Purifier took the lead, he began to promote quirkless people if they had good tactical ideas and senses. Iwani was not someone strong in battle, but he was quick on his feet and knew how to drive, unlike a lot of members. As a result, he often used the equipment in his truck to make sure deals were going fine and to extract his team if needed. As a result, his team made a lot of money. This time, though, he was sent on a purification mission. A beast was sighted and harassed and killed homeless people in Tokyo. The heroes were supposedly on the case, but the homeless knew better than to trust the government and resigned themselves to their fate. Happily for them, the CRC had a lot of centers made to help them, allowing them to heal and recruit people for the cause. Iwani and his team had to hunt the rabid mongoose mutant in the sewer. Probably a bad case of trigger, one with botched quality. Either that or a carnivorous mutant who let his animal instinct take control of himself. It was more common than what the government said. The doctor's data were all falsified, as they were all in the complot to replace the population with mindless beasts, good for handiwork. If they didn't act now to wipe out mutants, they would replace Japan's population and the elites would win. Iwani believed in his holy crusade, and he would dirty himself so others wouldn't have to. His men brought the mongoose mutant, who was enraged by the restraint, truly more animal than man. The beast said before trying to destroy his chains. Sadly for the mutant, the CRC's chains were specifically made with Western metallurgy techniques. Unless you were among the top tier of the mutants like Mizunaka or Gang Orca, you had no hope to break them. Permission to shoot him, my lord. Purifier stared at the man disapprovingly. It was the old way, not the new way, like he wanted to lead the CRC. He was a savior, not a petty thug. No, there is a man under this beastly skin, and I shall save him. Without a fear, as everyone in the main room stared at the spectacle, Purifier walked in front of the rabid beast who tried to maul his face. The young man was unimpressed by the display of brutality and the sound of the maws trying to eat him. Die. No, Purifier said in a whisper, yet everyone heard him. Purifier hugged the beast with all of his might, kindness and strength, and a total lack of hatred or disgust in his action. Everyone in the sanctuary wept at the spectacle. Their leader was hugging with love one of their enemies, one they despised with their heart. Yet, their leader's love for mankind and his credo that even under a beast's skin there was a man were strong enough to make the beast back away. Proof being the mongoose slowly turning back into a human. A blonde human who was naked while the hug continued. Die, die, die. It was as if a fog was lifted on his mind as he stared at everyone in the room. He felt cold, weak, sane. He lifted his hands and saw fingers, actual finger, not paws, no claws, fingers he could move. He was human. Purifier smiled at him with a pure and heartwarming smile as the man discovered his own human body, free from his mutation quirk. He was pure. Can someone bring a mirror to this man? Purifier asked, still holding the man's wrist. Quickly, someone brought a full-sized mirror. The blonde man wept at the sight in the mirror. What? Calm down. I know this is a shock. The beast is gone, my friend. This is my gift. I can erase any quirk as long as I hold the person. In the case of mutants, it frees them from their mutation. The man was shocked. He kneeled, weeping. I was under control of the savagery inside me. I don't know what happened. What is your name, brother? Purifier asked with compassion. He knew exactly what happened, and the man suffered a lot. He pitied him. I think my name was Serizawa. Suddenly, he got some flashes of his memory and promptly vomited on the ground. Terrorized, oh God, I ate someone. The beast ate someone, Purifier corrected, not you. You are innocent, Serizawa. Calm down. It is going to be okay. The man, on his knee, was weeping as he was seeing what he did during this period where he lost his humanity. How can you be so sure? You are human. Anyone who denies you deserves to be shot on the spot, Purifier said, with steel in his voice. Serizawa was staring at him, not believing his ears. Please, I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to be a beast. I know my friend. I promise you, the beast will never come back again. Inhale, focus on my voice and only on it. Close your eyes and think about a happy moment in your life, or maybe a dream. I remember when I was leading a scientific team to learn more about the radiation and how it makes quirks evolve. Let me guess, Florida. Purifier was also quite interested in the subject, and he remembered reading a thesis by Dr. Serizawa. Yes, considering my mutation, I thought I was stronger than what was there. He cried once again. I was so wrong. But you were happy. Purifier redirected his thoughts. You were with a team, your friends. I met my wife there. We had a son. He has her quirk, radiation manipulation. He can heat wave his milk with his hand. Now I want you to focus on your family. How happy you will be to meet them as a human. Imagine your son hugging you and not some fur. I see. Serizawa was smiling when his neck broke, killing him instantly and painlessly. Thank you, Sakura, Purifier said to his executioner. The young woman with pink hair nodded her head, solemnly. Taking a life was a hard decision. One that must never be easy, as Purifier said. One tear fell on her cheek. Purifier released his grasp from the dead doctor. His body didn't turn back into a mutant. He hated killing people he wanted to save. However, his quirk only worked as long as he held people. Unless they died, their quirk suppressed. Then, they stayed human. Remember, underneath the fur, there is a human suffering. We kill not because it is fun but to save their souls. This is our holy duty. Purifier stared at the good doctor and crossed his arms on his chest. Dress him and send him back to his family. He deserves to be wept by them. Yes, sir. Tamura was dramatic. Terraformers was cruelty. Purifier was conviction. Sir, the shy Hisakai asked for our help resolving an issue. Purifier raised a curious eyebrow. He was one of the few people aware of Chisaki's project to create a permanent anti-quirk drug. Purifier was extremely interested in it as it would allow him to, save people by actually saving them, not killing them. He was one of his biggest sponsors and trading partners as a result. Big issue, extremely. He said his project would suffer a significant setback if he doesn't solve it. Purifier grumbled as he knew he didn't have any strike squad ready as of now. His lightning attempt on the LOV recently diminished his ability to attack. Do we have an attack team we can spare? I can do it, my lord, Bawani helpfully said before Purifier shook his head. No, you are needed to plan the next attack to kill the LOV. Purifier hoped to get Chisaki's bullets, but Sensei's ability to take quirks was another solution he wanted to explore. Unlike this effing terraformers, he hated killing and he couldn't wait for the day he disposes of this beast. As for Tamura, well, the man seemed actually like a better person than what he heard initially. He had nothing against him, but his death was a necessary sacrifice, one he was willing to make. What is the issue exactly? Purifier asked the messenger while he looked through the message. Apparently the Eri got stolen, sir. Purifier nodded, understanding why Overhaul asked for help. The mutant girl, the necessary abomination and cursed child to save the world. Losing her would be a huge setback. Yes, Overhaul promises that if the operation is a success, we will get 50 free bullets, sir. Purifier smiled as he saw Chisaki knew the rule. You obtained something by asking politely, sure, but you could get even more if you offered something in exchange. Tell Cloak and Dagger they are in for an extraction mission. Tell Chisaki we will answer the call. Do we have some leftovers from Purity's era? Purifier smiled as his lieutenant nodded. It was always fun to see some racists get trashed. How is holding the little one? Ryo was a mission-first guy, but he wasn't heartless, especially as the girl was finally safe and a very important witness for the investigation. Inko was busy bringing tea for everyone in the room, meaning Ryo, Rappa, Rumi, Compress, and herself, which was quite the firepower in the room. Atsu was staying in Maruko's gym to protect it, just in case. Compress would have loved to call the levelers to help, but they were busy at the moment. Gentle was doing his best to show they were active, and it was also a good opportunity to see how much Gentle learned under him. She is getting cuddled by my son. He has summoned a bunch of cute beasts to drown her in fluffiness and happiness. Atsuhiro explained with a smile. She should be fine and be safe with him. The summon guy, right. I remember his fight against my intern. He isn't bad, Rumi mentioned, but she preferred Katsuki viciousness in a fight and bloodlust. She was waiting impatiently for his return to train him even harder than before. Huey was definitely training even more as a result. I wonder if I can ask him to summon another me to punch me in the face. Rappa had his priorities and it was a good fight. Compress sighed with Ryo while Inko grumbled. So, what can we expect? Yakuza's, I guess. If my profile on Overhaul is correct, he probably asked for reinforcement from his client. We have rumors he worked on a product that could destroy quirks. Ryo was clearly the brain in their trio. He has a bullet that can suppress your quirk for a few minutes. The definitive version is almost completed from what Chronostasis wrote. Rappa explained while carefully drinking his tea offered by Inko. He still remembered how angry she was when, in their younger years, he tried to be a macho man in front of her and spilled some tea. Never again. So, they are definitely coming for that girl and then going to hide after killing us all. Inko wasn't dumb and she was going to be the one with the girl, most likely. Maruko, you will give Izuku the authorization to use his quirk, right? Compress asked. At this point, he was wondering if his secret identity was still a secret and if he shouldn't just be a hero full-time. Well, we are technically inside your house and he is technically allowed to use it there. But yes, if the big bad guys arrive, I expect the young Izuku to use his quirk to protect everyone in the apartment. Compress and Ryo began to think. So, how would they do this? Tamura and the other members of the LOV were trying to catch their breath in their new hideout. Toga was laying on the couch, dead tired and not even trying to lick the blood from her face. Too many effing insect mutants. Hell, even the burnt stench was going to stick if she didn't find a way to get a shower soon. It had been hard to explain to Tamaki twice why she smelled weird when they met up at the mall while spying on their friend's crush. They totally didn't stop following them to do their own activity, which was basically trying some food stalls for weird quirk eaters. Dabai was smoking against the wall. The one time where a porcupine bastard almost shot him through a window was a good enough lesson to never do it again. This angered him even more. Spinner, meanwhile, was busy freaking out at the situation. Don't worry, Spinner, you will get to make new friends for the cause. It will be an easy mission. You will see. No risk to be involved in a bloody succession war for the right to be the quirk thief's heir. He just wanted to go back to his girlfriend, really. Looney Tune was currently having the time of her life. She got to kill fools without any kind of limitation. Even Tamura said so. Bastards like them didn't deserve to live. They were the worst and they were weak. It was always fun to make a portal against the wall, run through it, and when the enemy tried to follow her, stopping the quirk, making them hit the wall hard. Then, of course, she would smash their head with her new hammer, the Full Killer. It was fun. Then all of their breaks suddenly came to an end when Twice managed to fix the TV in their lounge. We are in direct from Musutafu where the Yakuza and some heroes apparently battled out furiously. Boss, isn't that the apartment where your totally not cousin lives? Twice pointed out, making Tamura suddenly pay more attention to the TV as he was forced to see that Twice had a point. So, Tamura did the smart thing. Munchkin, are you alright? Small Might, sit, you already know. Munchkin, you were on the news, dumbass. What do they mean by YAKUZASIEGING your effing house? What did you do? Small Might, funnily enough, not my fault. Bomberman, bullshit. Small Might, no seriously, it was Dad's fault. He rescued a little girl and brought her home. The Yakuza had an issue with that. Bomberman, that must have been a fun fight. Small Might, Maruko said she had a blast. Bomberman, that was a effing awesome fight and I missed it. Munchkin, you have issues, kid. Small Might, stare. Bomberman, I am perfectly fine. Munchkin, still, what the F? Small Might, so, basically, the Yakuza came with like 40 people and a few strong quirks. Like their boss, he actually destroyed half of the building in one touch. Bomberman, Izuku, you live in a 13-floor tall building. Munchkin, even I would have trouble doing that. And I wear limiter. Small Might, took him like 15 seconds. Mom almost got caught in the slide. Hell, firemen are still looking through the stone. Bomberman, Fuu. Small Might, thankfully. He wasn't fully a D. Either that or he knows that killing indiscriminately people would bring a lot of heat on him. He had a subordinate gather everyone in some kind of bubble with an airway. Munchkin, good tactic. Heroes and rescue people will focus more on saving the people than chasing after him if he escapes. Small Might, he escaped. However, Maruko apparently knows who he is and she is arranging an emergency raid on his place. All Might's assistant himself is planning an emergency raid. Night-Eye was sitting in front of a bloody Maruko, the red fluid flowing from her head and from a half-broken ear. He was pretty sure only 10% of the blood belonged to her and it was both reassuring and frightening. By All Might, how the F did you mess with my investigation? Please, Maruko said, smiling smugly while eating a carrot. She crossed her legs in front of a Night-Eye trying to comprehend the report next to her. My investigation was a success. I got a mole. How the F did you convince Rappa to be a mole? If I told you the reasons, you wouldn't believe me, Virgin Four Eyes. Maruko got hit by a water bomb launched from outside thanks to an open window. Mirai actually saw she would be highly infuriating and planned beforehand for stress relief. Hey, try me. Fine. Rappa is an old friend. I met Knuckle Duster thanks to him when I was younger. We stayed in contact and I introduced him to his now girlfriend. Mirai's face showed his lack of belief mankind could be saved by that point. What? She is my secretary. Rappa, the huge brute of the underworld, fell in love with a meek secretary. Maruko showed her smartphone to Mirai, presenting a video. In it, Atsu was fighting violently with someone who looked suspiciously like Gang Orca with a fake mustache. She lost the fight but managed to bring the huge mutant to his knee a few times until he had to use his sonic attack. I retract the last statement. If I had known, I would have asked your agency for help earlier. So, what about the raid on the Yakuza's remnants? I am planning it. As far as our network can tell us, Overhaul made some panicked calls, probably calling in huge favors. However, no one seemed to come. He is probably preparing to bunker down for a final stand. Mirai knew that Overhaul's research was cruel, sickening, and also utterly brilliant. Given to someone like David Shield, it could help untold people with their quirks. Some would be appealed. He was thinking like that, but Mirai was among the people who thought the Americans had a point by exfiltrating Nazi scientifics to the USA. Post-WW2. Then, the earth shook hard and the windows that weren't open exploded, the shockwave sending both pro-heroes on the ground. Both of them got back on their feet quickly and both wondered, What happened? What do you mean? The Yakuza's building exploded? Purifier was looking at Cloak and Dagger. Both of them were heavily battered by what happened to them, presenting clear signs of electrocution, fire, and various other wounds. Cloak, Dagger, report. Your friend the Yakuza was right about the fact the house was inhabited by heroes. The huge man who was wearing a cape around him. His power allowed him to generate a warp zone between two surfaces under the shadows, and if he had a line of sight, very useful for ambush and kidnapping. However, he failed to indicate the kid was rescued by the kid who went to town with Wolfram on Island. Dagger pointed, groaning, as she slammed her dagger against her arm. Purifier winced at the sight before seeing the previous wound heal. Dagger's quirk was effing weird. If she hurted you, it would heal. If she tried to heal you, it would hurt you. It was extremely useful for kidnapping too, as it allowed the target to not kill by mistake. Also, knowing she couldn't hurt with her knife allowed her to put the knife against the jugular without any kind of hesitation, and any truth quirk would register her willingness to slash it as hostility and being highly serious about her threat. Win-win. The kid that can summon things. Damn, what did he summon? Heroes. Giant monsters. Both villains stared at themselves before explaining. Warper were either long range but slow to charge or short range, but you could spam it as long as you had endurance. Cloak was proud to think he was most likely the best short range warper in Japan and probably in Asia. They met up with Chisaki before conducting the raid on the apartment. Chisaki was to attract the hero's attention with his small army while the two villains conducted a special raid to kidnap Fast and clean the little girl. ERI. Come down quietly and no one gets hurt. A few seconds after that, Dagger heard the distinct sound of a cactus being thrown at someone way below. Probably the Yakuza who dared to speak. The two of them infiltrated the building quite easily actually. They went inside before everything went to hell by teleporting themselves inside a car which went in the underground parking linked to the building. After that, they teleported themselves several times on the top of the building to have a good idea of what was happening outside. Now, they were chilling on the roof, waiting for the best moment to attack. That's actually impressive, you know, to see Maruko, Rappa and this Hawaiian guy going into the field to fight the Yakuza, Cloak said while eating some food. He wasn't going to wait without anything after all. Quite. However, I don't think they are idiots enough to let the kid stay without protection. Dagger pointed out while pulling out her dagger in Chisaki's radar. Aries signal was below them, probably a few floors down. Both of them pulled their CRC masks and robes before getting ready. It was a quick snatch and run. What was the worst that could happen? Inko wasn't a fighter anymore. She didn't have a fight in years after all. However, she still had good senses. As a result, she was ready to demonstrate why a frying pan was a powerful tool in the hand of a mama bear. She knew, however, she was like their before-last line of defense if some people passed the heroes. It was a possibility and part of the battle plan after all. Compress, meanwhile, was busy lying in the shadow with several marbles, ready to unleash them on whoever tried to harm his family. Atsuhiro had been alone most of his life, but now he had a wife, a son, and probably an adorable daughter. So when the first Yakuza emerged from the stairs, exhausted by having to run through the stairs, Atsuhiro didn't quip for once. The Yakuza, upon seeing the man's angry face, knew he probably had better odds with Rappa and Maruko before hearing his own arms break. For today's show, I will make some holes disappear, Compress said with no fun and pleasantness in his voice, as the Yakuzas began to flow in the stairs. Truth to be told, Compress wore a mask to hide his expressions when he was working because he was highly expressive. The bad guys were currently seeing a true demon, ready to do what was needed to defend his family. Soon, people in the building were hearing loud and audible cracking noises, followed by screams. Izuku Sako, born Midoriya. As of now, if you were to refer to the official Uno's power chart, he would be a lower class 6. That information was known only by a few people. Garaki, All For One, All Might, Nedzu, and David Shield. The last three decided Izuku deserved to be among the class 6 after discovering Optimus' head. A Cybertronian, something that didn't exist before and now it fully existed in their world. David was busy trying to reverse engineer the technology, but the implications were incredible. They were also incredibly worried if Izuku were to summon bad creatures, evil things. However, currently, Izuku Sako was busy making sure Eri was fine. How? Well, by hugging her softly, promising the cute girl that everything was going to be okay. The fact she was relaxing in soft mane was greatly helping. Also, thanks to his training in UA, Izuku now had nerves of steel. He was hard to surprise. So when two holes appeared in front of him from some shadow gate, he wasn't surprised or worried. Shush, don't make noise, Eri is sleeping. Izuku's big brother side had been triggered by the little girl and he was ready to do a lot of things to protect the little one. Dagger and Cloak didn't smile as they took a battle stance while Izuku was busy playing with Eri's hair. Suddenly, Dagger was interrupted by a blue blur which sent her flying against the wall. Cloak barely had the time to react before being lassoed and thrown on the opposite wall. Izuku wasn't smiling to them as his hands were playing with several decks of cards. My name is Izuku Sako. I fought some villains on Island a few days ago. I went and won against a Class S villain with an emergency deck, something I have when I don't expect trouble. The two CRC's villains saw what attacked them and didn't believe their eyes. We are in my home, in my room. I took off all of my All Might's goodies because I expected a fight. However, you are literally in the place where I have everything I need. Rainbow Dash and Applejack stepped out of the shadow, apparently not happy at all. Curiously, seeing cartoon ponies in the real world made them extremely creepy. The fact they were growling at them was also an intimidating factor. Thankfully for you, I wanted to show only cute things to Eri. Otherwise, I would have summoned and endeavored to torch you, Izuku said, before letting the ponies beat up the bad guys. People from the old times created too many card games to be fair. You got beaten up by ponies. Purifier was wondering if the two were pulling his legs, but they weren't at all. We only managed to escape because of what Overhaul did afterward, Dagger explained, while stabbing multiple times Cloak to heal him. Chisaki was many things, but patient wasn't one of his qualities. Methodical, clinical, sure. Patient, no. It was the reason why Amelia had better grades than him when they studied under Garaki, as she took her time for her experiments to mature. He would use his quirk to accelerate the procedure, often with consequences. So, when Chisaki saw a blast coming from one apartment, most likely the Sakos, he knew the CRC's squad triggered some kind of trap. In front of him, Maruko, Rappa and the third guy with blue flame and who fought like some kind of street fighting hero were holding down most of his men. The battle was most likely lost. Still, Overhaul couldn't. He wouldn't let the heroes win. Chisaki let a roar out of his throat and began to jump in the fray, touching all of his men as he went on and on. Very quickly, Maruko, Rappa and Ryo were facing a small kaiju-sized Overhaul, who then proceeded to F up the building in one hit, causing a massive landslide. Eri is mine. Munchkin, so, wait. The reason about how he managed to destroy a good chunk of the building was because he went full fusion dance with all the unconscious people on the ground. The F is that quirk. Small Might, the hell if I know. That quirk is Opus. Bomberman, all I got is you let ponies beat up people to protect a little girl. Adorable. Why do you even have such cards? Small Might, to protect frightened little girls. Munchkin, to my great surprise, I validated that answer. It still doesn't tell me how you dealt with that Overhaul F. Small Might, with a card. Mom, Izuku didn't know at that time that Inko and everyone else was fine. Chisaki was mad and panicked but as said before, quite clinical. He knew he would need hostages and trapped civilians to increase his odds of successfully running away. Izuku was, as a result, legitimately angry and pulled his YUGIOH book of cards. Give me the girl and I will. F you. Diffusion, Izuku yelled, while pulling a certain magic card. As he said before, his room was basically the place where he had the most opportunities to use his quirk and he had now more than a year to accumulate cards. In addition to that, Momo held up good on her promise to help him find rare cards thanks to her family monopoly on card games. That and the Den of the Drake's network of neckbeards. Izuku was proud to be a hero that could manage every situation with all of his tools. Overhaul didn't appreciate to reappear like a dumbass on the ground with a lot of confused people who were wondering why they weren't an angry monster anymore. Then, they got smashed by very angry heroes who needed to pacify the place before rescuing the civilian. F. Nothing good came from it then. Yeah, about that. Did the Yakuza ever send you a photo from the kid? Cloak said while being stabbed violently by Dagger. Only she was partially mutated and her quirk was highly out of control. Why? Cloak explained why. Purifier went pale. Whiter than a skull bleached by the sun. I need to make a call. Right now. I need your help and I am using my favor. Kurajiri. Open a portal. Chisaki was sitting on the ground while his minions prepared a throne-like chair for their visitor. He hated groveling in front of someone that wasn't a Yakuza like the boss, but their visitor wasn't someone you could trifle with. Chronostasis was with him and obviously the man was sweating. Chisaki could understand why, especially when a shadow cloud appeared out of nowhere and from it emerged Kurogiri and a man with a huge dark mask. I haven't gone outside since last week, sir, to stretch your legs, Kurogiri helpfully provided for his master. All for one nodded and sat on the throne prepared for him. The man had a huge body and everything about him said he was in control. He was powerful and able to kill all of them, even in this disgraced form. Chisaki stayed silent. His adoptive father told him how an audience with All for One went and how the man didn't appreciate what he perceived as disrespect. You didn't speak unless you were asked first. You were respectful. You prepared good wine if possible or the best steak you had if nothing else. You needed to make the man a king. Only then would he propose a deal to have your soul in exchange for what you needed the most. So, you have asked for an audience. I have seen the news. What is your request? Chisaki, still prostrated, remembered what Garaki told him. Once All for One executed someone for raising their head when they were not expressly told to. I humbly request your help to take back what is mine and protect my clan. All for One stayed silent for a second. He contemplated the demand before speaking again. Do you have a picture of the child? The Emperor of Evil asked in a warm voice, deceptive as a snake. Chronostasis helpfully provided a picture. Eri was smiling in the picture, held by her dad. The picture is a bit old, however it is the best we have, sir. Kurogiri took the picture with his smartphone, allowing his master to see it. The intel was correct. The mask didn't help understand All for One's emotion. He coldly put the picture on the table. What happened to the man? He was a victim of the cursed child's quirk. We believe he was rewinded to nothingness. Chisaki knew he was telling a lot, but All for One could see through lies. Honesty was the only way out. I see. Small mercy then. All for One looked thoughtful as his hand reached his neck to scratch it. What do I get from this? My erasure bullets once they are done. My quirk too. With my medical knowledge, healing you would be a child's play. Also your men under my command until I deem as you have repaid your debt. All for One didn't propose. He stated the obvious. Chisaki didn't move. It was easy. He was actually too frightened by All for One's aura to dare move. It is an excellent deal, All for One said, nodding quietly. Chronostasis allowed himself a smile. Thank God, they were saved. However, I have an issue, All for One said, and immediately black blade emanated from the Lord of Crime. Scratch that, I have several issues. He yelled quite angrily, as a shockwave partially destroyed the room and made the Yakuza leaders fly against the wall. Overhaul tried to get back up for the fight, not expecting that reaction as he was highly respectful during the whole thing, but he got impaled next to Chronostasis faster than he could say anything, and his hands were vaporized by a laser quirk from his hands. Red lasers, while dark sparks run through the highly diminished man. All for One was clearly going for the kill and destroying all of them, for a perceived slight. Chisaki had to know. Why? Don't tell me it is because I experimented on a child. All for One smirked audibly before decapitating Chronostasis. No, I have a teen I torture by forcing to play for his life in my cave. No, the reason is way more simple. The little kid and the green-haired one. All for One wasn't going to let Chisaki die ignorant of his sins after all. Chisaki tried to say something as All for One began to glow in a blinding purple light. What? They are my grandchildren. I don't tolerate when people take my family away from me. As a punishment, I will take everything from you. All for One said as more and more energy emanated from him. He wasn't supposed to do things like that. It was highly idiotic in his state. Seikayo didn't care at all about that. Someone had hurt his family. Someone had hurt his granddaughter, one he would have cared for, one he would have made happy and raised as a princess of crime. Also, he was pretty certain she could have healed him age ago, for F's sake. So, All for One decided to combine several quirks as an homage from an anime of the old time. He was probably the last person to remember it. Oh well, it was never too late for a reference. Oh God, no, don't. Chisaki tried to plead, but All for One wasn't known for his mercy. I am atomic, All for One said with a smile. As the energy suddenly went out, Chisaki could only cry as he saw a blinding light destroy everything he ever loved in a powerful burst of energy, unstoppable and unforgiving. The only mercy All for One granted that day was a swift and painless death. The remaining Yakuzas didn't even know they died. Kurogiri, tell the young Monoma I decided to spare him a whole week. His quirk is going to be way more useful than what I thought. All for One was already pondering what he could do with Yuri's quirk. Very well, sire. What about young Purifier? He provided true information. He was faithful and, more importantly, he was useful. I give him Makia. Both of them missed the fact Chisaki didn't leave a skeleton but some kind of sludge behind him. Garaki's lab. Emily's special project. Namu remote control. Chisaki cried, screamed his pain when Amelia took from him the remote control helmet. The plan was simply to have the Namu as a body double in case All for One tried to steal his quirk. All for One always found fun people who managed to escape his quirk. That was part of the plan. Well, until All for One decided to blow the F up the Yakuza. Chisaki Kai, you are here. Emilia tried to ground him in reality. With a powerful hug, she needed to help him remember he was safe. Not there, not with all of the dead Yakuzas. Garaki, hearing the scream, came on his floating chair. He didn't expect such a scream as he helped Chisaki prepare for the meeting. It should have pleased All for One. What's happening? All for One killed someone. He. Chisaki was bawling like a child as he saw the Yakuza, his house, his home, the boss. Everyone is dead. He killed them all. He still felt the blast on his skin, Chronostasi's head falling beside him. Garaki opened his mouth before closing it. Chisaki, for the first time in his life, was actively crying, tears streaming on his cheeks as Emilia kept him in her arms in a warm hug. His boss was dead. His father was dead because of him. Because he asked for All for One's help. He asked the devil to save everything he cared for, and the devil took everything. Chisaki was still sobbing when he fell asleep in Emilia and Garaki's arms. Emilia, change of plan. I was thinking of sparing All for One for his help, even if he didn't know he helped, Garaki said, his voice actually cold. Emilia nodded, as she knew what he was going to say. F All for One. F All for One. The kindling of the war of hate all began because a child was rescued and a Yakuza called for help. It would have begun anyway, but that act of kindness and that act of cruelty was recorded as having amplified what happened during the cataclysm at the end of the war. Izuku wasn't happy. Yes, Monoma was an ass. Yes, he enjoyed slapping him with an otter and then beating him with an equivalent quirk to hammer the fact Izuku was superior to him. Still, he didn't wish for him to be kidnapped by some kind of weird crime lord. How did he know that? Because he heard what happened from people in the restaurant and the fact Atsuhiro wasn't as stealthy as he thought he was when Nedzu and cockled him at home. As a result, Izuku had managed to eavesdrop on a few elements, such as the kidnapping thing, the fact it was most likely targeted, and the fact no one had a concrete lead on where the blonde dumbass was. However, Izuku had one lead. One hope to find Monoma. He opened the door to the den of the Drake, before sitting in front of Tamura, who was shuffling his deck with a lot of thought of his own. Machia. The CRC will get Makia. Tamura was frantically panicking when Kurogiri announced the news to the LOV. Yes, he couldn't help them physically per All for One's orders. However, he could always drop some intel by mistake to them. Quickly, all members of the LOV observed their usually calm and collected leader going into full crisis mode, exactly like when Nejire invited him to a surprise day. Except this time, it was way less funny. Indeed, young Tamura. It is because Purifier managed to bring excellent intel to Sensei about some of his family's whereabouts. Tamura managed to calm down a little when Looney kicked him in the jaw to snap him out of his shock. While the various spies in the LOV took notes of that, All for One had a family and apparently cared for them a lot. Sensei gives boons to people bringing intel on his family. Tamura was interested because he knew that part of this strange war he suddenly had to wage on the other groups was because he displeased Sensei. Only on missing members. As far as I know, there are only 2 people on that list, his granddaughter, Eri, and his grandson. Kurogiri explained while pouring for the oldest members of the LOV and Looney a small beer. Could bringing one to him persuade him to stop this war? Tamura knew he couldn't fight Makia, as it was pretty much the ultimate Naomu one could hope to see. Even with Dabai and Twice combo, they would probably only dent him. Hell, if he was right about the reasons why Makia was created, it would be even less effective than trying to punch him with All Might's quirk. Why? Yes, of course, Kurogiri answered with a smile. However, you have to be careful. The young Eri is currently protected by a lot of heroes. Even Sensei is carefully planning how to rescue her. And the grandson? Tamura asked, curious. Well, if you can bring the young student Joker peacefully, I can safely say Sensei could probably hug you and reinstate your status as an heir and make everyone stop their attack. Kurogiri knew his master's plan. Parts of him were trying to manipulate Tamura both to protect him and also because he knew All for One managed to win because he forced everyone to walk to his beat. Bringing Izuku early could throw a wrench inside his carefully made machine. Tamura paled when he heard what Kurogiri said. Izuku, Sensei's grandson. On the one hand, it made sense. His absurd quirk was probably the result of both the remains of One for All inside their family tree and of a mutation of All for One, the father of all collecting quirk. Could it be that Endgame was about releasing the collective imaginative strength of mankind through one of its oldest mediums, cards? That was Tamura's current theory, but it still didn't calm his inner turmoil. Turmoils no one missed in the group. After all, some of them had met Izuku already and knew he was Joker. He would be safe, right? My dear Tamura. Nothing is more important to Sensei than family. Kurogiri assured his charge, kindly. Still, Tamura balanced himself on his chair. Somehow he had a bad feeling about this. Shadow wasn't having a good morning, and he wasn't sure his afternoon was going to be stellar either. First off, he actually missed Bakugo's presence. He was, after all, one of the first true friends he ever got. He was abrasive and angry, and sometimes it turned it on turbo. On the other hand, if you ever needed to speak, he was there to give you his advice. If you needed help, he was also there. Izuku was nice too, though. They simply bonded less. No, really, the reason why Shadow was currently extremely lost in his own thoughts was because of the latest fallout he heard between his father and his mother. So what? You are planning to run away from your responsibility again? Ray wasn't happy at all with Enji, as the ice coming out of her was a good hint. All I am saying is that literally, the less they see me, the better they would be. Endeavor said calmly, using his quirk with calm and precision to heat it to the perfect temperature. Perfect. If you do that, all that will achieve is cementing you as the bad parent, Ray pointed out, which made Enji raise an eyebrow. Because I am not. If you don't try to be a better one. Ray, I have no effing clue on how to be a good father. As far as I can tell, the last months of me being away from them made wonders for the kids. Enji correctly pointed, even if you could detect a hint of sadness in his voice. Ray, in fact, was worried about the situation. Ever since her discussion with Burnin, she paid a lot more attention to Enji and noticed worrying signs. He was still determined, but he wasn't burning with energy like before. It was more like the embers you used to cook, hot, durable, but they didn't shine as hard as they used and you would fear they would die out without anyone noticing. So, your solution is to leave me to be the good parent and just go away. When weren't you the good one? Enji pointed out with a sigh. I was always the one to yell after them. I was always the one to slap their hand from the hot kettle, remember? Some ice almost pulverized the door behind him, as Ray was actually angrier than before. Are you saying that I left you with that job? Enji tilted his head. Wasn't that my job from the start? I was the bad one with feeling, and you were the one with empathy. Enji, please, Ray. Literally one of the first things you said to me when we met at the hospital was about my father. We both know you weren't speaking about Nedzu, Endeavor pointed out in a way too soft voice. Apparently, he had lost too many hopes during the last months. You were always the good parent. He left unsaid the fact he was always going to be the cursed one, the angry one, the villainous one. Even with Taoya, I was the one who had to physically stop him from hurting Shadow, remember? I didn't have the strength. Ray tried to defend herself but was met with a chuckle. Not strong enough. Ray, don't make me laugh. Had you decided to be in the field, you would probably be among the top 5 heroes in sheer power. I know you began to teach Shadow how to make more precise forms with ice. Don't say you don't have control on it. Ray's strength had been literally one of the reasons he fell in love with her. If you had wanted to stop Taoya, even once, when he was younger, you could have. You simply didn't want to. A pin could be heard dropping when Enji said that, and his tea exploded in ice. You dare, Ray yelled. Before she continued, I was a fool to think you could be someone better than your father. Of course I dare. Finally, Enji yelled, in front of her because you and I both know it is the truth. But it was easier to let the son of the devil do the bad work, Enji said, getting up and going to the door. Enji, that's not what I... Ray, realizing what she just said to him, tried to get back on her word. How did it go from her trying to convince him to have another chance at her actually throwing such things at him? That's what everyone thinks anyway. Literally. Hell, did you know the only chart I get #1 is for villainous-looking heroes? Endeavor chuckled at the thought. I don't blame you, Ray. You should enjoy being a good mom. I will take all the blame because we both know that I deserve it and I was always supposed to do that. Also, thank you for allowing me to think I could be normal a long time ago. Ray stayed silent, wondering what to do. Enji was turning bad after the Exegol crisis, and you didn't notice he was actually falling into depression. Nedzu was yelling at Gomsu Shinso when he learned about that discussion from a devastated Ray. He was excellent at hiding it. How was I supposed to guess what he was telling people in private? Yes, my quirk allows me to let their true feelings come out, but it is not perfect, not to mention his previous goddamn brainwashing. Nedzu growled uncharacteristically from him. But now it is too late to guess or blame anyone, Nedzu said, as a screen behind him showed the current hero ranking. Or even ask him. Endeavor's name wasn't on the leaderboard. Back to the present. Shadow heard everything because at that moment, he was going to give a report and a coffee to Burnin. It was too late to get out of the way and he simply erased his presence. It didn't improve his mood, especially as he was thinking he was also useless most of the time. Like, if he had accepted to go on Island, Katsuki would still have his arm. So, Shadow did the only thing he could do. He accepted Izuku's request to be his Bakugo. It should occupy his afternoon quietly. Tamura, divided by Izuku, both stared at each other and chuckled even with their burdens. It was always fun how synchronized they were. Tamura nodded in Izuku's direction to tell him to go first. I need to ask you for a favor, Izuku explained and used a card. It was a bubble, which enveloped them and stopped all noise from being heard. Sure, it was Friday afternoon and basically, except the shop owner, no one was there. Izuku still didn't want to take any risks. I am listening. Tamura knew he had a favor to ask Izuku too. One that could put him in danger. It was the very least he could do, to let him ask first for a favor. We both know you are the heir of a bad guy, a kind of a mob boss. Sit. It was true. Izuku analyzed him a few months ago and they had an unspoken agreement to not speak too much about it. He's some kind of mob boss. Why? It was a effing understatement. All for One was the mob boss of the mob bosses. I need information on a kidnapped friend and the heroes don't have a effing clue. So he was taking the investigation in his hands. Izuku fought Class S villains and helped repel other villain attacks recently. He could do this. Hell, he wasn't an idiot. And his current decks were packing so much firepower it would probably make the government scared if they knew what he had. I might introduce you to him, Tamura said. Technically, he knew All for One wanted to meet Izuku, so he could arrange the meeting, let both of them meet quietly and nothing bad would happen. That way, everyone won. Perfect. He loved when something actually went his way. Seriously, you think he might know something? Izuku was curious but reassured when Tamura nodded his head. His older friend was weird but reliable. I just want you to swear the usual thing. Secrecy, etc., Tamura said while considering his next steps. Kurogiri was unavailable for today. He was to bring Purifier to Makia and it was in a place where there was no signal to avoid any kind of detection. As a result, he was going to go there. On foot. Izuku nodded frantically. Anything I should know. Be extremely polite when you are speaking with him. Sensei is someone who likes to be respected. He is, as far as I know, the oldest Japanese criminal alive. Dawn of Quirk old, Tamura said seriously. He wanted to impress Izuku who actually whistled at the idea. Damn, a longevity quirk, probably. Damn, that. He might actually know something. Tamura almost wanted to say that as far as he knew. Sensei had the teen Izuku was looking for in his basement. I will make the call. Also, Izuku. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will make sure you are safe. Tamura promised, seriously. Sensei was his adopted family. Izuku was his actual, biological family. According to Sensei's own rules, it was his duty to make sure he would be safe, through and through. I swear on all kamis that I know, if this is another scam call, I will dissect. Sensei, it's me, Tamura. This calmed All for One enough, despite being interrupted while watching his favorite show. All for One grumbled. I thought I revoked your call privilege unless it was an emergency. I wish to bring Izuku Sako to your house. He wants to meet you. It would be a peaceful meeting. Tamura had All for One's irritation but now he had his interest. Maybe he wasn't useless after all. Seriously, does he know? He simply knows you are influential, old, and on the other side of the law. Good enough. I will wait for you at Exegol. You know the house. The call ended. Tamura felt relieved as he could feel Sensei's happiness. So far, so good. Now, time to plan for a backup. All for One always had a backup plan. Both teens arrived in front of the house, after a moment on the train. Izuku whistled when he saw the old individual house, close to a small manor. It was in one of the quietest wards of Japan. Literally one of the places where you would expect less of a crime boss to live. Unless, of course, he was old, like this sensei. Tamura made sure his clothes were okay and looked at Izuku. Remember, you are polite. You don't speak unless spoken to first. Call him sensei unless he says otherwise. Izuku nodded, nervous by the idea of meeting such a secretive villain, simply thanks to playing card games. Life is strange, sometimes. Then, the door opened, and a man without a face except a wide smile appeared in its frame. The man was actually quite huge and he beamed with joy. Tamura, Izuku, I was waiting for you. Kids, come inside. I have some sodas for you. Izuku stared at Tamura, wondering if it was a very elaborate prank, but Tamura's face sold to Izuku. He actually didn't know what was going on either. It is, sensei. Yes, he is. Both teens entered the house and All for One closed the door, grinning like the happiest grandpa in the world. So you are Izuku Sako, right? Formerly Midoriya. I watched your sports festival, All for One said, sitting on his life support seat once again. He could only get away from it for a few minutes after all. Yes, sir, sensei. Izuku couldn't say why, but the voice seemed familiar, from a very distant past. It had a kindness, a warmth he was sure he knew but didn't know from where exactly. Tamura, please, the drinks, All for One commanded. He wanted to speak to Izuku, alone. Tamura almost said something but sensei raised his hand. He was commanding a servant after all, not a son. Tamura must have felt that, as he closed his mouth and rose up. He had to obey quietly. He went to the kitchen, silently, leaving a fidgeting Izuku with an immortal, almost all-powerful villain. So, Izuku, Tamura told me you wanted to ask me something. All for One said, wondering how he was going to explain everything to Izuku, quietly. Yes, sensei, I want. Call me Seikayo, little one. You have that right. All for One said, wondering if Izuku would remember the name. Thanks, Mr. Seikayo. I am looking for a friend that was kidnapped on I Island. We don't even know if he is alive. Izuku pointed out, while actually trying to look at any escape route. Oh, he is definitely alive. Monoma, right. All for One said, to Izuku's horror. who understood he was actually speaking to the mastermind of the attack. He amuses me daily. Do you want him as a gift? I can make him a Namu specialized to protect you. I wonder if I can let him keep his mind, Seikayo wondered aloud, scratching his chin. Holy F. Izuku suddenly had a better idea of what kind of monster was in front of him. Affable but evil, loving every second of it. Language, young man, Seikayo said with a smile, as Tamura brought the refreshments. He seemed shaken too. You are the one who kidnapped Monoma, attacked Island. Izuku was quite impressed. And suddenly, he was thankful for a card he took for this scenario. Hoshu, my villain name is All for One. Nice to meet you, Izuku. Or should I say, All for One chuckled, and put his hand on Izuku's head, who was sweating bullets. Same for Tamura. It has been far too long, my little Ray. Izuku blue-screened at that moment, as his grandpa patted him kindly. He looked at the potato man, the evil man because of whom his best friend lost his arm. Grandpa, Izuku asked, with a trembling voice. His grandpa, the man he and his mom thought was dead long ago. His grandpa was angry at his father for leaving them, the one whose inheritance allowed Inko to not exhaust herself at work. Little Ray, All for One had a warmth in his voice that was real. Tamura couldn't help to notice, one he never had with him. All for One pulled in a hug his grandson, happy to be able to. It was so good, so warm. He had waited so long for that. He couldn't see but he could feel. Seikayo was an evil overlord, but he adored having his family close to him. Izuku was still part frightened, part wondering what the F was happening, and also part happy. Then he suddenly had a realization that angered him. Grandpa, is my nickname a reference to Rey Sky? She is a effing Palpatine. Also, I love Star Wars. All for One groaned with the power of 1,000 nerd. Izuku had disbelief in his eyes and wanted to punch him in the face. He was nicknamed after a Mary Sue. Oh, you mother. Anyway, I am not kidding. I am willing to give you this Monoma. I already have what I want from him. All for One explained while he stopped the hug. Sorry for leaving you and your mom. However, it was necessary to protect you from my activities. Izuku sat down while drinking his Coke and looking at Tamura, who fidgeted a bit about the situation. Did you know about that? That he is my grandfather, I meant. I had suspicions since a week ago. Tamura answered truthfully. He stared at All for One, who smiled at him. Tamura is one of my possible heirs. However, unlike the others who aren't truly on my radar, I love him as much as whiskey. Tamura smiled warmly at his mentor. Thank you, sensei. Anything else? Not for now. Oh, right. If you can bring the young Monoma to the doctor so he can be prepared. Protocol B. Protocol A was to simply dispose of the body. B was to free him after turning him into a mole. He wouldn't let such an opportunity go to waste after all. Tamura nodded and went out, quietly and without a word. So, Izuku, let's talk a bit. Do you want to know something? Izuku was still sweating when All for One spoke. He was speaking to someone that could launch a terrorist attack to kidnap someone. Wolfram, who was the most powerful villain he knew, with Moonfish, obeyed him. Wolfram, he was friends with his dad and worked for All for One. All for One, who was his father's dad. Izuku remembered his discussion with the Master of Magnetism. I was a good friend of your father. He would have hated it if I hurt you, even for work. Izuku noticed something. For the first time in as long as he could remember, this was the nicest thing someone said about his dad. This made him both curious and angry. Yes, that's why he left us when he learned I was quirkless. This comeback made Wolfram sneer, nostalgic. Yes, sure, let's go with that as the reason he left you and Inko. Grandpa, why? Why did my father leave us? All for One tensed up. Oh sit, he knew he was forgetting something. All for One coughed a bit and Izuku had a big doubt about what happened. Something that made him suddenly realize that his supposed safety thanks to being family was most likely an illusion. Listen, Izuku, your father was. Wolfram mentioned they were co-workers. Izuku knew when someone was trying to bullshit him and he was calculating in his mind. His own quirk didn't make sense if you simply followed his mom's line. What about his father's line? What was All for One's quirk? Got a nit, Wolfram. Always with your nostalgia, All for One side. Before joining his hands together, your father worked for me. Then he betrayed me. Izuku felt as if he took a gut punch. His father didn't leave because he hated him. It was to run away from his father. His grandpa ordered a hit on his father. Izuku looked in horror at his grandpa, who was disappointed. Izuku, don't do something idiotic. Do you know why All Might's activity declined for the last 5 years? Izuku didn't, and All for One explained quietly. I am why. I almost killed him. I am strong enough to have ripped one of his lungs in his stomach. He then put me in this seat by sheer luck. He would tell you the same thing if he was honest. All for One inhaled hard in his life support mask. Izuku, I am All for One, the last SSS class villain in the world. All for One touched his life support seat, silently. I don't want to hurt you, but I will if I am forced to. Those were the words that went unsaid. Izuku gulped and touched his sacrifice deck in his secret pouch in his pants. 40 cards of various power cards. He was in danger. Did my father love me? Or did he try to protect me by messing up my memory? He had to know. He wanted to know. More than Monoma or anything else. He wanted an answer. Izuku, don't do something stupid. I am warning you because we are family. All for One groaned, the tension building up. He left us because he feared you would kill us by mistake, wasn't it? Hisashi had his faults, but he was a loving father. All for One knew trying to lie would aggravate the situation. He didn't want that. Izuku kept his hand from his pants, seemingly calmer. Now why All Might, who is knowingly one of the kindest heroes in the world, tried to kill you? He is one of the few heroes who has a kill count below 5. Was Izuku aware of Nana's relationship with All Might? All for One sighed. I am the biggest bad guy in the world, Izuku. For a hero like All Might, it is basically slaying the Demon King. Now, listen to me. I am happy for you, that you want to be a hero. You aren't the first one in our family. In fact, you remind me a lot of my little brother. All for One also learned a lot from Yoichi and knew the vault was an option only if he cryogenized those inside. However, I want you to be also by my side. Imagine the greatest trickery, you and me. It would be the new symbol of peace, making sure society is stable. I would be the one reigning on the underground. That peace would be smoke and mirrors, Izuku pointed out, with all the idealism of a teen. It always is. Besides, I have already won, Izuku. Literally. Other players don't know it, but we are in my endgame. All for One didn't say it was thanks to Izuku though. They will either submit, join me, or die. I am going to be honest. Most of them are going to die anyway. However, if you join me, I accept to spare some. Your friends, your class. All for One had all of his attention on Izuku. Having him willingly by his side would be the most perfect situation. What about Tamura? Izuku asked. He was like a big dumb brother to him after all. This actually made All for One groan. Tamura was a plan to F with All Might. Him fighting All Might, who would potentially maim his mentor's grandson. I found that poetic, especially after I made him disintegrate his fam. I am oversharing again, am I? Izuku nodded as his grandpa groaned. Izuku stayed silent and pulled his emergency. The situation is F'd up. Nedzu is on cocaine and All Might revealed to be a villain card. Grandpa, Tamura is also my cousin. You killed my father. You won't kill anyone else in my family. Izuku dropped in front of a horrified All for One, the strongest card he had on him. Shadow was outside of the building with a sandwich. Thanks to Endeavor, he actually knew how to tail someone without being seen. He was actually pretty good at it. His role, according to Izuku's plan, was to call an adult if the situation became dangerous. Shadow's cue that the situation went so far south it went back to the North Pole was when something inconceivable happened. The peaceful serenity of the traditional bad guy's house was shattered as the ground shook violently, causing the walls to rattle and the roof to creak. Suddenly, the entire structure lifted off its foundation, as if being uprooted by an unseen force. As the dust settled, a massive figure could be seen emerging from the ruins of the house. Its scaly skin was dark and rough, and its long tail thrashed about, causing further destruction on the road, not far from Shadow, who only barely dodged. As it stepped forward, its sheer size was breathtaking, towering over the surrounding trees and buildings. Its massive jaws opened wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth and a menacing roar that echoed for miles around. Skreoonk. The people nearby ran in terror, not daring to face the creature that had just emerged from the once peaceful house. It was none other than the legendary monster, Godzilla, the primeval champion, who had been resting in the depths of the earth, only to awaken and wreak havoc on the unsuspecting world once more. Or he was summoned by a very angry teen to deliver justice on his evil grandpa. I am calling Dad, Shadow said as he composed the number as fast as he could. All for One expected many things from Izuku. His fighting was sadly one of them. Godzilla wasn't. Izuku's angry face also told him everything he needed to know about how serious Izuku was about the whole thing. Godzilla, stomp him. The monster had the weird impulse to obey this weak human, but only once. However, he was all too happy to oblige. All for One then sighed. Oh Izuku, your quirk is wonderful and it was a good idea. However, you are thinking too small. All for One, when Tamura told him he was bringing Izuku, activated his plan for if he got hands on Izuku's quirk. As a result, his chair, throne, life support had cards in a secret compartment. All for One activated 5 of them. 5 cards, 1 legendary monster. Godzilla stopped his powerful stomp, as every cell of his was suddenly telling him danger was coming. A sudden gust of wind swept through the area, causing trees to sway and debris to scatter. Then, in a blinding flash of light, a massive figure appeared, standing tall and proud in front of the legendary monster, as a portal opened a rift in reality itself. It was Exodia, the Forbidden One. Its towering form was clad in gold and blue armor, and its eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. Exodia, obliterate. All for One said ecstatically. Yes, one of his childhood dreams was happening in front of him, while Izuku looked in pure fear and stupor as his grandfather just outclassed him with his own quirk. As Godzilla looked on in amazement, Exodia raised its mighty arms, summoning forth a dazzling display of magical energy. The air crackled with electricity, and the ground shook with the force of Exodia's power. And then, with a final burst of energy, Exodia unleashed a devastating attack, striking Godzilla with a bolt of pure energy that sent the monster tumbling to the ground. As Godzilla struggled to regain its footing, Exodia stood tall and proud, its immense power and wisdom on display. It was clear that, in the face of this ancient and powerful creature, even Godzilla was no match. The second blast quickly destroyed a quarter of the ward and Godzilla with it. All for one looked at Izuku, apparently a bit sad. "You should have accepted my offer, Izuku." Then he used some more cards, potions appearing in his hands. All for one drank them in one go, before opening his new rejuvenated eyes to see his grandson. Now, it is time for the vault. The Exegol crisis, the beginning. Now let's go back in time for a few minutes, shall we? "Tamura, please. The drinks," All for one commanded. He wanted to speak to Izuku, alone. Tamura almost said something, but Sensei raised his hand. He was commanding a servant after all, not a son. Tamura must have felt that, as he closed his mouth and rose up. He had to obey quietly. He went to the kitchen, silently, leaving a fidgeting Izuku with an immortal, almost all-powerful villain. When he arrived at the kitchen, Tamura chuckled when he saw many post-its on it. All of them had Kurogiri's writings and mentioned various things on All for One's tastes. Food tastes, alcohol taste. One example was whiskey is an alcohol who looks important but isn't. Another said don't use avocado. All for One dislikes it. The undead butler probably got away with them because he knew All for One couldn't see anything. As a result, paper was the best way to communicate sneakily around him. Tamura had been in this house only once, the first time he met All for One. He never forgot it. It had a feeling inside it. It was homely and warm. The furniture exuded this feeling of luxury that could be only bought with money. But more importantly, time. Then, Tamura noticed one note, written in red, on the fridge. His name was on it. Curious, Tamura took it and read it. All for One has the kid your friend search in the basement. He hopes for Izuku to be his heir. Be careful. Tamura was aware on some level that Kurogiri was a special kind of Namu. For starters, he could speak and had a personality. However, the leader of the LOV knew he couldn't act directly against his master's order. This writing was probably the best kind of rebellion he could do against All for One. Tamura gulped while he took the drinks. He had a feeling about this. Learning Sensei had multiple heirs. The fact that most of his teammates were spies for various persons. Him wanting to fail at the USJ. It suddenly painted a different world. Kurogiri said All for One would reinstate him as the heir but wrote the opposite. It meant All for One ordered him to say something like that. Tamura felt his knees becoming weak. He wasn't a bishop after all. He was only a pawn and the king made him think he could become a queen. Tamura slapped himself back to his senses. If Luni was there, she would have smacked him with her hammer. Let's recap what he knew while he was bringing back the sodas. Kurogiri's words couldn't be trusted. This included the AFO didn't harm his family. The whole thing might be part of AFO's plan. AFO most likely didn't consider him as valuable. He wouldn't be surprised if he learned he was adopted for shit and giggles. It meant Izuku was in danger. Tamura pulled out his phone and sent a text from it. He used a burner phone as Jurin and twice taught him to do. It was a simple message, beat a loony. Thankfully, All for One was a better teacher than he thought. He taught his fake pupil to always have a contingency plan, even for this occasion. Looney pulled her phone and saw the text. She looked at the team and pulled some of her black discs. Okay, guys, I'm gonna lay it out nicely for you. We know y'all are spies. This made the whole members of the LOV stare at each other, shocked by Looney's words. Though we hinted Tamura also knew this, yet they were still alive. However, Tamura doesn't care. Hell, in fact, he trusts you will be doing the right thing. Suo, Toga, Dabai, Twice and Spinner were tense and in fact, ready to jump, fight or everything at once. Who wants to F up the biggest baddest crime ring in Japan? Spinner smiled and raised thumb up. Count me in. For those who want, I also have an extraction plan and a place to hide. Spinner was better at spying than most people thought he was. Everyone thought he was only a dumb teen, over his head in this league of vigilantes. In reality, he had been probing Kurogiri, Tamura and Jurin when he came to drink sometimes. He confirmed what Re-Destro hoped. Everyone was unaware the MLA still existed and the radical faction wasn't open to anyone outside of them. He heard about this Dr. Garaki, but Spinner doubted one scientist could do much damage. ATCHAOUM Garaki sneezed so hard he almost fell off his chair. Something happened, Sensei, Overhaul said, as he was busy as a madman, reworking his second adoptive father's latest Naumus. Hell, they were using the corpse of a certain Hisashi Midoriya as the basis for a little gift for All for One. I think someone just thought something very wrong. By the way, Sunday we have a huge meeting to attend. We are going to see some of my other friends and sponsors. Except these ones, unlike All for One, believe fully in my project. They are led by a nice guy, gettin', a bit power crazy but overall, a believer. Both of his students nodded, while working on the best power combination to take down All for One. Truly, nothing could bring two people closer than making plans for a bloody vengeance, Garaki thought as he observed them getting closer thanks to the project. Dabai, Toga, twice. What about you? Are you spying for the old fur or? We aren't. In fact, we are working against him, Toga said before Dabai could say anything. He glared at his teammate and sighed. We can't say who our real boss is otherwise. Kaboom. Dabai lied, but in their world it is a believable lie. Okay. Just wanted to know that. Now, we have to go to Exegol, mates, Looney said, before jumping on each of their shoulder to pat their head. Remember, after all the fight we had, we are a pack. We don't leave anyone behind. Whatever you struggle against, we are here. Everyone felt a bit heartwarmed by the cartoon rabbit. Now it was time to move to Flash News. Godzilla and a giant just destroyed part of the Exegol ward. Everyone should evacuate to a safe place as fast as they can. BF, no one asked if Tamura was inside this cluster. They knew his luck. I love Tamura as much as whiskey. All for One didn't know, but by saying that he alienated Tamura to himself, the blue-haired young man decided that, in fact, it was time to leave his mentor and F as much as possible his operations. However, doing it rashly, like an idiotic man-child brainwashed by hate was a bad idea. Something he could thank Izuku, Looney, Nejire and the others, by going outside, Tamura had grown. Learned how to deal with shit going FUBAR. Learned to wait before striking back. Tamura went down in the basement, where he found a chained Monoma who was scared witless as he was wondering when All for One was going to be tired of their games together. Not to mention that being alone in a basement wasn't something nice for his psyche. That and losing his quirk, of course. So, when he saw Tamura who, despite being less crunchy than from the beginning of the year, still looked villainous, Monoma took a spoon he had been sharpening behind his back. Calm down. I am with Izuku, Tamura said. Monoma wasn't bad, but Tamura lived with Himiko. She was way better than him at the whole hiding knife than Monoma could hope to be, and I am going to free you. Why? Monoma asked, suspicious it was another of All for One's mind game. All for One compared me to whiskey. Isn't that the alcohol he considered as just barely second grade? Monoma picked that up from his antics with Kurogiri. Yes it is, Tamura said somberly, before decaying the jail and Monoma's chains. Do you still have a quirk or something? Can you run? Respectively no and yes, Monoma said somberly, since his defeat against Izuku. He never skipped leg day. He also didn't have much to do in his cells besides self-training and preparing himself mentally for a death game. Good, because we are going to Skreeoonk. Both were interrupted suddenly by the King of Monsters suddenly materializing in their reality. Oh shit, both said at the same time. Monoma wisely decided that considering Godzilla, according to the sound, was in the neighborhood, Tamura was his best opportunity to survive. Besides, it was that or staying here. Both began to run to the exit. Now, let's see who shall I summon next. All for One said with a smile, noticing his unmoving Exodia, just standing over a gravely wounded Godzilla who was trying to gather energy to either kickstart his healing factor or to shoot the one who was responsible for his death. All for One used a quirk he bought for quality of life, book summoning. It allowed him to summon any books he had already read in his hand. Simple, useful, and he missed using it since he didn't have eyes for a long time. How? What? Izuku's brain kinda short-circuited seeing the giant monster just undoing his plan in an instant. I am basically a huge nerd, Izuku. I had 200 years and a crime empire to accumulate stuff and things to satiate me. All for One said, while humming quietly, before smiling upon finding a card. Now, let's try out the limit of your quirk, Izuku. When you test out your quirk, you should seek how far you can go. I was a late bloomer and it could have killed me, Izuku said with bitterness, understanding where part of his strength most likely came from. All for One opened his mouth and quickly closed it. Shit, that's a good reason. I should have killed Inko and this Sako before stealing you there. Hindsight was a beach, but no one was perfect. Even he had issues. Then All for One made everyone stare in an amazed form of horror at his latest summoning. As the skies darkened and the ground trembled, a rift in the fabric of reality tore open before everyone. From within the depths of the void, a colossal figure emerged, its form imposing and otherworldly. It was Ulamog, the ceaseless hunger, an eldritch titan whose hunger knew no bounds. Ulamog's massive, tentacled body stretched out, dwarfing everything in its vicinity. Its eyes, filled with an insatiable hunger, glowed with a sinister light that sent chills down everyone's spines. The air grew heavy with a malevolent energy as Ulamog's presence permeated the area. With each step, the ground shook and cracked beneath its weight. The sheer magnitude of Ulamog's presence caused a primal fear to grip anyone watching the news hearts, and feel their very existence threatened by its overwhelming power. Oh, shit, Izuku said, understandingly panicked as his grandpa basically summoned 2 elder gods in one ward. How the F did you solve the energy cost issue? All for One stared at Izuku, understandably confused. The what? The difference between Izuku and All for One was simple. All for One was a grown adult who used his quirk on a daily basis. His energy, as a result, had 200 years to grow strong. This was why he seemingly summoned Exodia effortlessly. However, everyone has their limit. All for One's nose suddenly bled and the man shut down for a second, on his knees. Izuku's old weakness was now All for One's too. Endgame had a cost in energy. The stronger the card, the more taxating it was to summon it. Summoning them permanently or closer to their real counterpart also added on the cost. The quirk thief went above anything reasonable and summoned past his limits. As quickly as he appeared, Ulamog began to dissolve in the air, though not before lashing out for an instant. This lashing out caused an earthquake, 6 on the Richter scale. A deep and ominous rumbling echoed through the air, as if the very earth itself was groaning in distress. It was a seism, a powerful seismic event measuring 6 on the Richter scale, signifying a significant and potentially damaging tremor. As the vibrations intensified, buildings swayed and foundations cracked, their structural integrity tested against the force of nature. The trembling ground seemed to swallow our footsteps, making each movement uncertain and unsteady. The energy unleashed by the seism reverberated through the air, causing objects to tremble and clatter in a cacophony of disarray. Izuku, the F is going on, Tamura said, with Monoma on his trails. All for One used my quirk to summon Fing gods in our reality. I think it kind of short-circuited him, though, Izuku said, slowly getting back on his feet. Tamura didn't miss a beat. All for One was down, even if it was briefly. It was the golden opportunity to dispose of the fur before everything went bad. With a speed most people didn't expect from him, Tamura passed in a flash next to Izuku to grab All for One's face and decay him. He only avoided murders against heroes after all. Then, he was stopped by a 6 of spade thrown by Izuku, who threw Tamura besides Izuku, to the young man's initial confusion. Then, Tamura understood why Izuku did that and was texting for help. All for One was a huge a-hole and a pain to deal with because he was someone with a working brain, a lot of money and competent minions. As a result, and since All Might almost killed him that way, he had now if my brain shut down emergency plan. As a result, from several portals coming from various variants of Johnny, came several high-end Naumas. The first one materialized with a ground-shaking thud, its massive armored form sending shockwaves through the earth. The air grew heavy with an oppressive aura as its red eyes glowed with an insatiable hunger for destruction. The second one erupted into being with a fiery explosion, flames licking at its molten body. Its mere presence set the surroundings ablaze, scorching the earth and turning the air into a searing inferno. The crackling heat distorted the very fabric of reality, casting an eerie glow upon its surroundings. The third one slithered forth from the rift, a serpentine shadow coiled with deadly grace. Whirling winds spiraled around its form, tearing through the landscape and unsettling everything in their path. The air seemed to bend and twist under its influence, causing an unsettling disarray. The last materialized stealthily, emerging silently from the depths of darkness. Its presence cast a chilling pall over the surroundings as Inkai tendrils of shadow snaked and writhed around its ethereal form. The very light seemed to be swallowed by its presence, leaving an aura of palpable darkness in its wake. "Oh, F me, that can't be worse," Monoma said, tempting fate. Fate answered with a cordial "F-you," as several basic Naumas also spawned and the monsters all screeched together. "Can you repeat that to me, Shadow?" "Yes, I am in Excel because Izuku needed backup. However, we are quite in a mess. Apparently, Izuku is fighting a guy with white hair and, I think, red eyes." Endeavor was already bursting out of his agency, his flame burning away the concrete, melting it nearby several of his co-workers who were suddenly very scared for a few reasons. 1. Molten concrete is a good reason by itself to be scared. 2nd, Endeavor panicking is a very good reason to be already running away in the opposite direction. Please tell me he isn't using Izuku's quirk. I shouldn't tell you about the EOOM. A deafening explosion stopped Shadow mid-sentence, as Exodia blasted away Godzilla and a good part of Kamino Ward. Endeavor stared at his phone, before letting the panic and fear for his son overwhelm his reason. He lost one son already. He wasn't going to lose another one even if he had to die. SHOUTOOO. "I am fine, Dad." Shadow was smart after all and chose to quickly move away from where he was. As a result, the blast passed far from him, but he tasted in the air the absurd power deployed. So, as I was saying, yes, he used Izuku's quirk. Is it bad? Shadow, listen to me carefully, run the F away. Don't try to battle this villain. I am coming as fast as I can. Shadow knew the situation was serious because Endeavor made sure Shadow could battle villains up to a rank. To tell him he straight up had no chance to win meant it was hopeless as hell. Then came Umalog and his seism. All Might was waking up with a good cup of coffee when suddenly his phone rang. Oh, hello, India. All for One is in Kamino's ward. Summon Godzilla and what is apparently 2 Fang gods. Izuku is there and my son too. All Might also bursted out of the window. In fact, at the moment the name All for One was dropped, he already buffed up before exploding the window to go faster. I am coming as fast as I can. Wait, Godzilla. Endeavor. Compress was wondering why the man was calling outside of their regular schedule, as he was currently with Inko to see the doctor in preparation for the baby. Irfing's son found All for One. Kamino ward, you can't miss it. Compress paling out was a signal for Inko. Go, now. Compress also broke through the window, in front of a doctor wondering what the F was going on. Gentle, how fast can you get to Kamino? Compress yelled as he was preparing a bike to get there as fast as he could. Already on my way, boss, Gentle said, bouncing from platform to another platform. Thanks to Nedzu funding them now, he had boots allowing him to accelerate in the air. He was angry, though, as he was on a date with La Brava. Whoever interrupted it was going to regret it, even if it was Godzilla itself. Be careful, All for One is there. His presence is confirmed. Don't worry, boss, I know better than to fight a hopeless fight, Gentle said, chucking lightly. After Exegol crisis, UAS medical ward. La Brava was waiting for the surgery to end with dread in her chest. Why? Why did Gentle had to do something so himself? The little adult woman began to cry alone, as her man was fighting against death in surgery. Then the light indicating the surgery was undergoing shut down. The doctor went out, accompanied by Recovery Girl, before speaking. Miss Minami, the operation ended. We need to speak about his condition. Minami's heart missed a beat, waiting for the rest. Back on Tamura, Izuku and Monoma, currently surrounded by various enemies classified at the minimum rank. Izuku swallowed his fear. For now, All for One was down. They couldn't finish him and they needed to escape. Seriously, it was at times like that he missed Katsuki. Shouto. We need an escape road, Izuku yelled, to the surprise of his friends. The Naumus began to move and Tamura did too. The first 2 Naumus met his open palm on their face. He knew better than most their weaknesses. Destroying the head. Some might say the exposed brain is a dead giveaway. However, after the first batch, Garaki managed to make their exposed brain something non-vital. The real brain was somewhere in the space between the nose and the eyes. Decaying their faces didn't bring any pleasure to Tamura, who was ready to fight for his cousin. I have also called reinforcement. Izuku, finally having his thoughts catching up to the situation, didn't ask if Tamura was on their side. Considering he freed Monoma and tried to kill All for One, it meant either he was playing a 5D chess to be the new mastermind of crime in Japan, or the situation went FUBAR and he was trying to survive with them. Considering the situation, Izuku hoped for the second option. Meanwhile, he checked his card options. Yep, except for the other final solution card. Izuku didn't have more things punching in Godzilla's weight class. He could use it, but he wasn't sure he had the energy to actually maintain it long enough for it to matter. Hence why he was only summoning cards like Death Arms, Present Mike and a few heroes to defend all of them while Shouto did his thing. On the signal, run through the opening, Izuku yelled, as Monoma did his best to avoid some of the monsters rushing them. Fortunately, the 4 high-ends seemed dedicated to protecting All for One and didn't move toward them. What opening? Shouto, meanwhile, was adjusting his stance while heating and freezing in rapid succession his arms. Just as father and Katsuki said, seek smaller, not bigger. Concentrate the power and unleash it to destroy what needs to be destroyed. Shouto felt the air warping around him when he aimed his arms at the giant wave of enemies which threatened to kill his friends. Thermodynamic cannon. No emotion in his voice. Pure destruction only, as reality felt violated for the 4th time in only 5 minutes. Heat and frost in rapid, powerful succession, creating a blast not unlike a laser which emanated from the white and red-haired boy. The Naumus didn't have the time to register the attack that some of them died instantaneously from such a rift in temperature. Some but not all. After all, Emilia and Garaki had the data on the Triceps Corporation raid and they knew how Muscular died the first time. Of course, they thought of beginning to upgrade the Naumus against such an attack, mainly by making their body more resistant against temperature variation. Still, Tamura and Izuku pulled Monoma by the neck and the 3 of them began to run as if hell was after them. Considering the Naumus following them, it was probably a close second thought. Then All for One opened his eyes again. After that, the high-end protected him from the blast. Okay, he was right to have kept a copy of Regeneration unknown to Garaki. That way, his regenerative quirk was now healing him up to his rejuvenated state. Still, Izuku's quirk was indeed more powerful than he initially thought. Cost, right. When he thought about it, it was logic after all. He wanted that quirk. Now he was whole. With that quirk, thought, he could theoretically summon a space marine in a controlled environment, kill him and loot his body, genocide and armor. With it, he could summon a monster from Dark Souls and eat their soul to improve himself. With it, All for One could become an actual demon lord. not just someone emulating a demon lord. He never understood why people thought his dream of being one was cringe or idiotic. When someone managed to be a hero because it was his childhood dream, it is wholesome, but if you are a villain and managed to be the best at it because it was your childhood dream, it was cringe. F that. He had the power to live his dream. He had every right to be happy. IZUKU. Get back here this instant. Seikayo was done playing. So, he did the only thing he could do before his copy of Endgame ran out. All for One pulled several cards. So, Izuku probably did something like burning some mana cards or things like that to summon Godzilla and still being able to run. However, even with burning some, All for One knew it was a goddamn bad idea to try to summon something like a Phyrexian creature. No, what he needed now was to trap his future victims. I summon. Let's try a combination of cards. The kids suddenly almost felt the ground shaking. Another earthquake. Shadow was running besides them and shook his head. There is no giant monster besides the dying Godzilla. I doubt it is. Is it me of the air feel cold? Monoma and Izuku looked at each other when Shadow said that. Shadow, who had excellent frost resistance, was feeling cold. They felt cold too. Conclusion, the cold was unnatural. Let's play hide and seek, kids. All for One yelled, as the ground morphed around them, and suddenly, they were not in devastated alleys anymore. They were in a place not unlike All for One's house, except the wall and the ground were made in stone. The furniture felt old and sinister. The only light piercing the darkness was from weak and barely alight candles. It was a goddamn haunted castle. None of them knew any other details, though. Haunted Mansion and Castle Senger from MTG, but combined with Castle of Illusion for YGO. After all, what kind of Demon King didn't have a goddamn flying Castle of Doom? Now in his throne room, on his, throne, All for One sat, resting. He was out of breath and energy after that last stunt, but damn if he wasn't feeling alive right now. Meanwhile, the Namas stared at him, waiting for orders. Oh right, they were undeads after all. Kill the intruders, except the green-haired one. You are authorized to wound him, as long as his life isn't threatened. The hunt is open. 3 young men were currently running for their lives in the haunted castle. One of them was technically an emitter, but who needed materials to use his quirk, and he was almost out of it. Again, note to self, ask May for an interdimensional storage of cards. Another teen was Monoma, who was currently quirkless and didn't appreciate the irony of speaking about weak quirks before ending up with no quirk at all. Finally, Tamura, the eldest, was wondering how long they were going to have to run before his crew got there, and they managed their extraction plan. Tamura, I swear to All Might that if I get out of this alive, I will kick your ass, Izuku said, passively angry at his friend. Attacking the Ust was a D move. It was an order from Sensei. Also, I did everything I could to make it non-lethal. Personally, I liked it. It was a fun new experience. But you are sure you are the boss, he said, cocking his head on a slight angle as he ran. One of my theories was that it was one of Aizawa's dead teammates who was turned into a minion by the evil bad guy behind everything. Shadow sighed before using his fire to eject a Namu afar from him. Meanwhile, in the mountains, need a tissue, Kurajiri? Purifier asked as he pulled one of his pockets and gave it to the Namu who just sneezed. They had to hike to join Gigantomachia, as AFO made it near impossible to find without knowing where he was. I would greatly appreciate it, thank you, Kurajiri said with a smile under his dark mist. It was always nice to help one of the polite ones. No, I am not some kind of undead guy, Tamura growled. No, he is just my goddamn cousin, the one everyone thought to be dead, Izuku said angrily again. While Tamura looked a bit sheepish, Shadow made a happy gesture, as his face still had some issues with emotions. Wait, you know about that? Monoma asked, curious about the whole thing despite himself. All for One told me before I summoned Godzilla. Mom is going to hug you to death, but the worst is probably going to be Hana, Izuku said. The sentence nonetheless made Tamura miss the turn, and he proceeded to faceplant into the wall, hard enough to make spider web cracks in it. Todoroki said something about a time for dramatic exposure, accompanied by Monoma, who found the situation a bit hilarious, and after the time in AFO's basement, he kind of needed to laugh, even if the situation was technically speaking a deadly one. Still, while Shadow was busy making layers of ice to slow down the Naumas currently infesting the castle. Guys, we have more pressing issues than Midoriya's crazy family tree. More than the evil grandpa, Izuku said as he panted a bit, and Tamura was trying to comprehend the bombshell that hit him. Pat in the wall as he rubbed his nose. Related to him. Look at the window. The blonde pointed out of the larger-than-life castle windows. At that moment, all teens could have a clear view of the city underneath with Godzilla still groaning in pain way down. Despite the name of his attack, Exodia didn't obliterate the king of monsters, only grievously hurt him. Fantastic. We are in a giant evil flying castle, Monoma said while massaging his temples, and I guess no rescue is coming. Actually, I called Endeavor before coming. Should be here soon, Todoroki said, which, well, that actually reassured Monoma a lot. Endeavor might be scary, but you could always rely on him, just expect a few burns. Also, my crew is coming. One of them is a short-range warper. Combined with another team member we have, they can probably reach us, Tamura said before grabbing Izuku. Also, EF, Hana, alive. She had a quirk that allowed her to survive, Izuku said with a devilish smile. But hey, I am not sure how much backup we will get. At the HPSC HQ, President's Office, Stain, Nagant, Hawks, new urgent mission for you. The head of the commission stated, I am working with you, woman. Not for you. We localized all for one. Address please. The man almost held out his hand like he was gonna be handed papers. It was a close thing, and Nada chuckled as she gave them the address while wondering how the situation would go. She hoped the bastard would be dealt with once and for all. All for one, on his throne, continued to rest a bit. Slowly, his strength was getting back. The 5 minutes of quirk use were already past, but the effect lingered on. Seriously. He was going to have his grandson explain how the F his quirk worked, as it was confusing. Then, the demon lord stretched his legs. It was time to take a walk and find the kids in his castle. Ready or not, here I come. The demon king grinned. Rather than around like idiots in a place like a maze, Izuku and the others decided to rest a bit in a room. Thankfully, it was a room full of comics, so probably not guarded very much. All of them heard All for One speaking. It chilled them to the bones as they knew how powerful that monster was. Yes, he wasn't even close to his real power, but it scared them even more. What if he was truly healed? Then, Tamura jumped on Izuku, his palm open, ready to decay something. The young man, with his reflex, quickly rolled away before seeing Tamura trying to grab something coming from the shadow. Oh, if it was the shadow Naomu. Go Tamura. Izuku yips with joy. Then the high-end used his improved strength to kick Tamura powerfully in the rib, making him crash against a library full of comics. The boys. He might have decayed some by mistake. Todoroki quickly joined the battle by carefully using his fire to light the room. The less shadow there was, the weaker their opponent would be, right? Izuku, having recuperated a bit, quickly checked what card he had before finding something old but reliable. His tarot deck. Suddenly, the Namu, with no shadow to improve his strength or create form, was against a bulky, powerful king, wearing all 4 symbols. Sign Izuku fusioned the 4 to create one heavy summon. Tamura, under his second shock of the day, was getting back up. Thankfully, he was the one with the most battle training of all 4 of them. He was used to pain, and he was more than happy to dish it right back out. As a result, Tamura exhaled all the air he had in his chest before rushing against the Namu. Between the king and Tamura, the high-end suddenly had a big issue in defending from all the different attacks, especially as Tamura kept using open palm techniques to decay him down bit by bit. Mourez. The monster against nature's law said, betraying some French origins. Some spikes seemed to grow from him, but suddenly, the monster felt fire scorch his open mouth, most likely because Shadow had also joined the battle and always the opportunist. His current theory: does the Shadow high-end digest fire? Apparently. It was a bit too spicy for them, as the monster was quickly screaming in pain from the 3rd-degree burns in its mouth, and Shadow wavered for a second. If he really had it in him to kill a being who could speak and feel things. Tamura cut right past the questions by grabbing the Namu's head and activating his quirk at full force. Quickly, the screaming stopped, because without a head, it's kind of hard to make the world know your pain and suffering. All 4 of them breathed heavily against that quick surprise battle, before all deciding they needed to run. They didn't know if the high-end had some kind of telepathy, but they didn't want to stay and discover if it was the case. So they ran again, and hoped their luck would hold out. Sadly for them, as Tamura would put it afterwards, they rolled a 1 on stealth, meaning they entered a huge circular room, with All for One calmly waiting for them inside it. He was also accompanied by a lot of his abominations, and some of them, the weaker, seemed to have some bony protuberances, making them look like some kind of undead warrior. Slow and steady win the race, boys. I don't need to find you by chasing you. I just need to make you run into my trap. All for One calmly said before stretching a bit and looking at the teens in a battle stance. So, how do you kids want it to play? Me coming to you, you coming at me, all of us in a giant melee. You could hear a hairpin drop on the ground before All for One smiled with his toothed grin. Nah, I am just going to watch the Naumus tear you to pieces. Then how about fighting someone your own size? All for One kind of wondered who said that before his danger sense triggered like a gunshot to the brain. He barely had the time to raise a protective barrier before an extremely powerful ray of fire and heat melted the roof into an orange magma and probably part of the ground underneath him as well. From the hole came a determined man and a very angry dad. Don't worry, I will take up from there, Endeavor said, all of his flames already blaring up for the upcoming fight. An extraction team is coming. They are half a click south from here. Go, he ordered the group. The Naumus, including the high ends, jumped like a black sea, forming a tsunami to engulf the teens and Endeavor at once. Endeavor seemed to grumble something along the lines of pathetic and began punching the air at full speed. Each punch sent a giant fist of fire which ejected the Naumus further ahead of them, giving them some time as the tidal wave of blackened flesh met a wall of fire. Oh sweet, you, before I dispose of you, I need to know. Did you F up my operations on purpose or it was collateral damage? All for One said, absolutely not threatened by the number 2. After all, he was far from his father's actual power. Hell, according to his reports, the man barely had any mental health left. It was intentional, NG said, knowing that as long as All for One's attention was on them, the more time it took for the backup to arrive. I wanted to be the best hero in the world, and what better way to do that than slay the Demon King? Also, you are kind of an a-hole, the Flame Hero explained with a shrug as he let loose a new wave of fire. This made All for One chuckle at the futility. Endeavor, Shadow said, before his father gave him a meek smile. Kids, what part of run you don't understand? He said, before grabbing all of them and powerfully throwing them at an exit in the room. The armored high-end tried to stop the group, but suddenly, Endeavor was in front of him, having used his flame to force his body into a jet stream moving at speeds faster than before. There, the armored Namu barely had the time to dodge the up-close and personal Hell Spider. Behind him, Endeavor could hear the sound of the teens running. With an appeased smile, Endeavor created a wall of fire, refusing to exchange one last stare with his son. He was too afraid of what his eyes looked like. After all, when Endeavor grabbed them to throw them into safety, Shadow automatically adopted a defensive stance, as if fearing his father's hands. Scratch as if he feared him. Congratulations, you finally saved one of your sons. Except you didn't, Endeavor. All for One said, frankly annoyed by the situation and the eerie calm Endeavor displayed. Oh well, all he had to do was break him mentally. What did you hope for? That saving him would make him forgive you. That at the end of the day, you would go back to your home and everyone would be waiting for you with a smile. Endeavor calmly walked in front of Death Incarnate, just as All for One was beginning to summon new quirks to deal with him. If he was right, he was seeing a salamander mutation, probably a few fire resistance quirk, and his arms were dangerously looking like giant crab pincers that could destroy steel. That would have been nice, Endeavor admitted. It was a dream he had a few times in the last week. Him coming back to his house. Ray was there with a smile. Now would pout at him. Fayumi would hug him. Talia was by his side as his apprentice hero, and Shadow was an intern with them. It was a good dream. It made reality even harsher when he woke up. But we both know you don't have anything left waiting for you to go back home. All for One said with a malicious stare and a devilish smile. I mean, did you look at your son's face? He wasn't happy to see you. He was shocked. How badly did you do to F up to this extent? Very bad, Endeavor continued to say, as each of All for One's words cut deep into him, and suddenly, an idea emerged. Deep memories he would have preferred to leave buried, but maybe just this time, he could just let go. Admit it, Endeavor, you would have been happier as a monster, not a hero. So, before you die, learn this. You will die in an unmarked grave, no one crying for you. I am only half hesitating about making your wife a consort of mine. All for One said before seeing Endeavor finally clenching his fist before opening his palm. Wait, did I really succeed in breaking you only by talking? I haven't done that in years. God, did I miss it? A ghost of a true smile is displayed on the Demon Lord's face. You are probably right. All for One. I have nothing left waiting for me. No one will cry for me either, Endeavor said, closing his eyes for an instant before doing one of the few things he promised himself to never do. The Naumus all jumped on Endeavor to rip him to pieces. Suddenly, All for One's danger sense triggered a second time, and this time, his instinct made him teleport the armored Namu in front of him. The following instant, everything went blue. A blue and powerful fire that was burning everything around them. In the center of it was a now almost naked Endeavor as his body emitted a flame he couldn't contain. Not that he was trying actually. The flame burned his body, and as a result grew in intensity tenfold, resulting in the most excruciating pain he has felt in years and a fast destruction of his own body. Are you crazy? All for One yelled in panic, and Endeavor nodded with no care in the world. Probably, he shouts with glee, but you do have to be at least a little mad to be a hero. The number 2 said with a smile as his skin was melting clearly from his body, unable to withstand the heat. Meet my father's techniques. You dumbass, you are going to die if you continue. Well, see, you would have a point if. Well, I actually gave a single F about that, Endeavor said, stunning All for One. I have nothing to live for anymore, yet everything to die for, and someone I am willing to kill with all of my heart, Endeavor said as he manipulated the fire around him to intensify it even harder, making all the Naumus who didn't run away from him fast enough melt. You are right about one thing overall, I feel great as a monster. The manic grin on his face only proved that point as more and more blue flames dripped from the man's body. Suddenly, All for One realized that sometimes breaking people was not a good idea. Sure, most of the time, they became a catatonic mess and it was fun to hurt them even after they thought they had become numb. But he didn't expect Endeavor to just go F it and decides to pull up a Vegeta. Feel the power I keep caged inside of me. I don't have the control over it like my normal techniques, so run away from me if you can. This ugly beast of a Quirk fueled by the unbridled rage I feel. Now the real question was, how ready to die was Endeavor? Also, since when that fur had blue fire? Why was he remembering this color? OF, he said his father's techniques. Nedzu didn't have a fire quirk. From deep within, far beneath skin, down to my core, I must confess that I have always wanted to do this. The hero's speech travels past the roar of the flames as they grow increasingly louder. OF, 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 Ashen King technique. Naraka, Endeavor said with an actual demoniac smile as suddenly the heat somehow intensified even further. This time, the fire was wholly uncontrolled as it bursted off of him in every direction, going from blue to white in mere moments. There was no trace left of Endeavor's careful control of his quirk as the flames blocked him from view. He was just letting it run freely, finally consuming the power of his blood as all the things he craved for were left behind. He didn't have the ability to run anymore as he was exerting all of his quirk's might, but each of his steps were making the stone turn into lava around him. The white flames scratching into the walls leaving molten rock and iron. At the same time, blue flames are carried into and down the halls, scorching everything in their path as they slowly cooled, becoming darker as they move from white to cyan to blue to indigo, and lastly back to its origin as red flame that jumps to anything flammable just trying to reach farther and consume. Truly, it's something that can't be controlled. The truth was that Endeavor knew all along his potential as an ember. Hell, his dad knew it before he was even born and was constantly pushing him to use his fire, so one day, Endeavor would reach his level and become ascended too. And like Shadow after him, he refused to his quirk at full power to never be his dad. He didn't need his dad's fire to be a hero. The irony made him chuckle, now that he saw it for what it truly was. He was full of regret, as he felt his skin melting and exposing his flesh. However, his most important regret was probably that he would have liked a family hug before dying. Oh well, Ray was alive and with his resources, would most likely find Taoya. Shadow would become an awesome hero on his own. We are going to burn, all for one, most likely in hell. Don't worry, it's just a warm-up. A part of Endeavor also wondered, is this what Taoya actually felt like, on the mountain top, alone, in flames of his own undoing? Second regret. He couldn't apologize to Taoya anymore. He will just have to make this count. All for One was scared enough to actually almost shit on himself. He had felt that only a few times in his life. When he learned that Yoichi ran away. When his first wife threatened to cut his ball with a knife and she was in the position to do it. When All Might punched him in the face. When he tried, in a really dumb attempt, to solo the Ashen King before discovering you couldn't steal the quirk of a living quirk considering they didn't have any biological part. All for One was still wondering how in the living F the Ashen King reproduced. Still, as a result, All for One, as his meat shield bravely endured the heat for him, was now summoning his summon little object quirk to bring one of his anti-Ashen King counterplans. One of them was Gigantomachia, who actually had some quirk allowing him to punch fire. It was just in case the living fire was still alive. Using a kaiju seemed like a good idea at the time. What's wrong? All for One, scared. Don't worry, it won't be long, Endeavor said before his hand grabbed the armored Naumus, making him melt. It didn't even have the time to smell the burning of flesh because the heat was too intense, and All for One was seeing Endeavor's burning skull rising to meet his eyes. All for One decided he was right to keep his anti-living fire measures. One of them was this strange bullet made of ever-changing ice. Seriously. He's still wondering how the Garaki managed to do that one, but even he understood the good doctor when he said that making a quirk bullet was incredibly hard and not something he could reproduce at will. This bullet was going to be Endeavor's silver bullet. Scared of fire, little Demon King, Endeavor howled, letting everything go as he pushed forward, and was actually accumulating heat inside his body. F it. He would blow up everything in a perfect circle. Let's see how All for One was going to handle a supernova heat. He had fire resistance quirks, not immunity, considering his face. Final Ashen King technique. End of Nirvana. Endeavor screamed, ready to use the last technique his father actually taught him. A technique the Ashen King could use whenever he wanted because he would regenerate afterward. However, for a mortal man like himself, it was going to spell his end. But that way, everyone would be safe. No, you will die alone in this act, All for One said, before activating a homing quirk and an accelerating quirk. With a flick of his finger, incredibly strong for what it was, the ice bullet hit Endeavor in his chest, near his now visible beating heart. What the? Endeavor barely had time to say anything else, before the ice quickly began to cover him, branching out from his heart and using his veins as ley lines to spread. As soon as he saw that, Endeavor tried to intensify his quirk to melt the ice, but strangely, All it did was increase further the speed at which ice spread over his body. I don't know how he did that one, but Garaki found a quirk that can turn heat into ice and made it into a bullet. That's what I shot you with, All for One said, trying to get back his breathing. Hard, because Endeavor kind of burned a lot of oxygen. Desperate, Endeavor tried to at least roar one last time to hit All for One, but the ice covered his angry and furious face before All for One actually fell on his knee, surprised and tired by the stressful situation. Okay. Not going to lie, this one was way closer than I would have liked, and I actually was fing lucky. The doctor made a bullet specifically to kill your dad if he came back. All for One admitted only to a barely conscious Endeavor as he froze over, frost encasing his form. Seriously, you were this close to killing me. One more second and, oh god, I am going to throw up. Way too close, man. I need to make you pay. All for One said, before glaring furiously at Ng. So I am going to turn your son into a Fing Namu and make him execute his family. I am that angry, Ng. So now, die full of regret, knowing that doing your best didn't do jack shit. All for One then walked away, as Ng was fighting desperately to stay conscious in his ice chrysalid tomb. Then, Endeavor lost the fight as his flames went out for the last time, seeing All for One walking away to destroy everything in his wake. Because as always, Endeavor failed. Garaki's lab. NOOO. Fing dammit. Endeavor, you were this close to kill him. Chisaki bellowed out, while Emilia stared at Garaki, curious. Sensei, I thought you said the Ashen King was your god. Why did you create a bullet for him? She said with a slight downpour in her voice. Because he actually ordered me to. Now, all I need to do is simple, my dear Emilia, Garaki said with an elderly smile full of warmth. What now? Chisaki asked, wondering what this man of science would say. I need to believe my god is right. Both of his students didn't know what he was talking about, but somehow they hoped for the same thing. Somewhere, a god listened and smiled. We have to go back in. Shaodo wanted to continue to speak, but Tamura grabbed his arm, making sure he lifted his pinky. And ruin what little time your father bought us. Tamura was not having any of that. All they could hope was that Endeavor either managed to die heroically and took down All for One, or that he tired the evil king enough to buy them time. The more Tamura thought about it, the more likely it was. If he was right, All for One, even with an immortality quirk, was still old biologically speaking. His quirk factor was insane but not infinite, as otherwise he would have succeeded in his summoning earlier. Therefore, All for One was going to be a fair bit weaker afterwards. Hell, if they were lucky, Endeavor would have burned all of the Namas, reducing the threat level a lot. Shaodo was understandably not happy with this, and Monoma grabbed the other arm so they could continue running without Shaodo doing something dumb. Kids, come back here. I promise to spare. Well, only the blonde one and Izuku. All the others are going to be Fing Nous. The loud yell sank their hearts. It was All for One's voice, though he seemed tired. Compress used to say that yelling people were the ones who knew they were losing track of their prey, hence why you should usually enjoy them. In this scenario, however, Izuku and the others could hardly feel any joy because it meant that Endeavor failed to stop All for One. It didn't help Shaodo's very mixed feelings about it either. It was Tamura and Monoma who got the other two out of their stupor, pulling them. They needed to run. Ding. Tamura checked his phone quickly, and what he saw brought a smile to his face. Finally, they were there. They took their time, though. Our way out is here, Tamura said before typing something on his phone to make sure they didn't get caught in the blast. Very soon after, they saw an explosion of blue fire 25 meters from them, piercing the wall. The floor was close to be lava. Boss, are you there? Dabai yelled as his fire continued to burn around him. Behind the crispy man, Twice and 2 copies of Looney were with Toga. As for her, she was ready with her knife while Spinner was nowhere to be seen, but Tamura had faith he was keeping watch. Over there, Dabai. We have Fing All for One on our trails. We need to get the F out now. Dabai smiled as the maniac he was while cracking his neck. His fire intensified in his hands while his stare went past Tamura, stopped briefly on Shaodo, before staring at the endless hall behind them. We saw Endeavor on our way here, flying to get here. Can't I? He is dead. All for One got him first. Tamura didn't have time to spare Dabai's feelings, who received the news. Stunningly, Ezen was left frozen in shock, stunned. Why the hell would you want to kill my father? Shaodo asked nonetheless, looking at the burned man with an equal fire in his eye. His father was a bad father. However, even with his anger against him, he knew the man tried to do the right thing the last few months. Endeavor deserved that much respect as a hero. Wait, what? Dad was my kill. Dabai completely ignored his brother while Tamura and Monoma decided now was not the time for another familial reunion. What was next? Discovering Looney was related to Roger Rabbit and Maruko. Looney, meanwhile, was making sure with Twice's clones that her cartoon tunnels stayed open. She was a close-range teleporter after all, so their solution had been to spam the black cartoon portal until they reached their destination. Get the F in there, the portal is going to. The cartoonish rabbit was yelling at the dumbass humans to move their sorry ass as they were going to be trapped there otherwise. However, something cut her mid-speech. Laser plus homing plus drill. Makinkasapo. Thanks to All for One's habit of yelling, his combination of quirk and the fact that Looney was at heart still a rabbit, her reflex allowed her to jump outside of the beam's initial trajectory. The good news was the laser went into the hole and was lost outside. The bad news was, well, without the real Looney supporting the black hole, it collapsed on twice his clones. The real one meeped when he saw a white-haired man, colossal in stature and clearly not happy. All teens and young adults realized they were in the same room with All for One, which was not a recommended thing if you wanted to keep on living. "I am tired," All for One said before making his bones crack. He was too old for this shit. Usually, he had goons for things like that. Sadly, even his Naumas were mostly dead. As a result, this old man was forced to go on the field once again. "Hi, tired. I am DABI." No points for guessing who said that as he jumped fearlessly to burn All for One, who saw the blue flames coming at him. The old demon lord was clearly annoyed by this attack, thinking the young adult was a pain in the ass. Endeavor didn't do a good job raising him. Oh wait, his daughter was responsible for that one. No. I had enough with Endeavor. All for One's body shifted and his left arm turned almost eldritch, becoming bigger and weirder. Apparently, he kept in double the mouth and hand quirk he gave to Moonfish. In this instant, Dabai recognized that jumping at an SS class villain without a plan might have been an oversight. If Toga hadn't been lightning quick and kicked him out of AFO's attack, he would have been eaten. Toga fell on her feet, Dabai in her slender yet powerful arms as they both got ready for the incoming fight. All for One, his red eyes wide open, analyzed the situation, the numbers in front of him, and more importantly, how everyone was standing by Tamura's side. Everyone in the room stood still. Then, All for One smiled, kindly, and clapped. He sounded sincere in his endeavor and not ironic, which was to be noted. "I am actually impressed, Tamura. I never expected you to command such loyalty from your pawns. You do have some leadership abilities, besides being an attack dog. Come back now and I will spare you and your friends." He was honest. Seikaya would need to corrupt him a bit, but now, Tamura proved he had the charisma to be one excellent pawn under his orders. Not an heir, of course, but he could be his number 5. "I was molded into your pawn, All for One. I had no choice but to take your orders to attack," Tamura said, before Toga landed near him, with a huge smile and way too many teeth as she pulled her knives. Her boss was him, and he knew her. He knew how she felt and proved it with kindness. Warmth. Tamura understood what it was to be locked up in chains. "We were fed, but our hunger still remained," she explained, as it was the only time she was properly fed in her life. And when she met Tamaki when they were spying on Tamura's dates, but that was something else. Twice stood on Tamura's other side, making a shield with his body for Izuku, Monoma, and Shadow. "I couldn't be content to live this way, being led blind. So, sir, I think we are going to plan our dispersal and it's time to leave you behind." Dabai, grumbling and having some anger to exteriorize why was he angry when he saw Shadow and the fire dancing in his palms, he yelled, "I am breaking out of my pain because otherwise nothing is gained. We are our own master, not you or anyone else own us." When he said that, a certain lizard man tried to do a decapitation strike by falling from the ceiling onto All for One, while his companions were showing their determination. Sadly, a barrier seemed to stop the attack and Spinner quickly jumped back by their side. Looney readied her hammer before smiling like a maniac at her best friend and boss. "Bear the mark of our scars, All for One. We are done playing your game. We are going to shed blood. Likely, but we will survive, somehow." All for One's smile, at seeing their determination, changed. It wasn't a kind smile anymore. It wasn't an angry smile either. Instead, it was the most frightening, deranged, and ecstatic grin a human face could harbor, the darkest desire in his heart fully revealing on his face. His cheeks were inhumanly stretched by his pleasure for what he was about to do, and it was the signal to everybody that he had a terrible thing in mind. So he began to speak. Kay, who was in a car outside of the blast, was listening to the situation, updating the president in real time, and Stain too. The serial killer wanted to know how his protege was doing after all. Then, All for One said a sentence he should not have known. A sentence that froze Kay's blood. "Amaterasu, Tanuki, Foxtail, would you kindly make me an omelet with your heart? Holy F. Code red, I repeat, code red." When Seijin said she had prepared a gift for her dad in the shape of Tamura's companions, she wasn't joking and fed him all of her intel on them. She also gave him the password to override them and force them to act according to his orders. However, All for One made a little mistake, forgetting one safety measure Seijin told him. To not use the command on Dabai if he was near a member of his family and if he was unstable emotionally. Unfortunately for a lot of people, no one needed to be Nedzu to understand shit hit the fans as all of Tamura's teammates suddenly fell on their knees, visibly suffering. Well, except Looney and Spinner, who were visibly confused. Toga barely managed to say, "Weekly, run." before All for One pointed his finger at his targets and ordered his new hounds back in chains. Attack! Her body moving against her will, Toga was the first to spring into action, her blade almost hitting Tamura. Thankfully, Spinner parried the blow. He was still surprised by the stream of tears flowing from her eyes. Run, she yelled again, her body already lashing out against Spinner, who had a hard time to react. Having a katana in close combat made it harder to parry Toga's fast blows with knives. Shadows, still his eyes on Dabai since he mentioned casually, and without caring about his own question, that he was his long-lost brother, managed to react perfectly in time. A wall of ice managed to slam Dabai into the ceiling when his grin turned into a scary face Shadow only seen in some pictures, freezing his blood. Dabai's smile was identical to the Ashen King's and he was staring at him, and more scarily. He was way too happy. Xiao Yutuo, come make a hug to me. The ice and fire teen suddenly understood why his dad forbade Dabai to use his fire. Endeavor also pulled him into his office once and explained why he should never marry a girl who had the ability to strengthen his fire ability. Almost like a Quirk marriage, but in the other way. As disgusting as one might think it, if it was to prevent another ember to be born, Shadow understood, now, perfectly. The Todorokis still had the Ashen King's ember in their blood, and Dabai was clearly loving each second of it. All for One was smiling when he saw Twice grabbing Tamura by the sleeve. Good. The man had a weak quirk, unfitting the descendant of. Wait, now we run, boss, Twice said, while Looney readied her hammer in front of All for One and tried to smash him with it. He barely registered the bunny on his radar, wondering why Twice didn't do what he asked. You come back this instant, tool. You were supposed to be broken. All for One was yelling at this weaker version of a quirk he loved. You can't break what is already shattered. Twice yelled back, as he directed toward the windows Tamura and the other. If they wanted to attract some heroes, they needed to be seen. Dabi, follow them. You can kill your brother but spare the one with the green hair. All for One said while Dabai got ready to move again, laughing maniacally. All for One wondered what it was about. It shouldn't be too bad. Chisaki looked at their screens, wondering why Garaki smiled happily as if Santa had come down to give him the greatest gift. Toga, get a hold of yourself. Spinner was doing his best, but Toga was pushing him against the wall. Literally, the fact he was trying to not hurt her was extremely important. I can't, please, run. Toga's crying face wasn't something Spinner wanted to see. Not now and never again. The lizardman gritted his teeth before trying to swat Toga further. Looney was trying to buy some time against All for One, but SHBOOM. Yeah, Spinner knew it was only a matter of time before All for One actually swatted Looney against the wall, like a fly. Looney, can you move? I could use a hand, Spinner yelled, hoping the hopping cartoon could move. She was extremely resilient after all. Yeah, someone saw the truck who hit me. As a matter of fact, it was indeed a truck that All for One used to free his way. Now, the old man was trying to run behind the teens. However, his lack of exercise was visible. The old demon lord may have one of the strongest quirk factor of the world, if not the strongest, but being lazy for a few years did a number on his physical stamina. Toga, meanwhile, managed to strike Spinner, but thankfully, his scales protected him against the knife, making it slide. She didn't want to hurt the lizardman who often made her pizzas with some bloody ingredients, or gave her pamphlets to let her know that her quirk wasn't evil. He was caring. He was nice. Even now, he was trying his best to not hurt him. Then Looney joined the fight and Toga's heart broke even more. The bunny was usually one of their more bloodthirsty opponents, being an actual animal. However, she also had a pack instinct and she adopted Toga as something like a small sister, which is why both of them didn't try to bash her skull against the wall. Well, that was what she thought, until she saw Looney making her hammer roll in her hand, switching the side she used to hit people. Spinner, grab her a second. The vampire tried to move away but Spinner actually threw himself at her to prevent her from dodging. Sorry, it's going to hurt a bit, Toga. The next thing Toga saw was some stars spinning around her head. Weirdly, it didn't hurt as much as she thought it would. She was simply stunned, her head feeling light suddenly. Spinner, meanwhile, stared at Looney, who was wiping her hammer. I am a cartoon. Of course my weapons have a funny wound side. I simply never bother to use it usually. Looney explained, calmly. She was a beast. A good enemy was a dead one. Not one who would try to come back after them. I see. You hope it will do like in some cartoon and that hitting her like in a slapstick joke will make her come back to her senses. Looney nodded. Then they got interrupted by Twice, Tamura, Izuku, Shadow, and Monoma suddenly barging into the room, wondering how the hell they got there. We turned twice left and twice right. How the F does it make sense? Monoma pointed out, as they were trying to understand what happened there. My bad. I forgot I ate a quirk from a Yakuza, which allows me to fuse with the grounds and the walls. I did some shifting. The next moment, the doors were suddenly replaced by some walls. The room turned circular, while everyone stood once again in a long hall, the windows allowing them to see the sea and the floating lights outside. All for One, with a rabid Dabai whose mental state was quickly degenerating by his side, began to hum in front of all the scared people in front of him. Yeah, it's a beautiful day outside. Buildings are crumbling, people are dying. On days like this, people love to raise some hell. The moment he got ready to jump at them, Toga's cell phone rang. Everyone was surprised, including All for One. The blonde woman was wondering what the hell was that about, but All for One actually gestured her to answer. He even stood still, as his quirks kept flaring on his body. Please, do answer. I am evil, not rude. Besides, it's not like you can really run anywhere. The old man explained, stretching his limb a bit. He wasn't wrong. I will consider this your last words. Tamura was getting ready for a fight too. Izuku was already pulling some cards and Twice was making double of dabas. Not like they had many options there. Toga pulled out the phone from her pocket and answered. Hey, hello, Toga, it's Tamaki. Where are you? There was a panic in his voice, almost as if he cared about her. Oh right, the slightly older teen, the one who also had weird eating habits. He was often shy and didn't like to talk, but he was a good listener. Toga felt internally that All for One was probably going to get all of them as if they were fishes. So, she tried to stop her tears. Somewhere bad. I am sorry. You were right. I needed help but I couldn't. Damn, she would miss their talks. How much fun they had spying on Tamura and Nedzu. She could feel the tears in her throat, gathering up. I am coming to save you. Where are you? Oh, so he truly cared. The least she could do was make sure he wasn't in the fallout. Tamaki, you can't. Toga tried to speak, tearfully, when suddenly an angry voice cut her off. I need the floor or something. Fortunately, Tamaki yelled strong enough for Izuku to hear and he threw a card at the tainted windows. All for One hummed happily at the summon. It wasn't often you could kill an angel. He would grant you that Anjuaman was a Digimon and as a result far from a real angel. However, he was going to use that opportunity. Anjuaman, destroy the windows. The angel Digimon nodded her head and with a series of light rays, destroyed the corrupted glasses, revealing the dark sky outside, and a star not far from them. The voice on the phone yelled something else and everyone on the hero's side obeyed the command. Get down. All for One almost went to destroy the angel when his threat detector Quirk warned him of an incoming danger. He barely had the time to summon his barrier when he got thrown through the wall because of the impact. And the one behind it, 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 and the one behind it. My back. Got him knit. All for One was slowly getting up when suddenly, in the ceiling of his castle, he saw a smiling blonde face. Greetings. Hello, I am here to take down criminals like you. The next second, All for One had to parry a Mirio who ejected himself from the wall at full speed. Okay, that was new. Why was someone looking like Tintin who decided to go to the gym attacking him? This actually confused All for One for a second before noticing another warning on his danger sense. Oh come on, who the F was doing that? Outside of the castle, lifted by his feet by Nedzu, Tamaki, who ate a lot of his emergency stock, had a biomechanical arm. Also, he was quite angry with several people and Nedzu looked positively murderous. Looking at the scene, Izuku poked his cousin's side before asking him a crucial question. Did you ever tell Nedzu you were a vigilante? Nope. Tamura was feeling Nedzu's glare from afar and knew that if he survived the situation, well, Nedzu was most likely going to kill him. Also, she might have tried to capture me a few times and I always escaped. The fact she was literally bursting energy bolts from her was a good way to tell she was angrier at him than Nedzu was when he learned that his favorite tea was temporarily banned from Japan. Tenko, I am going to destroy you once this is done. Twice put his hand on his boss' shoulder and lifted his thumb. It was nice knowing you. Instead of talking, can you jump? Mirio said, being thrown by All for One who was back on his feet and with various veins pulsing on his forehead. Apparently, he was at the end of his patience and every fiber of Mirio's body was telling him to run to the center of the earth. Earth manipulation, weapon creation, big hands. The fact he was once again pulsating from Quirk sparks was extremely worrying. The fact he was creating a giant spiky ball was worse. Jump. But, Monoma asked, wondering their point. Sure, Izuku could probably summon something to cushion the fall, but trust us, we have a plan. Mirio said, eyes on All for One. Toga, Tenko, trust us, Tamaki said before shooting his last big shot. A second beam of light emanated from his cannon arm. His speed was absurd once again and no one could see it. Such a blow could have maybe hurt All for One if he hadn't switched his all-purpose barrier for another quirk. A quirk that made most attempts to simply snipe him useless. He called it the Dune Shield quirk. The ball made of light, energy, and various organic fluids stopped in front of him, its momentum dead. The Dune Shield allowed him to inverse the kinetic energy of any object going too fast at him. It didn't, for some reason, include whole humans, explaining why All Might's punch could affect him. All for One smiled even more before continuing his combo. Ultra Hand. All for One began to mold both balls into one while the young people suddenly began to think the big jump in the void below was a better alternative. Now, children, it is time for a lesson. You call this a cannon, boy. This is my boomstick. With a fiendish face, all care about restraining his strength gone, All for One morphed his right arm into a giant cannon, the molded ball being his ammunition. Twice, Tamura, Izuku, and Spinner grabbed Toga, Monoma, and Shouto before jumping, putting their faith in their friends. Also, I was forgetting. Homing ball. Seikayo suddenly remembered he needed Izuku, so he used a quirk to add targets to his attack before firing. First target, the smiling hero who tried to find a safe place on the ground, swimming like a dolphin. The second target was this flying girl and the shooter. Then he would quietly grab the children and be done with this. Then another silhouette appeared and patted Mirio as the shoot came. I am here. Then, the man raised his hand in front of him. Izuku and his friends suddenly wondered what they were bouncing on. It was as if someone created a bunch of invisible trampolines. At this point, All for One was seriously not surprised. It was like the fourth time someone interrupted his attempts to kidnap some children. Back in his days, you literally only needed a gray car and some candies. Now, you have to fight a series of top heroes, apprentices, and now, don't take it the wrong way, but I have actually no idea of who the F you are. Gentle, who had just stopped with one of his own barrier AFO's attacks before bouncing it back at him, slammed his cane on the ground before revealing it was actually a sword. Then you will. He sprung against All for One, who smiled, raising his arm ready to slam this impertinent unknown creature into the ground. At least, he recognized his opponent knew what classy meant. To his surprise, Gentle bent at an angle which made an attack improbable before feeling something cold slice through his pants and actually leaving a red mark on his left leg. You will discover, villain, that I am more dangerous than you think, Gentle said before getting into a dual stance, his sword limp as he used his quirk on it. As a result, he had a surprise snake sword and Gentle was extremely good with it thanks to endlessly training with it. He hoped he could buy enough time for the kids to fall safely on the ground. My love, can you say it please? Gentle asked with all of his emotion in his voice before dodging an attack from All for One, some kind of black-bladed tree sprouting from his body. Gentle, I love you, so please, come back. La Brava replied through his communication device in his ears. It was good to be loved. Then Gentle charged at All for One, bouncing as if it was the last time he could do it. On the ground, Godzilla was mostly dead. But as the lizard opened one eye, someone should always remember, mostly dead means also slightly alive. All for One was surprised, but this time because of an unknown factor. Izuku turning on him. Sad but predictable. Tamura turning on him too. It was, really, only a matter of time. His brainwashing puppets not being as effective as he hoped. It was initially a bonus, not something he really counted on. Endeavor going full kamikaze on him. His bad, taunting nature often came back to bite him after all. However, the old emperor of crime was being held at bay by this person, Gentle criminal, from what he could gather. A true unpolished gem. All for One actually had to use a few mutation quirks to be able to follow the dandy's movement, which was somehow getting faster and faster. Elegant Nightingale. All for One also made a few more arms grow on his back to catch him. Then, the gray-haired man turned the ceiling soft and with extreme power used it to bounce on the ground. His pinkish aura was looking a bit silly, but All for One had to admit it more than did the trick. His 6 arms ready. He took position to block the incoming falling sword. The criminal knew that thanks to the speed, the sword would be straight for an instant. It was his cue to catch the weapon and get Gentle 6 feet under the ground. Unless Gentle had inhuman reflexes, All for One would use this opportunity to destroy this impertinent bug. Already a lopsided smile was on his face. The cold steel in his hands, the next instant, only made it grow further and further. God H, where was Gentle? Why did he release his handle on the sword? Following this realization, All for One noticed the ground around him getting more and more incurved. His footing was unsteady. Then he looked down, seeing Gentle crouching on the ground. It is the elegant Nightingale's rise you should have been wary of. All for One had been punching in the guts a few times. All Might was definitely the hardest. Valor was the second, but it hardly counted. Nana Shimura was the third. Gentle could take pride in being the fourth strong punch in All for One's guts. Hell, he actually felt a rib break under the impact. Sure, his regeneration quirk was already solving this, but Beach, I shall teach you how to be polite, old man, Gentle said seriously, readying his punch. Why? All for One knew the wall was far from him. So, suddenly, All for One felt an invisible trampoline throwing him back at Gentle's punch. 2 more ribs broke under the impact. All for One was definitely a bit rusty from the lack of fight, he had to admit. Thankfully, he had a quirk to dull the pain. However, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. So, when Gentle came back at him for another attack, Gentle actually pulled an emergency stop in midair as All for One was now floating. The Demon Lord's lopsided smile was back, with a vengeance as his blood was boiling once again. You know, I think I actually needed that fight. Thank you. I'm getting back my battle sense. Dabi, Fireball. Dabi, the only puppet still active and under his control, had been completely forgotten by everyone. However, he was there, patiently hiding for his master to call him. The burned Todoroki summoned from his hand another blue fireball that he shot at Gentle. Gentle was not impressed as the ball was quickly bouncing back at Dabi, who had to get the hell out of dodge. All for One was grumbling. I know that coming from me. This might sound rich, but your quirk is bullshit. Well, to be fair, I am also empowered by the only thing stronger than a demon lord, Gentle pointed out, getting ready to bounce back into attack, as he knew the boost wasn't eternal. He needed to plan his escape once he knew the kids were safe on the ground, or for his boss to come. If they teamed up, they could probably do something. Or at least, Gentle hoped. Despite his demeanor, his hands' bones were shattered because of the impact. He was really exceeding his limit, and it was obvious to him that All for One wasn't killing him yet because he wasn't at his full capacity. Maybe the fight against Endeavor and the rest actually tired him. If it was the case, it was Gentle's duty to weaken him even further, to give Japan a chance to see the old man dead. What is your mysterious secret then? Justice. All for One bite to his bait and Gentle, his aura flaring up enough to make his mustache and his hair rise like a Super Saiyan. Love. He jumped forward again. All for One considered the following and nodded. Good answer. Finally someone who got it, what it meant to play truly the game. Meanwhile, on the ground. Holy F. I thought we were going to die, Monoma said, trying to feel his heartbeats. Above 150 BPM. New record. His prize was therapy. Side note, Izuku. F your family. On my father's side only then. Izuku agreed as he was pulling some cards already to allow them to get the hell from there. The LOV's car, which used to come here, met her end when she apparently got hit by a rock from the floating castle. So, I have a few Pokémons. Izuku was going to explain when everyone shut up. Krakoom. Above them, the castle of illusion was suddenly divided in two, and they could see All for One using some telekinetic quirk to throw half a castle at the kids, as if it was a giant meteor. He is bluffing, right? I mean, he needs Izuku, no, Tamura said, uncertain since Sensei was going more and more bonkers each time they saw him. That man really needed to calm down. I don't think he is bluffing, Tenko, Mirio pointed out. They couldn't dodge that one. His brain was already calculating the speed and the size of the projectile. Thanks to his quirk, he could probably survive. But the others? Yet, Night Eye said that they were vital to save as many people as possible. Suddenly, the pink sparkling gentleman appeared in front of them, hands raised above his head. I am here, kids. Then, everyone saw Gentle stop the castle from falling. His barrier was gigantic and stretched to the utter limit. It was taking all of his energy and concentration. The kids only had to run in. Snicked. All for One, in one instant, appeared in front of him and stabbed him with his own sword in the belly. Uncle Gentle, Izuku yelled before Nejire tried to shoot All for One with one of her energy balls. The old criminal casually swatted it aside, before grabbing Tabita by the neck. You were stronger than I thought. You said your name was Gentle Criminal, right? Yes, Denjiro said before punching All for One's jaw. All for One used one of his bonus arms to stop it. I will remember you. In fact, to honor you, I will take your quirk. Seikayo knew about the vestiges after all. He loved to torture the vestiges in his mental world. However, a few of them were treated with respect and dignity, the one who managed to impress him. These ones were allowed to play in a part of his mind. It was a form of immortality and respect. A light shone in the next instant. Denjiro fell from the sky, under the kid's scared eyes, unconscious and the sword still in him. Then, as All for One descended as an unholy demon, the shadow of the castle staying in the air by his will, a gust of wind happened. The silence came as the teens stopped to scream. Gentle stopped falling because someone caught him and let him on the ground, calmly. The next instant, All for One's red eyes meet deep blue ones. A silent message was conveyed through them. A few words were screamed. United States of Smash. The next instant, propelled by the strength of the strongest man on Earth, the falling fragment got thrown in the direction of the sea. Both the newcomer and All for One touched the ground at the same time. It's going to be okay, the newcomer said, but for once, his iconic smile wasn't here, because I am here. All might, All for One stated simply, letting his joints crack as he redirected his full attention to him. None of the teens had the power needed to stop him after all. All Might answered, making his nemesis chuckle. He would miss this kind of banter once he would be the Demon Lord. Please, be polite. You wouldn't want Nana's heirs to have a mouth as foul as mine, right? All for One trash talk wasn't the product of a quirk but the result of staying a bit too long in France once. Kids, run away. This is between him and me, All Might said as he walked toward his sworn enemy. He was their last line of defense after all. Kids, don't run away. Once I am done with him, you wouldn't like me to be angry because I had to search for you again. All for One warned before walking towards All Might. You are coming at me for once, not running away. I can't beat you to death if I don't come closer. All for One cheekily answered. The next moment, Izuku and Ko felt the air cry when both titans' punches clashed. Then the kids noticed something scary. All Might had been slightly pushed back. Meanwhile, somewhere else, pure whiteness. That was disappointing, Enji had to admit. Surprising, isn't it? A voice, a familiar one who haunted his nightmares, echoed in the void. The next instant, Enji punched the man in the face as hard as he could. Or rather, he tried as he only punched the void. The voice spoke once again behind him. Enji, it's a mental space. It doesn't work exactly like that here. Think Harry Potter when he died. I am your Dumbledore. Then in front of Endeavor, a man made of pure blue fire appeared. He had, strangely, a nice smile on his face. Father, son, the Ashen King and Endeavor stared at each other in silence. Before Endeavor sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Am I in hell and you came to greet me? No, I am officially persona non grata there. The Ashen King said jokingly, before smiling at his son. Besides, you aren't dead yet. You are partially hallucinating because of the frost, your blood trying to awaken, and of course the lack of oxygen. This seemed more legitimate. Enji was slightly reassured to not have to be in the same afterlife as his dad. So, I failed to protect my son. Yeah, I told you All for One was a rat, right? That man loves to have contingency over contingency. You did. Probably the only good advice you ever told me, Endeavor said bitterly. Seriously. He would have preferred his death without the mental projection of his father with him, probably because he used his quirk to his fullest even if it was only for a moment. So, what are you going to do? Father, I am dead. The end of the road. There isn't much to do after that. The Ashen King sighed before taking his son's hand. Then, he lit it on fire. What kind of father would I be if I let you in like that? Enji, I always said you were my heir. Do you know why? You always said I had the potential to be the next you. Endeavor frowned. What did he mean? Good. Now, remember why I never pulled back my hit when I was training you. Because life and death situations were the best opportunity to grow. Wait, are you telling me that? Endeavor was realizing, in his last moments, something really important. He looked at his father's form, the strongest living quirk to ever grace the earth. The power was inside you all along. Let me show you. Suddenly, a gate was floating in front of them. On it, esoteric symbols were written on it. All of it could be found either in Abrahamic studies or the Evangelion opening. To be fair, this is kind of the same. The Ashen King raised an eyebrow looking at it. Son, did you stop being a Buddhist? The Ashen King seemed kind of let down by the situation, because mine had a lot of Buddhist symbols. Yes, I couldn't support it even if I knew your form of it was corrupted as hell, Enji said bitterly. The Ashen King nodded as it was fair actually. Very well, this is the gate, the symbol of you transcending your condition as a human being to become a living quirk, Endeavor said, looking at the giant door without a frame, floating in front of him. I prefer the term ascended. The Ashen King said, beside his son as suddenly, various pillars appeared all around them. All of them had various pictures of Enji's life, all associated with various emotions. Feeling. What is this? Endeavor asked, while his father sat in the air. The price. To open the door, you need to sacrifice part of yourself. Personally, I burned everything that wasn't my hate and my joy, he said happily, making Endeavor sigh. That explained a lot. The more you burn, the better. As far as I know, the old man sacrificed part of his sentience as a human being, the ability to understand the speaking language, and a few other things. Enji took a few steps and stood in front of his two biggest pillars. One of them was him, as the UA valedictorian. A picture of him finally receiving the position of number one. His pride. The other, it was his family. Rei's screaming, Natsuo's disdain, Shado's hate, Fayumi's sadness, his regrets. What happens if I burn something? The Ashen King smiled, before putting his arms around Enji's neck. You still remember that, but you have no feeling, no pain, no suffering. Enji inhaled. The power was at his hand. All he had to do was to burn things. I have chosen. Endeavor put his hand on the pillar in front of him. I will burn my. Meanwhile, in the real world, Gentle floated in the air thanks to Izuku's quirk. He had a Mr. Mime next to him, who was using his psychic power to make the man airborne. This way, they could move him without aggravating his wound. They left the sword inside of his because unless they were willing to try having Shadow cauterize forcefully the wound, it would do worse than good. Adding to that, Gentle would likely need medical attention and doctors would need to cut him up to operate on him. A cauterization was a bad move. Meanwhile, everyone was running as if their lives were on the line. To be fair, it was actually the case, considering two demigods were fighting in the background. Each time their fists met, a small earthquake could be felt. Then finally, All Might's theme rang in the air. Izuku pulled out his phone and Atsuhiro's voice could be heard by everyone. Izuku Sako, Once this is done, you are grounded for a year. Somehow, having his dad yelling at him made Izuku a bit better. With pleasure if I survive. Does it also concern cousin Tenko? Izuku asked while Nejire, Mirio, and Tamaki raised an eyebrow. Wait, cousin Tenko, you said you weren't. Tamura sighed, while keeping up the rhythm while they were among the ruins. New development. Izuku is my cousin. My dad and his mom were siblings. Complicated story. On a side note, our grandma was that scary Effer's former nemesis. Also All Might's mentor. The big three suddenly felt an emotion too many heroes felt. They weren't paid enough for this. We will need a effing debrief once this ends, Mirio said, as he felt this situation was spiraling so fast out of control, it was close to summon the Gurren Lag. Izuku, tell your friends to get ready. Where are you right now? Atsuhiro was trying to get the situation back on tracks. Not so fast, kids. All for One wasn't about to let his prize run away, and while one hand made All Might float in the air, kind of like Darth Vader used to do, his other hand was assembling the metal from the various totaled cars on the ground and suddenly shot them at Izuku and company. Shadow quickly answered to that by creating some ice walls. Considering they could hear the ice cracks, it wasn't nearly enough. We are in the opposite direction from Godzilla, Dad. Izuku managed to yell. Meanwhile, All Might was already panting. Running there took time. Fighting at his full strength, something he didn't have to do in years, was even more taxing. Meanwhile, All for One was slowly getting back his old reflexes, while being more than healed. He was having more and more ease at parrying All Might's attacks, which made sense. At his prime, All Might equaled barely All for One. Now, he was diminished and his opponent in better health than him. Still, he had to do it. To protect everyone. And the final threat once and for all. This is too bad, All Might. Alone, you didn't stand the shadow of a chance. If only you had cooperated with Endeavor, you might have actually won. All for One laughed before flying toward the fleeing teens. When Izuku saw that, he knew he had to make a decision. A strategic decision. All for One's win condition was capturing him. Killing everyone else was a bonus. So, Izuku gritted his teeth and pulled a card. 3 revealing Sword of Light. Instantly, the 3 swords formed a wall between him and his friends, making All for One pause for an instant. This allowed All Might to catch back him and the fight began anew. Yet everyone was staring at Izuku, wondering what the hell was going on. All for One wants me. If I stay here, he won't be able to divide his attention between you, me and All Might. Tamura tried to punch the wall but twice stopped him. First, it was more than likely going to be useless. Second, they had no time. Izuku, you better stay alive so I can kill you. Tamura yelled, as everyone else was literally dragging him toward their extraction point. Izuku's phone was with them, with a map. Meanwhile, Izuku was already shuffling his deck. Ideas. He needed some. Demon Lord's Reign. The air cracked as suddenly another noise not like any other filled the space. All Might got smashed near Izuku, who was touching his chest. Time for the final solution, wasn't it? He hoped he had rested enough and that every cards on him were enough as a sacrifice. It is the end, All Might. You can't beat me. All for One said, more than happy in the air. Now, he even had dark wings on his back like the king of the edgelords. All Might threw up a puddle of blood before noticing something and raised his finger behind All for One. He smiled, but he can. While All for One actually looked behind him, he missed Izuku taking a card out of his chest sleeve. Enji's mental space. In front of the Ashen King, Enji's pride was burning. This actually surprised him, as he didn't expect that one from his son. Explain, I am curious. Meanwhile, Enji was slowly passing his hands on another pillar. In it, Rei's smiling at him, Shadow calling him dad. Natsuo invites him to his wedding. His dreams and hopes. The fire was even bigger than his pride, igniting the air. I don't deserve any of this. I need to set everything right as penance for everything, Enji said before arriving at another pillar. Rei in a wedding dress. Nedzu congratulated him for his first perfect score. His happiest memory. The Ashen King turned solemn as they turned into ashes. Meanwhile, the door was opening more and more. Its light was almost blinding. Don't forget to leave something here, son. I am leaving my regrets, my remorses, my shame, Endeavor said. As he continued to burn more and more of his happiest thoughts, he suddenly felt a pull toward the gate, probably signifying it had eaten enough. Enji then turned once again and put his hand on his father's shoulder. And finally, I am burning you, Dad. I am not in your shadow anymore and I don't want you to do me a Dumbledore again. His yell filled the space but nothing happened, to his surprise. As the gate was swallowing Enji, he could hear his father laugh. Apt choice, son. Remember, it's not because it is in your head that this isn't real. Enji, somehow, felt his body becoming more and more hot while his spine froze. He had a bad feeling about his dad. The Ashen King, alone in the void between everything, summoned a few instruments to pray. After all, as a father, it was the least he could do to help his son. Dear reader, please play Kakusei by Superfly or the English cover by Sapphire. A blackened sky appears. My heartbeat sounds the repeating thunderclaps. Before the storm comes, tonight I will offer up that magic song. In Enji's ice sarcophagus, the shell began to crack. The sky above them, finally shining on the number 2, was slowly becoming darker and darker. Enji's heart beat stronger and stronger, awakening him as if it was going to burst from his chest. The Ashen King continued to sing, using his instruments in rhythm and dancing to honor his son, finally following his footsteps. Mahari Uwer Gai Savanair, Amar Dalahi Jumagi Ganashara. I will bring it back to life. Your heart, my beloved, shed your body. Now is the time to face your fears. Enji felt every step of the process as his blood ignited. Each of his cells discovered the power to split themselves again and again. The heat allowed his heart to fully come back to life despite the sarcophagus becoming bigger and bigger, covering the former cracks. Yet, endeavors were still pushed on. He had a job to do. He had to make things right. Mahari Uwer Gai Savanair, Amar Dalahi Jumagi Ganashara. Howl at the heavens, awakening. Close your eyes, scoop up the wind in your hands. Let your body melt. Let the bells ring out. Enji closed his eyes as he took his last breath. He could feel, as the water turned into oxygen because of him, the last gush of wind he would feel. Then, he didn't feel anything anymore. The sarcophagus exploded as a broken chrysalid. Mahari Uwer Gai Savanair, Amar Dalahi Jumagi Ganashara. Mahari Uwer Gai Savanair, Amar Dalahi Jumagi Ganashara. Howl at the heavens, awakening. The thunder raises its newborn cry over and over. I will sing, fly beyond the darkness. Mahari Uwer Gai Savair, Amar Dalahi Jumagi Gashara. Mahari Uwer Gai Savanair. From what was left of the evil castle, still floating, everyone could now see a spectacle that sent a terrified feeling across the world. A giant man, in blue fire, was rising from his former shell. From his eyes flowed a purple fire as if it was tears. Then he yelled with all of his newfound might, the name of the Hatred One, the target of God's wrath. All for One suddenly wanted to run very, very fast. Seal of Orichalcum, Seikayo turned his head toward Izuku. Did he hear right? Then he saw the field changing and All for One knew he couldn't run anymore. Little Ray, what the F? It's clear to me you have to end here. I am not letting you run away, Grandpa. Izuku was standing his ground, despite the fear in his guts. All for One, this time, stopped smiling. Izuku had gone one step too far. He was truly too much like his whole of a father. I am going to kill you and resurrect you for this. I knew you were too much like Hisashi. All Might, smiling at the situation, rose up again. He had a hole in his left shoulder. He could hardly feel anything because his pain nerves were overloading everything. Yet, seeing his nemesis that scared, it was priceless. I will take it as a compliment. But now, Grandpa, I am bringing my A game. Then, All Might felt something being slapped on his back by Izuku. The green-haired teen smiled, as a flow of blood erupted from his nose. A calculated risk. If he died, his grandpa couldn't copy his quirk. Monoma's quirk didn't work with dead cells according to him. If he lived, well, it was most likely because All Might won and All for One wasn't a threat anymore. It was my final card. I wanted to get an autograph on it. The ground never felt more comfortable as Izuku fell on it, smiling. He had used his ultimate card, his ultimate collectible, plus ultra rarity, All Might, Silver Era. Another blinding light shone harder than ever while All for One was suddenly stuck between the hammer and the anvil. Probably because an All Might. All of his wounds healed was in front of him, clearly angry. And on the other side, a giant Ashen King 2.0 who wanted to kill him was coming. Oh come on, what was next? Skreonk. Having rested, the king of the monster rose once again. Stomping the evil one was, at first, a favor for the green one. However, Godzilla knew perfectly well it was because of him he almost died. All for One, for all of his bravado, was suddenly feeling as if everything spiraled out of his control very fast. Not gonna lie, I feel way less bragging right now. Namugate, are the coordinates correct? Good. Chisaki, be gentle. Bring me back this person. I need him. You might knock him out first, though, Garaki said with a huge smile. All according to plan. The gate had been fully opened this time. His evidence. The Ashen King's last flame doubled in size in his shrine. He was coming back. All Garaki needed was a proper vessel. Wait, Doc. You planned for all of this? Chisaki wanted to know because if it was the case. Damn, Garaki looked at his students who were waiting for his answer. Are you asking if I planned for All for One to fight Godzilla, All Might, and a godlike endeavor? Garaki chuckled as his students nodded, wondering if he was a master strategist. I am not nearly insane enough to plan something like that. Honestly, I planned to get Dabai in our custody through another way. Once my plan was done, I would have asked my god to burn to ash All for One. However, as that bastard once said, improvisation is a survival skill. In a chopper owned by a news channel. I think, dear viewers, that we can call this the fight of the century. We don't know who is this mysterious villain, but apparently He is now fighting All Might, who seems to have some sort of awakening considering how shining he is. We also see Godzilla getting ready to fight. Ma'am, we have information. This isn't Godzilla. The form doesn't correspond. The assistant yelled despite them wearing specialized gears to speak. He was pale. It's Godzilla. Godzilla, Godzilla. Skreeonk. The king of the monsters answered the dumb question. Also, ma'am, isn't that? Everyone in the chopper stood in silence as they saw a figure still in everyone's memories thanks to the recording. The anchorwoman knew what she had to do, despite her dry throat. We have a visual of someone looking like the Ashen King. For some reason, he is apparently on All Might and Godzilla's side to beat this unknown man. This was truly a special situation. Izuku was still on the ground when he slowly opened his eyes. In front of him, All Might was punching All for One faster than he could see. Izuku was also half sure All Might's punches were actually igniting the air. Meanwhile, Godzilla was slowly building up his own atomic breath while Enji was on fire. Literally, Izuku wondered if he wasn't hallucinating, especially as he was seeing his grandpa having more and more trouble handling the fight. I was this close to win. This made Izuku chuckle, weakly. He could hardly move to save his own life. So, when at one point he saw All for One raising his arm in his direction, his face distorted by hatred, the teen regretted he didn't have the opportunity to hug Toru more. However, to everyone's surprise, something happened. All for One's arm fell on the ground, cleanly cut by a man who came from nowhere. His sword glowing in a red light thanks to its scabbard heating it. The hero killer pointed his sword at All for One. All for One, you big damn nerd. I didn't forget you trying to cheat on my money. Stain, I would take this as a personal favor if you could. All Might didn't have the opportunity to finish his sentence that Stain already disappeared. Izuku too. On the ground, only one man was left, with his iconic mask. 2 marbles were in his hands, holding Izuku and Stain inside it. I am Mr. Compress and I am stealing them, thank you. The gentleman thief said, waving at All for One. Bleeding, All for One felt the blood reddening even more his eyes. Why was everything against him today? Why are you here? I never touched you. Actually, you did, Compress said before pulling back his mask, revealing to All for One the face of Atsuhiro Sako. Ooh, wasn't he the childhood friend his son stole the love interest to produce Izuku? Okay, that one is fair. Even All for One admitted gladly that effing over a childhood romance was a dick move. Also, it was Oji Harima who stole your brother from its vault, Compress said with a smug smile before marbling himself. All for One erupted in anger. I will flay you alive. No, All Might stopped his rant by punching him in the face so strongly it actually split the ground below them. Thankfully, because of Exodia, there was nothing else to destroy. All for One felt his jaw being pulverized before seeing 2 lights above him. As the breaths of death came at him, All for One closed his eyes, welcoming the heat. All he had to do was one thing. Now, please, put the cell perfect cover. I did it my way. And now the end is here. And so I faced that final curtain. All for One remembered his first stolen quirk. It was a simple strength-enhancing one to defend Yoichi against a bully. My friend, I'll make it clear. I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. Then he remembered his first deals. He wasn't the master criminal he was now. In fact, he began as a low grunt, hiding his real quirk, as to not get noticed too quickly. I've lived a life that's full. I traveled each and every highway. He remembered his first wife. She was a beautiful hitwoman. She had been sent to kill him. Instead, they fell in love. She died because of the second, when he distracted All for One to give Oji Harima the time to steal Yoichi. And more, much more. I did it my way. It was then that he began his reign of darkness, that he really decided to rule the crime. His first execution, the second's family, wife, children, even his pet dog. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again too few to mention. He remembered Hisashi's drawing of him and his mom. Maybe he could have been less of a dick and a better father. I did what I had to do. I saw it through without exemption. Decapitating Nana had been harder than one might think. He actually liked the woman as she was smart, strong, and actually funny. He stole her quirk to let her into his mental world. However, it was the only time no soul was attached to the quirk. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway. Then, he remembered the dozens of plans he had left. He smiled. And more, much more. I did it my way. The terror in the eyes of his enemies. He loved it. Terraformers and him bonding over that was a good memory. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. F you All Might, Godzilla and Endeavor. F you, Ashen King. But through it all, when there is doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. He gave back every hit he took, right? Even now, All Might was hurt. Wait, could he? I faced it all and I stood tall and did it my way. For what is a man, what has he got? It was a dick move, but he was an evil overlord. He activated a quirk he had never used before and shared his sense with All Might. If he could have smiled, he would have. If not himself, then he has not. not to say the things that he truly feels. All Might could feel that. Astonishingly enough, All for One felt at peace in his last moment, despite the excruciating pain of being burned alive. And not the words of someone who kneels. Let the record show I took all the blows and did it my way. This isn't the end. All Might, the world will remember my name. I will be the Demon King. All for One yelled. Then All for One died, as he met his end through atomic fire and the pure anger of a father and a hero trying to protect what they hold dear. Somewhere, a failsafe activated, giving 2 sets of orders through a computer. 2 names were on it. Plan Omega, One Piece, and G felt the metal alloy around him before he saw a green light. As per his duty now, he let out another flare of energy out of his body, letting the nuclear energy that was circulating through him. Another flare for the hour, letting his energy power this old nuclear fusion reactor. After all, he was now the solution to the old problem: how do we maintain a star active? He was the star and his sorrow was the fuel for Japan's energy. It was fitting. It was his punishment, his duty now that All for One was gone. No one needed him or was waiting for him, after all. Nedzu and the Todoroki's family had a live stream about Enji's situation. Thanks to All Might pleading with the military and the fact that Enji didn't move from Exegol, it reassured enough the governments across the world to not simply use some positronics orbital cannon to destroy part of the Japanese peninsula to end the potential threat. Enji's living Quirk state had been televised after all, on a live stream. There was no hope to contain the information, and now that the genie was out of the bottle, there was no way to put it back. Instead, David Shield managed to point out that a benevolent Ashen King was an opportunity like no other. At this point, Endeavor was a small star, self-sufficient. Between studying how he existed and the fact he could be used in a fusion reactor calmed a lot of people. The possibility for the government to cut down its dependency on foreign resources for the country's need of energy was also a net plus. Is he even sentient? Ray asked Nedzu, who sighed. He is. However, he is literally made of guilt of not being good enough. Apparently, he sees his situation as a good way for his eternal penance. Nedzu explained. He found the situation highly ironic and not in a pleasant way for once, right when his family was finally ready to give him a real chance to make up. The same event that made them feel this way made Enji lose any hope he would even touch them again. Everything wasn't perfect either for the Sako household, especially as Atsuhiro and Izuku had been expressively summoned by the HPSC president in person. She even sent Hawks and his 2 acolytes, Lady T-Nagan and Spot, who was totally not staying in a cybernetic suit to hide his body and a fake mustache on it. Dad, they are totally Lady Nagant and Stain, right? Izuku said, not feeling good about being 2 highly known hero killers. Compress nodded while Hawks hummed quietly in the car, bringing them to the HPSC HQ. Yep, they are. I am actually surprised they work for the HPSC. I mean, Stain. I still remember some of your rants. I don't work for the HPSC, Atsuhiro, Stain said, while drinking a pouch of tomato juice. At least, Izuku hoped it was. I work for the HPSC president. For many, it would be a dumb distinction to do. However, between men like Compress and Stain, it meant a lot. Stain was a man of conviction. To work under someone else, it meant their conviction actually aligned with him and even impressed him. Mr. Compress, who spent around 20 years effing up with the HPSC to expose corruption rotting the institution, was trying to wrap his head around the idea. Stain thought the HPSC president worked to clean the hero industry. It seemed almost as unlikely as Nedzu renouncing dominating the world, All Might being bombastic, Gang Orca being the hero selling the most plushies, or Stain having a girlfriend. As a result, Compress looked at Stain as if he had grown 3 heads at the same time. I am serious. She is a good woman, Stain said, and Compress was terrified to notice actual respect in his voice. She is even more ruthless than me about what needs to be done. Izuku finally understood Hawk's smile. It meant he was too tired for this, and this madman was actually praising the HPSC president. What, did she give you a list with all the corrupt people in the HPSC so you can have fun with them? Stain did the most frightening things he could have done. He smiled with all of the pleasure he had about his job. Nagant looked at Izuku sympathetically. You are a good kid. Don't worry, as far as I know, the president doesn't plan anything bad about you. According to our schedule, we must join her at the heliport. There, we will go to an island. Don't worry, she is actually quite nice in person. This reassured Izuku and his stepdad greatly. So you are the 2 effers because of whom I haven't been able to sleep for 3 effing days. Hinata Tabata yelled, incredibly angry for a woman her age. Both Sako were kneeling in apologies in front of her as the VTOL was speeding up above the ocean. Sorry ma'am. What do you mean by that? Hinata looked at them angrily a bit more, before sitting and sighing. On her face a lot of worries showed for once. I heard that Denjiro is alive and well. He is simply quirkless. However, the surgery took so long, it made me worry a lot, Hinata admitted. She knew her nephew and how this idiot was so full of life. Of course he was going to live. She still worried about him as he was the son she never had. Atsuhiro and Izuku didn't know what to say to her, so she continued her speech. Then, instead of worrying quietly, I had to deal with the sudden disappearance of my number 2 hero who became the new Ashen King. Helping the government convince the US to not nuke us had been a really fun moment. Both kneeling men in front of her could totally relate to her anger when she finally smiled as if she was the Demon Queen and AFO would have approved her smile. And then, I had to explain that effing Godzilla was now a thing. Godzilla. Hinata didn't know about Optimus Prime being rebuilt in Island, and if she knew, she would have probably thrown Izuku into the ocean to calm her nerves. This time Izuku looked away. From what he gathered, once All for One died, there was a staring contest between All Might, Godzilla and Enji, which ended with a handshake between them. Also, no one had wanted to try to fight Godzilla, even if Enji could have probably won, because of the sheer collateral damage. Same for All Might, who was dead tired once Izuku's magic card went down. After all, most of his energy went into his Godzilla. Summoning All Might in his prime state had been a huge bet, and Izuku had been unable to move for 2 days. On a related note, kid, the United Nations officially designated you as a Class 6 Quirk. Congratulations. You are now officially a national human asset, the HPSC president said as the VTOL finally landed on an isolated island. As a result, you can be commanded by the nation or the UN for various missions. You cannot refuse them. You will be compensated for your work. As of now, if the police arrest you, you simply have to call us and you will be immediately bailed. The National Human Asset was a system actually shared across the world. It was a list of people with quirk and ability above everyone else, and they were given various privileges and freedom in exchange for their service. Once someone was put on that list, he could be requisitioned for missions only them could accomplish. They were also often seasoned heroes, though some were indeed civilians. All Might, as an example, was Japan's only national human asset, but he was very often called on international missions through that system. Star and Stripe was another being on the list. The Old Man too. As of now, Japan was the only country with 3 national human assets, though only 2 of them were active. Izuku was officially the youngest person to ever achieve that title. This actually scared the shit out of the kid and of Atsuhiro. Of course, considering your young age, you have been registered under the code name Joker. Your status isn't public. As a result, we will give you a liaison, Hinata said, before noticing something from the sea. She gestured to one of her men in the VTOL to bring her something. A mallet with 1 card, perfectly pristine. It had cost a lot of money, but the sake of the world depended on it. As Godzilla emerged from the ocean, he screamed at the humans who dared to walk on his island while he was searching for his son. Hinata gave Izuku 80 cards to sacrifice. Your first job is to appease Godzilla by summoning his son. Definitively. Some had thought about nuking Godzilla or using positronic weaponry. Then some otakus pointed out that trying to kill Godzilla with hyper weaponry was the best way to create a bigger and more dangerous kaiju. No one wanted a destroyer unleashed on the world. Izuku swallowed his saliva and touched the cards. They burned so easily now, after his last gambit. He could feel the mana coursing through his veins, the power of life running inside his body. He vowed to be way more careful about what cards he would bring to live. Also, if we ever find out you summon things like the Tyranids, Giratina or demons, I will gladly show you where Gentle picked up some of his fighting skills, Hinata said. Actually, she was bluffing. She had no combat skill whatsoever. However, what was important was to establish dominance on Compress and Izuku so they would not become pain later on. After all, she now had a good opportunity to reform the hero industry, especially as she managed to put a warrant on that effing beach. In addition to that, Hinata was happy because she managed to F with Nedzu. In exchange of his help over certain matters, she would give him control over the members of the LOV, including the few who had their head messed with by Seijin. She even managed to get them an actual pardon, in exchange of Izuku's first task as an asset. She loved when she could do good deeds without paying anything. You know, Hinata, you would have more allies if you stopped cackling like a mad woman. I am a mad woman, though. Suddenly, Compress understood where Gentle's weirdness came from. Izuku turned toward Godzilla and pulled the card given by Hinata. Godzilla Jr., MTG Edition. Joker summoned his internal strength before unleashing it, blinding everyone around them. When the humans could open their eyes again, all they could see was Godzilla and Jr. hugging each other. They were together again. This warmed both magicians' heart before Hinata smiled at them. Thank you. As a reward, I am officially granted the right to give an amnesty for the LOV for their past crimes, and to Mr. Compress too. However, I would recommend him to get a hero license presto if he doesn't want me to send Hawk after his ass. Nedzu was looking at the formerly known league in front of him, for various but very good reasons. They seemed uncomfortable in front of the most powerful rodent in the world. So, what am I going to do with all of you? Looney was the first to raise her hand. She was probably the only one not scared by Nedzu as she recognized a fellow quirked animal. They tended to instinctively trust each other. Can I let my family have fun on the campus? Yes, you can, Miss Toons. So, going back to my question, what am I going to do with you? Nedzu was sipping his tea as he enjoyed making the people in front of him squirm and wait for either his mercy or his punishment. Then, one of them had their postures shifting. It was Tamura who stared at him with determination. Good, good. You don't want to kill us and you don't want them to go back to the HPSC, Tamura pointed out very wisely. And what about you? You are AFO's former heir, don't you remember? Would it be wise to neutralize you? Nedzu was of course testing Tamura, who sighed. No, because you know I am Izuku's cousin and the grandson of All Might's mentor. Killing me isn't cost-effective. So, he did have a brain. Nedzu stared at them a bit longer and then clapped his hands, happily. He found some new toys. I have decided. I am keeping all of you. Under what condition? Toga asked meekly. Ever since the control command was given, her head hurt and she was going through something heavily like a withdrawal syndrome. Even blood didn't seem to calm her enough. As a result, she was oscillating between extreme guilt, extreme sadness, and fear. Miss Toga will have to join the general course. I will plan a special education plan for her. Tenko, you will have special training under my supervision to join the hero course, 3rd year. And what if I? Tamura, on the pure principle of not liking to be strong-armed, wanted to refuse. Nejire asked me to tell you that if you were to refuse, you would suffer consequences. Nedzu pulled his big guns. What if I wanted to thank you for your kind and generous offer? Whipped, divided by nice survival instinct. As for you, Twice, I know the perfect job for you and your quirk. You will never get hurt and you will get paid. Twice perked his head at this idea, wondering what was Nedzu's plan for him. 1 week later, Twice was being hugged for the 5th time today by a teacher who thanked him. It turned out that having an administration guy who can duplicate themselves to handle all of the forms was a God-given gift. According to Toga, some people in the support course were erecting shrines in his honor as he sped up tremendously the speed of every procedure. Maybe it was that, pure happiness? Spinner, meanwhile, was fidgeting. He was nervous as he didn't expect to be taken to UA with the others. Initially, his plan had been to potentially extract the LOV to one of the MLA compounds to recruit them and get them the help they needed. Hey, he got attached to them too. So when Nedzu looked at him, Spinner expected a lot. A job. Release him with surveillance. Be the prey in some kind of blood game. I have heard you have good driving skills and know how to use a sword. Also, according to Tamura, you are probably affiliated to some kind of crime network. Spinner wisely decided to stay silent. As a result, Nedzu followed. Considering your appearance, I need to ask, are you part of any supremacist organization in Japan? No, Spinner answered immediately, with some disgust in his voice. F the ISP and the CRC. I mean it. All quirks are equal and those thinking otherwise are dumbass. Nedzu sipped his tea. His eyes briefly clouded by nostalgia. Was it that? He needed to investigate Spinner's hometown. Deku, could it be that some remnants of his friend's organization survived? He was incredibly curious. Still, he wasn't going to let Spinner know he knew about the MLA First Generation and their motto. If they weren't MLA and corrupting his old friend's ideas, Nedzu would have a field day to purge them. As for me, Looney asked, curious about her fate but not scared. Nedzu looked at her and said, how about traumatizing students by being a danger hazard during training? You hit me when you said traumatizing. Nedzu made a new friend that day. Monoma was dejected. Island's doctors confirmed what he knew all along. His quirk had fully disappeared and with it, his dream to be a hero. Now, he was alone in a white room. What would he do? Become a member of the management course? Maybe he could still help as an analyst, but Monoma smashed his clenched fist against the bed frame. He lost his dream. Hello, boy. A booming voice just entered the room and a man, larger than life and probably a bit more than all for one, stood in front of him. Do you know a thing I hate about hospitals? They forbid me to smoke a cigar. The newcomer sat in front of him before crossing one of his leg over his knee. So, what are you going to do, boy? Cry about an unfair fate? F no. I am going to be a hero, no matter what. The man smiled before adjusting his glasses. Apparently, his niece had been right about what she told him. When you come back to Japan to realize your dream to be a hero, you will need to thank Pony. She asked me for a favor that will allow you to be a hero. How? Armstrong smiled before turning his skin black. Nanomachine, son. La Brava and Gentle were hugging each other. Gentle needed some re-education before leaving UAS own hospital. Still, they were happy and trending on the media. Apparently, part of his fight had been retransmitted live. Gentle wasn't able to be a hero, a villain or even a vigilante, but he was happy and alive. No one knew that his destiny was still to unfold. Izuku was back at school and was happy to find Katsuki, who was back too. The blonde teen was extremely angry to have missed the fight of the century and clearly yelled about it. Some teens tried to bully Shadow over his parentage, as Endeavor's link to the Ashen King was now public. Tried was the operative word there because the one did the equivalent of pulling out the shotgun. but as a group to defend their classmate. The most important to defend him were Katsuki, Izuku, and Maki. The last one knew the stigma of having a bad bloodline, and he was there to help Shoto. Tenko had been hunted by several women, namely Inko, who wanted to see her nephew, Hana, who wanted to hug and yell at him, and finally Nejire for all of his boss shenanigans. As a result, Nedzu had now another friend who was using the vents to move around UA. It was quite fun, honestly. Toga was tutored by Tamaki to be sure she would be okay as a second-year general. She cried when she heard she didn't have to fight anymore and might have stayed more than a few minutes against Tamaki, who gave her a light hug. Basically, everything kind of came back to normal, whatever it meant for everyone. Then two important events decided to happen. Seijin cursed mentally her father. If only he had survived before using the goddamn control command. As a result, since only her, the president, and Kei knew the commands, all of the suspicion fell on her. As a result, she had to leave the HPSC in emergency before unleashing her attack dogs to cause enough mess to not get caught. Now, she needed to plan for what she needed to do. But what could she do? She was a wanted woman and she had no one who knew her and could help her. Maybe if she could join of her dad's disciple, like Purify and Terraformers, she could be hidden. However, even that plan had issue. Where would she find them? She would have to choose between a psychopath bug mutant or a delusion conspiracy theorist. She was still under a bridge when suddenly, she heard a familiar voice and a dark cloud hand appeared in front of her. "Ma'am, we have work to do. Your father gave me instruction in case he met an ultimately and not planned demise, including what to do to ensure your safety." Seijin looked at Kirigiri and cried. Her dad didn't forget her. He had a plan. As always, what am I supposed to do? An event, my dear. Your dad wanted to know if you could make a whole country mad. The idea made Seijin smile like a child in a candy store. Ireland, Dublin, the 7th Circle Bar, Balor's HQ. The air was moist and the atmosphere was heavy. In the bar, everyone was a criminal of high caliber, except Miss MacG. She was an old woman who was blind and didn't know they weren't in her tea salon where she used to meet her friends. However, the old woman was just too kind and everyone in the bar let her have her spot to peacefully drink her tea and ask about how everyone was doing. One time, a dumb idiot actually stole from her, near the bar. The police refused to confirm the death because they had yet to find the head. Anyway, everyone was on high alert. They had an intel about a big situation and they prepared for battle. Suddenly, a spear pierced the roof with the power of 1,000 lightning strikes. It killed with the sheer impact as most villains assumed battle positions. Then the voices rose. "Here is Cuchulain, the #1 hero. We are giving you a chance to surrender. I brought with me Don Quixote, Santa Maria, Captain Baguette, Panzerstrike, and Ajax. You have no hope and are surrounded." Basically, 7 top 1 heroes from Europe had assembled to strike at Balor. 7 heroes who could handle their own against SS villains and beat them. All of them were on their guard and ready to fight. Then 2 red lasers emerged from the ruins, bending at angles that didn't make any sense. They pierced the cloud of dust and something exited it at full speed afterward. Cuchulain had the time to yell, "Incoming," before feeling a hand behind his skull. Then he didn't feel anything anymore. So, 6 #1. Damn, and I even hoped to get Star and Stripe today. Oh well. Balor was there, or rather, behind the enemy line, wearing the same suit as a Peaky Blinders. The man had an irritating smug smile when all of the heroes rushed at him. He opened his blue-white eyes and suddenly, they turned purple. Suddenly, all heroes felt sluggish before Balor's eyes turned red again and his body would suddenly increase in mass. His costume barely contained him and his red hair was floating under his own power. "No one looks in his eyes," Captain Baguette yelled. He was the least affected by the curse because he was already using his bredomancy to see through his bread. Using any kind of optic against Balor was a bad idea because he had an ability with his eyes to curse his enemy, bless himself, or use energy attacks. All of them depended on his eye color during that time. Honestly, his quirk was highly bullshit, and if the man had been a hero, Star and Stripe or All Might would have had an excellent challenger. The fight would be hard. Balor lighted a cigar as he watched Santa Maria, Italy #1, kneeling in front of him. After decapitating Ajax, the villain had his men's getting back up again. In his bar, no one was weak. Michael, as an example, was a good fire user. He went to duel with his sword Captain Baguette. Ajax, able to move his body even without his head, had to fight Hector, a Greek villain known for his strength. Very quickly, the fight turned to his favor and the heroes knew it. In the end, the Italian woman decided to sacrifice herself to allow the others to run to live another day. Santa Maria was known for her powerful barriers who could even withstand some of All Might's lighter attacks. So she was there, praying to keep Balor in a cage, with herself inside of another one. So, even if she was trapped with him, Santa Maria knew all she had to do was to survive enough for a rescue mission to come and get her. Balor knew, however, it would still take a toll on her, and as a result, everyone was watching her. Or rather, he was watching her. His men wanted to see the match of rugby. They had their own priorities. Suddenly, despite everyone watching the rugby match between Ireland and the United Kingdom, the program was interrupted. It was a report on a fight that happened in Japan. "We want the silence. We listen," Balor commanded as the news piqued his interest. He recognized the people on screen. In front of them, All for One, mostly healed, was fighting against Godzilla, All Might and the Ashen King. Then the end finally came. Everyone stayed silent, wondering what Balor would say after learning his only equal died. It was notorious that despite their initial fight, both men respected each other and their strength. To everyone's surprise, Balor shed tears before turning to everyone. "Tonight we honor one of the best of us. To commemorate All for One's death, I offer a glass of whiskey, the best quality, to everyone." Balor began to think quickly after that. He had fun with the European coalition, but he couldn't afford to lose more time anymore. He was going to have to finish them or break a treaty. It was time to go to Japan now. It was high time to reunite everything. "Santa Maria," he said to the Italian heroine, and the religious woman could see on his face actual sorrow. "I am going to let you live. Warn everyone that I am going out of Europe for a while. As a bonus, I will tell you to watch Humorize. They bought a lot of chemicals to make Trigger, which doesn't make much sense." Why would you tell me that? Or let me live?" she asked, not believing her ears, or her eyes for that matter. Balor, as he put back his glasses on to not tire himself, sighed. "I am not in the mood. Not today. Also, I am Catholic and killing a nun is, bad. Only my dad would do sit like that." Santa Maria stayed silent. Before cutting her shield, Balor gestured to her to go away, which she did, prompto. Balor then went to the bar and took a glass of whiskey. "Sayonara, old bastard," the Lord of Western Crime said in perfect Japanese before downing his drink. "Now, Hestia, my dear, switch our localization to number 34. The reason Balor was so hard to track despite having a well-known HQ. It was because of Hestia, the owner of the bar. Hestia could teleport her place to several fixed localizations. She could create a new one with some rituals, but it took time. She was forced into Balor's debt when the man saved her daughter. She had a quirk that made her fuse with the building when she stayed too long into one, with no safety part allowing her to diffuse. Slowly, she would have grown dumb and dumber as she would become a barely sentient house. Then Balor asked Hestia for her soul and loyalty in exchange for saving her daughter. Hestia didn't say a word before the bar switched to Poland. "Okay, boys, we are going to conclude our current works in Europe, which include leading the police on Humorize, by precaution. Then we will begin to infiltrate Japan." As everyone erupted in joy, Balor sighed. "Goodbye, old bastard." Nedzu loved humans. They were delightedly funny and entertaining. In a universe full of wonders, they still managed to create an amazing notion such as boredom. Truly, they were impressive creatures, and he loved to raise them, to help them reach greater levels. As a result, Nedzu loved to listen to them, understanding their issues and designing solutions to the best of his ability. Sometimes, it needed him to listen to them without being noticed. Sometimes it needed him to aim a weapon of mass destruction in the right direction. As a result, Nedzu loved to think he could solve any issues. Tenko Shimura hiding in one of his secret vents wasn't something he could solve. "I am sorry, young Shimura, but what are you doing here?" Tenko sighed, as he looked timidly through the shaft if he could get out safely. "I am currently being hunted by 3 people, Tenko explained, shivering. Good lord, he wasn't that scared when All for One chased after him in Exegol. Did a new threat rise when he wasn't looking? Who? Well, to start with the lesser evil, in Kosako." Nedzu shot a look at Tenko, his mouth still open, trying to process the fact that Tenko was hiding from Inko. "I swear, she almost broke 3 of my ribs with her hugs." Tenko cried, unused to things like that. He was a lone wolf for years. Also, All for One wasn't really a hug guy. Same for Kurogiri. "Fair enough. Who are the other 2? Did you know I have a sister?" Tenko asked, suddenly very still as he seemed to hide his presence. "Hana Shimura, yes. Isn't she dead?" The news about her death were greatly exaggerated. A few hours after the Exegol crisis, in Gentle's house, "Tenko, you son of a beach," Hana said while pulling out her shotgun with a rubber bullet from her stash. Tenko often wondered what would happen if his sister somehow came back to life. Her yelling at him was surprisingly high in his dream. As a result, the blue-haired man managed to dodge the first shot. Tenko then began to run for his life as he was chased by his angry sister, while the LOV wondered what the hell was happening. "Can someone explain?" Looney asked, before being answered by Nejire, who was eerily calm. Considering the name she used, Tenko, it means she knows him from before he got separated from his family, Nejire said, still utterly calm while Mirio was helping La Brava giving some first aid to the LOV. La Brava was doing her best to not think about Gentle's state, hoping for the best. Looney thought about it for a second, before closing her eyes and sniffing the air for a second. Oh, you're right. Considering their smell, they are probably brother and sister. Nedzu seemed to relax for a second before looking at the rabbit. You know, I still haven't forgotten the fact you once made me crash into a wall by making me think it had a hole. Yep, it was hilarious. Not when you destroy a wall with your head. Looney, as a result, was cackling madly while Hana Shimura was still chasing her brother across the house. And you think your sister might be here? Nedzu asked while pouring a cup of tea to the scared blue-haired former criminal. Well, considering that I saw 2 midnight and one of them suddenly pulled out a rope when she saw me, Tamura explained. I mean, if she was alone, I was still going to run because I am not into that. But you fear that your sister might be a master of disguise and still out for your blood. Either that or crushing my poor spine with a hug. Or both. Honestly, I am not sure. Then, the young man finally drank the cup of tea given by the mysterious animal that was the principal. But I am not willing to bet on it. You know that delaying the inevitable will not make it better, right? Nedzu said while Tamura nodded. To be honest, it is the third one that scares me the most. Nedzu was aware of it after all. She is kind of upset that I was the boss and, well, considering she is your girlfriend, she is very angry at you, especially as it almost got you killed by your former boss but also as you kept such a thing secret from her, Nedzu said while sipping from his cup. So her anger is born both because of worry about you, disappointment because the whole criminal life was the reason why you never officialized anything with her, and of course the fact she failed to catch you several times. Tamura nodded, surprised. Yes, it is exactly that. Wait, how do you know that? Nedzu smiled at Tamura while he pushed a button, sealing off Tamura's exit and before the wall exploded. The vent too. As a result, both of them fell into the corridor where an angry and livid Nedzu was there. Oh, mainly because she explained everything to me and I proposed to help her solve her issue of hunting you, Nedzu said while sipping his tea. Truly, he loved to solve issues for humans, by making them suffer. Neep, Tenko said as Nedzu appeared, a bolt of energy around her body and with as much mercy on her face as during a tournament of hero. The card game. Meep indeed, Tenko. We are going to have a Luwung discussion. Tamura tried to run but fell flat on his face. He was a former criminal and knew when to run away from death. Oh, by the way, I laced the tea with sedatives, Nedzu said while cackling madly. Doesn't that mean you are immobilized too? Yes, but I have an Aizawa to move me around. It is said that it took 3 days for Tenko to hear anything again once Nedzu finished yelling. They also officialized their relationship. On a side note, Inko did crush Tenko's spine with a bear hug. Students from the Tua class were scared. They saw an abomination coming from the depth of hell itself, as they knew their doom was coming. No way they could escape it. All omens announcing the end of the world were reunited and they knew they shared their final hour. Aizawa was smiling and beaming with energy. Good morning, students. Oh God, they were going to die. Today is a great day. Probably horribly. Let's start with our first exercise. Escape from this labyrinth with these fake civilians on your back. The students looked at the deceivingly simple exercise. But they knew better. It was Aizawa abandon all hope Eraserhead, after all. The civilians have a bomb and we need to find it before we rescue them. Aizawa beamed kindly at the student who said that but shook his head. Good thinking, but no. They are real fake civilians. We have a time limit of 3 minutes and anyone failing to do it has to follow Tagada's training for a month. I might use that one for another classroom. But no, the students were weirded out. Was it a normal exercise? Then, one girl with an armadillo heteromorphic quirk raised her hand, meekly. There is a monster in the labyrinth ready to hunt us. That's correct. Suddenly, from a hole in the floor emerged Looney, who pulled out a chainsaw. Hi kids, I am AIZAWAS assistant. Looney was happy with her new job. The scared looks of the children in front of her. Priceless. Okay, she had to abandon her vendetta against Maruko. But Nedzu promised to organize a fight between her and the bunny hero if she tortured enough students. So it was perfect actually. Pleased to torture you. Every student considered the situation. The fact that civilians were across the room and Looney was in between them. Then they looked at their teacher. Do we have a head start? Sure. You have until Looney counts to 15. Aizawa felt pride for his students as they all began to move before he finished his sentence. They have gotten better now. Meanwhile, Looney was counting on her paws. 1, 2, 3, 8. Hey, you skipped a bunch of numbers, a boy said, unwisely. Someone was going to get a scolding afterward. Then Aizawa considered Looney who pulled out from the ground her chainsaw and activated it. To be fair, I am a rabbit. We are good at multiplying, not counting. 15. Then the horror movie began. The screams of his students sounded like a symphony played by the highest caliber of musicians to Aizawa. Pure bliss. May I say I hate math? Himiko said for the 9th time, as she had to relearn how to do equations. Sadly, her teacher didn't let her catch a break. Tamaki was surprisingly severe as a teacher, and he was tasked by Nedzu to mentor Toga with additional lessons until she had a satisfactory level compared to the rest of the 2B. Yes, it was decided to put her with Vlad for a very simple reason. That way she was with a teacher who could correctly understand her quirk and her attraction to blood. But you won't get a break until you do these 30 exercises. Then, we will study Japanese. Tamaki was extremely serious about his role as a teacher for Himiko. But I am going to miss PE. Still, the vampire, Kitsune, Yakai Otter tried to escape her version of hell. Himiko, we both know you can still beat anyone physically speaking. Because of the HPSC's training went unsaid. Thankfully, between a deal made by Nedzu and the president, Himiko had a shot, an opportunity to live. Agent K was also part of the deal, and the official liaison between Nedzu and the president, meaning he often exchanged threats between the two top personalities in the hero industry. Still, Toga appreciated meeting her former handler once in a while. He never failed to bring her some food and ask how her school life went. You know, Tamaki, you would be more popular if you were nicer, Toga pointed out while scribbling down more numbers on the paper. Most people don't deserve my kindness, nor do they need it, Sun Eater answered quickly. And me teaching you is the best I can muster. This made Himiko blush a little, while Tamaki, totally professional, stayed near her to make sure she was learning correctly. Himiko, if, and it's a big if, you do well enough, I will bring you to a restaurant my mentor recommended to me. Suddenly, Himiko decides to do 30 exercises. That isn't too bad of a deal, right? Besides, while she never teased Tamaki during their sessions, outside of it, it was a free game. She loved to see him blush when they shared an ice cream. To be honest, Tamaki also liked to see her smile because of his blushing face. Not unlike his cousin, Izuku Sako was currently busy trying to run away and hide from 3 people, namely, Toru, who didn't appreciate that her boyfriend did something reckless without her by his side to play the enemy. Then again, Shouto did try to defend Izuku's actions by explaining that their enemy had vision that nullified completely Toru's quirk and that she would have been dead weight more than anything. At the end of his speech, Shouto discovered the meaning of defenestration. Fortunately, they were on ground level and Koda had opened the window beforehand. It was needed because his rabbit asked so. Then came the second existential threat to Izuku's existence, namely Katsuki. I missed a effing epic fight to the death. Izuku, why didn't you wait for me? Unlike Toru, Izuku could clearly see how Bakugo could have been useful during Exegol, and the green bean didn't have anything to retort. As a result, Katsuki was still chasing around Izuku, and the only reason why Joker wasn't the third person to reach orbit without mechanical assistance was because Kaken was still getting used to his new arm. Being a vital part of I-Island's defense made Katsuki a VIP for all scientists there. As a result, if their first reaction was to create a mechanical arm, they had to admit they lacked ideas on how to allow it to perform on the same level as his real arm. So, instead, they took what was left of Moonfish, some of his DNA, and finally decided to go a bit mad about it. The final result, a new kind of prosthesis. If the bone structure was made from metal, I-Island's scientists managed to clone the meat from Katsuki's DNA. The result was a new biomechanical arm, which could theoretically be stronger than his original arm. Theoretically, even now, Katsuki had a lot of readjustment to do. As a result, he went to Nedzu and Aizawa for authorization for a project. To Izuku's dismay, Katsuki managed to convince the staff that hunting his friend with his quirk was an excellent therapy. Hence, an explosive Katsuki was chasing an Izuku who had to hide fast. However, Toru and Katsuki were almost normal compared to the third and last person who was chasing him. So, when Izuku was walking, trying to take his breath on the 4th floor, he didn't expect what he saw next. Giant eyes, owned by the one and only Yui Kodai, stared at him terrifyingly. Godzilla. I want to see Godzilla. Fans could be terrifying, right? The fact that Setsuna was also with her didn't make it less threatening. Yagi sighed. One for all was gone. Sure, Izuku's card gave him the last boost he needed to finish the job, but the familiar presence was gone now that his duty was done. The old hero passed his hand over his wound, wondering if he did the right thing after Exegol. It had been an idea on the spur of the moment which could have gone badly. However, it seemed it worked. So, now, all that was left was to announce his retirement, continue to improve as a teacher, and train his replacement. But before all of that, Yagi had to do something. See, young Sako had been kind enough to remember a certain card used by All for One during the events that happened. Then, thanks to his and Nedzu's wealth, All Might bought several copies of that card. As of now, he was in front of several potions from an old man and decided to drink them all. The pain caused by several organs regrowing at once was enough to make him fall on what was left of the red potion, making it as if someone murdered All Might. As fate was a close friend with irony and probably lover with karma, the one who opened the door was Gran Torino to check on his dumbass disciple. His scream of terror sounded like a lullaby to Yaga's ears despite the pain. Only then did he allow himself to pass out. La Brava was with Gentle, near his hospital bed. While she was busy on her computer, helping UAS system to be even more foolproof, she poured a cup of tea to her dear fiancé and lover. She wasn't dumb and knew that Hinata gave them a pardon thanks to her familial relationship with Gentle. Her big dumb idiot. The doctors explained to her that his recovery was evidence of his incredible vitality. La Brava could only agree, as Gentle was so full of life and joy every time he moved. The only thing, now, was to wait for him to wake up. She would be there, by his side. The door to their chamber opened, revealing Hana, who was currently panting. She was still on the hunt for Tenko, but she never missed an opportunity to come by and see her friends. Well, best friends actually, since she continued to live in Gentle's house. Hana took her duty to bring food and drink to La Brava very seriously. She took a break from her hunt only to do that, as the small woman was unable to leave Gentle even for one instant. Hey, girl, don't worry. This man is too dumb to die. Also, he knows that if he died, it would make you sad. The result would be him trying to pass every angel to see you again. Hana meant it, as La Brava hugged her tightly. Still, she wanted to be here when Gentle would finally wake up. La Brava had faith that Gentle would rise again, better than ever. Shadow contemplated his locker. Someone had written "Cursed Blood, Son of a Fiend," and various other unkind things, alongside smearing Sid all over it. Around him, people outside of Wano were partly snickering and partly afraid, looking uneasily at the boy. Endeavor's affiliation with the Ashen King was now out in the open. No official statements, but people had connected the dots, considering their forms, quirks, and power. As a result, many people now saw Shadow in a certain way. Katsuki saw the vandalism, feeling ready to explode until he saw something on Shadow's face. He was somehow happy to see something he hadn't seen in a very long time on Shadow's face. Who, the F, wrote that? Shadow asked emotionlessly. Contradictorily, his quirk flared around him, creating fire and ice around him. It coated his hair and eyebrows in a thin layer, similar to Endeavor's appearance. No one answered. Maki put his hand on Shadow's shoulder. Being the son of an actual villain, thankfully in jail, he knew very well how he felt. What? Want me to calm down? Shadow angrily asked. No, just call me if you find out who did this. I would be happy to help, Maki said in a cold voice and tone that reminded Shadow of himself. Meanwhile, Katsuki made an explosion from his new hand. Beach, please. He'll call me first. He knows that I'd be more than happy to help. Bakugo, it would be unmanly if Shadow didn't ask the whole class if we wanted to help, Kirishima said with a huge smile, flexing his impressive muscles behind Shadow. Kaminari quickly joined, putting his arms around Shadow's shoulder. Whoever hurt my friend hurt me. The hunt will be fun. Everyone. Momo appeared behind them, clearly not approving. You can't hunt people willy-nilly. There are rules for this. Momo, prepared as always, pulled a stack of forms from her bag, handing one form each to the boys. First, you need to fill out this form. Then, once the teachers or anyone else finds concrete evidence, well, the hunt will begin. Momo smiled widely, pulling a rifle from her arms. Thankfully, Dad made sure I was a good shot. Suddenly, some students knew they probably F-ed up. On the other hand, Nedzu called that Darwinism if you were stupid enough to mess with a member of the 1A, who was apparently very close to each other. A top student who was friends with several powerhouse students. His grandson, meaning that Nedzu had already approved the forms and checked the feeds to know the culprits. Well, you deserve to be hunted and purged from his school. On this note, Nedzu activated the speakers. Midoriya, while I appreciate you trying to find who annoyed your friends, I would appreciate if you didn't summon monsters in the school. Everyone looked at Midoriya, who had several cards with a canine theme, to smell whoever did this. Fine, I won't use dogs. No cards. I know you have frogs, otters, and I am half sure you might have some Space Marines cards. Also, I know you have other things than monsters to do your bidding. So, no quirk. Izuku grumbled something that sounded like not anymore since they were on his ban list. Kaminari then asked something. Principal Nedzu, I thought speakers only worked one way. How are you able to hear us? Sorry, I am going under a tunnel. Bye-bye. Everyone stared at Shadow. My theory is that he has micros everywhere in the building. This one is less fun than usual. I hoped for aliens or something, Kirishima said, sighing as everyone was quietly forgetting the issue of the bull, going back to their daily life. Well, everyone except Bakugo, Shadow, and Momo. The legendary bullying hunt became a story for the years to come after all. The Todorokis were thoroughly scanned as they walked in hallway that was recently repaired. Clearly, thanks to the various wars that happened during the dawn of Quirk, various projects fell apart. Finding ruins and actually exploring them was a lucrative yet risked activity. You could find a bunker full of old technology from the peak of pre-dawn of Quirk era, or you could find one of the deactivated bunkers from the AI uprising of the 90s. For obvious reasons, this wasn't a desirable outcome. Currently, the Todorokis were in such a ruin, discovered and repaired by the state of Japan. It was a prototype for a fusion nuclear reactor. Energy for everyone, with almost no waste. Yet, the technology was never completed and the main component was lost to time. As a result, only the mainframe existed and the place where the reactor and the fusion was supposed to happen was empty. Until recently, a lot of scientists were currently watching Enji in his fiery glory bringing energy to the compound. The possibility to study a star in a controlled and safe environment was a boon to most of the scientists there. There was talk about renovating all electricity lines to link the facility to Japan's power grid. The head scientist looked at Rei Todoroki before checking his files. He wanted to be sure why they were here and saw their reason, trying to communicate with Enji, see how much of him was left there. The man, with an actual eraser head, nodded towards them. He wasn't an idiot, and he was part of the team that oversaw Enji's transfer here. To be honest, everyone's fear of Enji going rogue was, according to him, groundless. The man was too calm and quiet to do anything. Also, considering the videos and All Might's conference about the threat Endeavor helped to destroy, well, the scientist actually had empathy for his situation. We managed to accommodate a room for you to speak with him. As you might have suspected, the conversation will be monitored. Rest assured, I will personally see that nothing goes out to the media. The Todorokis acknowledged his warning and appreciated his kindness. They didn't expect someone that kind with them here. They actually had to relocate in the aftermath of Exegol. While Natsuo kept his position as Inko's intern, Fayumi had to change schools. Surprisingly, the parents weren't really okay with having the granddaughter of a supervillain teaching their children. The head scientist led them to a room that allowed them to see Enji through a special glass in a safe way. Speaker and everything needed to speak were there too. Rei and her children sat down before taking up the mic. Her husband currently had his eyes closed, probably sleeping. Could fire sleep? Did he even need to? Enji, this is Rei. I am here to talk. This prompted Enji to open an eye. With a deep voice that made them remember wood cracking under the heat of a fire in a chimney, the giant of fire answered. Leave. I have heard enough people. Sadly, Enji, I don't care. We will talk. You will listen. So, what's the point, sir? You mean, aside from basic ethics, human rights and not being in a hole? The sarcasm was strong in the head scientist's voice as he answered to his intern. Seeing his puzzled face, the scientist followed. Endeavor's state is a boon for science. No discussion asked. However, unlike his father, he actually did nothing wrong. Considering what he told us about living Quirk and how they have to burn, sacrifice things to become what they are, we need to check if it is possible to make them revert into a weaker state by giving them their emotions and feelings. Why? State secret. You aren't high enough in the hierarchy to know. The head scientist, though, was cleared to know. Namely, the fact they had Wolfram, a S-class villain who was kept in stasis in the middle of what looked furiously like an ascension to the rank of living Quirk. Some were advocating to kill him, while others pointed out the issue of being sure to kill him before he finished his ascension. However, if they could revert the process, they could make him human again and solve the issue at once. The scientist was among the one who simply proposed to encase him in a block of weighted cement and drop him in the middle of the ocean. However, it was still a risked move. So, for the hope of everyone, Irasuhito hoped the Todorokis managed to help Enji. Iri was happy. It was a strange and new feeling for her. Ever since she was freed from Chisaki, Meminko constantly took care of her, trying to make her smile. Tadhiro was bringing gifts, shiny things that sparkled. She liked them. Finally, there was Brother Zuko, who was always bringing her favorite characters to play with her. She liked it when he once summoned a platypus with a funny hat. He was fun and jumped everywhere. However, this time, she was even happier. Mr. Rappa was here. The huge muscular man didn't expect to be declared honorary uncle, but even a massive brute like him couldn't say no to a teary. Especially when there was Inko I know where you live Midoriya behind the young girl when she dropped it to you for the day. So, while they were waiting for Nedzu to finish preparing a kindergarten for super-powered young children who needed protection, Rappa was also the honorary nanny for As a result of having Yuri staying on his shoulder, Rappa had to face his girlfriend Atsu laughing her ass off, her tail violently slamming against the floor. She loved the picture of the big brute being forced to be a caring man. Granted, part of her was impressed by Rappa actually knowing how to take care of a child. He answered by reminding he was an actual uncle to a student in UA, the ginger girl who lost to Izuku. Right. However, my dear Rappa, are you sure you are authorized to bring her here? Atsu asked, curious. Here being Rappa's underground ring which also worked during the day. Currently, on the ring, fought a man with the ability to summon a frying pan and in front of him a thug who could harden his body. Of course, teeth and blood flew across the place and, go for it Mr. Punch. Yuri loved every second. Maybe because the frying pan dude looked a bit like Chisaki and it was satisfying to see him getting punched. Probably. She seems fine and happy. Besides, that's what I did with my niece and look at her. She is a class rep for a hero class in UA. Rappa said, while head-patting and happy Eri. Everywhere around them, most thugs had the same thought. They knew Eri for only a few hours, but if something happened to her, they would kill everyone involved. More seriously, they wouldn't even have the time to do that, because hurting Eri would mean having Rappa, Maruko, and Atsu on your trail. Still, more than a few people missed the fact that some people spied on them. Purifier read the report with his morning coffee cup. Yep, the girl seemed to be fine. Now, if his scientists could continue to retro-engineer Chisaki's erasing bullet. So, you are the girl dating my baby brother? Hana asked Nedzu, scanning with expertise the young blue-haired woman with the aura of an airhead. However, Hana was a top vigilante, an expert in infiltrating places, and she knew when someone masked their real personality. Nedzu, with her cute smile, seemed absolutely inoffensive. However, there was something in her eyes, like a predator who was checking on another one as they were stalking the same prey. Meanwhile, Tenko was trying to ignore the two women having a staring contest while he was playing cards with a regular of the shop. Currently, most of the neckbeards stopped freaking out whenever a girl came into the shop. To be fair, because of Tenko, Tamura, and Izuku, well, some were actual regulars now, so they actually learned how to grow out of their M-lady phase too. Not that they even tried to flirt with the girls since they were either Izuku's girlfriend or Tamura's. Tenko, your sister is a bit scary. Hell, do you know any woman that isn't scary? My friend, I fear only 3 things in this world. Izuku's mom, my sister, and Nedzu. Tenko explained as he was preparing his deck for the upcoming tournament. Since he got an actual pardon for his past, at least the parts that were known by the government, he could actually enjoy the present a bit. To not burden the Sako's household more, Tamura was currently living on UAS ground. That and because it allowed Nedzu to actually monitor him, just in case he was doing an elaborate and convoluted plan to destroy Hero Society. Okay. On a side note, do you know why Nedzu is bringing a deck? Isn't she usually playing with a pre-made one? Izuku and Tenko nearly snapped their neck as they saw Nedzu pulling out from her bag a deck safely tucked in a small pouch. Her actual and personal deck. Oh, that's simple. I am participating in the tournament. Also, Tenko, I remember you boasting that if you were to lose this tournament despite having a new foolproof strategy, you would agree to be my butler for the rest of the month, Nedzu said with a warm smile. But her eyes said something else entirely, making Hana take a decision, namely hugging the girl from behind. It's official. My dumb brother's side quirk must be luck. I don't know how else he managed to get a perfect girl like you to be by his side. Want me to lend your brother for the month? I adopt you. Izuku almost laughed at his cousin's situation, as the 2 women of his life teamed up against him. Izuku, I swear that if I can embarrass you with Toru, I will, Tenko said, with venom in his voice. This made everyone in the shop laugh harder. Rappa was cleaning the blood from his face when he saw Atsu, panicked behind him. He just came out of his fight and he had a good time. Also, he was pretty sure she was fighting Crust just before, so she should be good. Rappa, who is watching Eri. Oh sit. Both adults actually rushed out to the bar, where Eri was supposed to stay, to see her playing with toys and Yui Kodai, Rumi's insane intern. Bakugo was simply the angry intern, after all. Yui, meanwhile, had an official ban list of items to bring in the ring. One of them was any kind of sodas. Meanwhile, Bakugo was showing Eri how to throw a good punch. This situation made Atsu suddenly realize something. Were they corrupting this sweet girl into becoming one of them, a bloody battle maniac? 20 years later. Oh god, run. It's the Blood Queen. Eri, laughing while she wore her deadly knuckles, jumped in the fight as every time she got hurt, her wound rewinded back in time, making her effectively immortal in a fight. Thanks to using her quirk so often, she now mastered it perfectly. As a result, everyone thought her rewinding quirk only affected her and not the others, making her ability to heal any wounds a state secret. You can run, you can try to hide, but you won't escape me, Eri said, in a frightening smile reminding people of Rappa. Truly, she was the heir of the battle maniac. The tournament began and Izuku, Tamura, and Nedzu were luckily in different branches. They wouldn't have to fight each other before the semi-final or the final. Izuku, to his dismay, had to play with a deck specially made by the Yaoruzu. Being sponsored allowed him to have a lot of cards as a hero, but it also had a cost, sadly. Tenko knew that and smiled. If Izuku had his true deck, he could have been a threat. Without his deck, he would have to learn and make new strategies on the fly and was as a result more reliant on luck. Tenko knew that his villain deck was still as powerful as before. He would have loved to add an all-for-one card, but the company explained they were forbidden by the HPSC to do so. Hinata was drinking her 5th bottle of coffee. For God's sake, she has almost finished purging her organization now. But she had to hire a shit-ton of otakus to go through all card games still existing. This Gata Midoriya was an asset, true, but he increased her workload by 10 times. The ban list kept expanding every goddamn minute. The moment Dark Souls was spotted, it had been instabbin. The moment the Yaoyuruzus explained they wanted to do an all-for-one card and Endeavor, Emperor of Fire variant, Hinata had actually thrown the messenger out of the building. Thankfully, Hawks was on standby and saved the poor sap. Meanwhile, Nedzu was crushing her opponents. The first one underestimated her because she was a girl. The second thought it was a fluke. The third recognized her as Ryukyu's apprentice and asked for her autograph. The fourth was a girl that asked her on a date. As a result, by the time she finished her match and was one of the finalists, Izuku and Tenko barely began their own match. Despite Izuku owning several of the new cards from the company, it wasn't his main deck. Also, even with his main deck, the blue-haired guy often crushed him. He put up a brave fight, but in the end he lost to his cousin. Still, both shook their hands as a sign that all was good, and Izuku actually whispered something to his cousin. "Good luck. You will need it against your girlfriend." Tenko stared at Nedzu and smiled. "Thank you. You will need it too. I told Toru that you needed someone to comfort you after losing, and I am pretty sure I saw her in the stands." Izuku's stare of betrayal as Tenko just announced he unleashed a wild invisible predator on his track was perfect. Either that or someone with a very powerful telekinetic quirk. That joke was done too many times. Tenko. While the final of the card game began, Enji was still listening to his wife, trying to let him remember happy moments the two of them had together. Things he broke because he was a monster. "Ray, just stop," the monster said, before seeing a green light in front of him. More energy. He would give it. Enji raised an arm, which bore no flesh. His blood was pure plasma. His flesh, made of fission. His bone was his grief. Enji put his arm in the hole open in the wall, almost melting everything inside it. Almost. It was time to provide more energy to the facility and help science. Help the world. "Dad, you can't just ignore your problem," Natsuo yelled through the microphone. Even he was angry when seeing his father in such a desolate state. "You never were the kind of man who ran away." "Was I? The way I see it, I ran away from my duty at home by burying myself in my work. I have failed Talia and Shaoto, sure, but I have failed you and your sister even more." Enji was sarcastic at first, but then the regret came back. You were alone, without a mother and without a father that was never home. Natsuo actually had nothing to say against that, as it was his main reason for being angry at his dad. However, he was a bit surprised that Endeavor actually even noticed that up. "I didn't even congratulate you when you managed to enter the medical university, or Fayumi when she became a teacher. I should have." Shaoto, for now, stayed silent. It was strange, seeing his father, all broken and down. It wasn't right. Yet, he couldn't find any words for him, to comfort or to berate him. Meanwhile, Fayumi was also struggling to find more words. However, before she could say anything, someone knocked at the door. It was Dr. Arasu Hito. "Sorry, but it has been 2 hours already. For test purposes and according to the protocols." The good doctor didn't have to finish his sentence. "Enji, don't think it's over," Ray shouted at the speaker before having to leave. Her husband sighed. "I don't need to think. I know. Butler, I want some grape juice, please," Nedzu asked as she was enjoying the park and the view. That view included a properly groomed Tamura who had to wear a suit, not unlike a certain bartender he knew. "Very well, ma'am," Tamura said politely before rushing to get Nedzu what she wanted with a perfect style. Mirio looked at the spectacle and then at his friend. "What the hell did you do to him?" "We made a bet last week about who would win the tournament. The winner enjoys the ability to command the other for 1 month. Nedzu explained with a smile as Tamura was buying her what she asked. "And how did you make him that obedient?" "I told him that if he refused to follow my orders, I would lend him for the month to his sister." Mirio thought about the strange woman who liked to disguise herself as various teachers in UA. She even managed to pull a Nedzu makeup and no one understood how she did it, especially as she explained it wasn't her quirk. They got bonus points whenever they managed to detect her. Villains that could impersonate others were a danger after all. "That's something," Mirio duly noted before stretching a bit. "You are going somewhere." "Yes. Did you know that Nedzu recently hired a new guy to help improve our performance? Sako. I want to try his training, seeing if I can add a few things to my regimen." Mirio was after all the most hardworking of the big three, to the point that sometimes it worried his friends. It was the reason why they had a regular meeting they weren't allowed to miss. "Good luck. From what I have heard, he teaches tricks to escape and some hand-to-hand combat. I am not sure how useful it will be for someone like you, but have fun." "Ma'am, your grape juice," Tamura said, appearing next to Nedzu, making his friends jump in surprise. None of them had heard him approach. For God's sake, they were happy that Tamura wasn't a true villain, as otherwise the situation could have gone badly. "Tenko, I need to ask, where the hell did you learn how to be a butler?" Mirio added that to his mental list of things to check about him. Hell, when he asked Murai-sensei to check, thanks to a picture taken during the sports festival, Tenko's future, he didn't expect his mentor to go paler than death itself. At this point, Mirio only thought that Tenko was the boss. Then he learned the whole sit about All Might and All for One on the route to the disaster. Tenko, for the first time in a while, seemed sad. The only thing he missed from his life at the bar. Kurogiri, the guy who could create warp gates. The whole well-spoken persona wasn't fake. He was the closest thing I had to a dad. And I don't know why, but he was forced to be subservient to All for One. Tenko knew that much, thanks to the message in the basement. Kurogiri didn't love, like or hold any affection for All for One. However, he was forced to work for him and obey his every word. Then, Tenko felt something tugging at his suit, making him look downward, before being pulled into a hug by Nedzu. We will find him, Tenko. Don't worry, whatever happened to him. You know we are here to help you, right? Mirio nodded, before slapping the back of his friend. Us and your little crew. Tenko would furiously deny he cried a bit at their support and at the fact that for the first time in a long while, Tenko wanted to be a hero, to save people. He even remembered some of Izuku's words. His cousin had a very good point. Tenko could be a hero for those forgotten. Why did Himiko, Twice and Looney were his friends and so dear to him? Because they were the rejects of the society. And he grabbed their hands. Dabai was something else. Tenko wanted to save him too, but they didn't find him after the castle fell. Where was he? Sensei. Yes, my dear Chisaki. Do you need tips on your date with Emilia? Garaki said while he was busy injecting a cocktail of drugs in a cadaver to nullify it. Selling one of them was a good way to get some money from the outside world after all. First off, F you sensei, Chisaki grumbled behind his mask. Did he have a date with his fellow mad scientist? Yes. However, he wouldn't ask his sensei for dating tips. I thought it was Emilia's privilege. Garaki was smirking when he said that before seeing his adorable disciple being all nervous and shy about the situation. Sensei, I can turn you into a copy of Doraemon. Don't push me. And as usual, Chisaki hid his uneasiness behind some anger, though his threat wasn't fully empty. As far as Garaki knew, Chisaki could do that. Fine. What do you want? I finished reconstructing Dabai's body. Funnily enough, Chisaki had to do it slowly and steadily to heal every injury that Dumbass did on his body. If he was correct, and the former Yakuza boss was often right, Dabai hurt his body for years before meeting him. Yes, Overhaul was an overpowered quirk. However, if you wanted to do fun things such as turning people into living tires or restoring someone's body, you needed to know how biologically speaking it worked. In Dabai's situation, he had to learn how burnt scars worked and in fact, Chisaki was half tempted to write a book on how to heal deep burns thanks to his work on Dabai. It was enlightening. Also, Chisaki was now studying on how to make skin naturally heat resistant so he wouldn't burn again. Oh, excellent. So when will he be awake? When I let him. I put him to sleep as a precaution. Chisaki didn't share his mentor's enthusiasm. After all, Dabai didn't seem to be the sanest man around. Yes, Chisaki knew he was sharing a basement with two other mad scientists. Still, he maintained his assessment that Emilia or Garaki was saner than this dumbass. Why, sir? His first action when he woke up was to try to burn me. Then I paralyzed him, explained the situation and then unparalyzed him. He tried to burn me again. So, now, he sleeps. Overhaul wasn't paid enough for this sit. Hell, considering that All for One was dead. He was helping Garaki since he had nothing else to do. Worst case scenario, Garaki's plan blew up Japan and people would realize that quirks are a sickness to be eradicated. That's a good reason. I mean, we don't want him to burn the lab. Garaki sighed, fully feeling his old age all too suddenly. Yes, he couldn't wait to see the Ashen King again. However, the Ashen King actually appreciated his works on quirks. Also, while the Ashen King had a point when he explained that quirks were the proof souls existed, Garaki couldn't wait to speak with him about how quirks came to existence. On a side note, my dear Chisaki, Emilia explicitly told me she expected at least holding hands for your date. Holding hands. Chisaki, if your relationship progressed as she wanted to, I would be a grandpa. Again, however, she knows you are extremely shy. Overhaul contemplated the pros and cons of exploding himself right then and there. Aizawa was sipping his tea while watching his students honestly showing off their improvement. To be honest, they deserved to do that a bit, even if some continued to be a pain. Some examples. Izuku Sako. Aizawa called the teen at the end of the day while using the ruler to hit the board behind him. You are the designated one for cleaning the room. Izuku, as he was leaving with Toru, calmly pulled a card and gave it to Aizawa. Then he activated it. It was a effing Uno reverse card. No, you are. Hence Aizawa was forced to actually clean the room while Izuku ran away fast. Another one. Well, Shouto was the one who asked for more training. Usually, Aizawa reserved his training for underground heroes. People like Shouto weren't cut out for this kind of job. What kind of training do you want, Todoroki? Nonetheless, Aizawa was curious, and flipping off your boss grandson was not a great idea, especially when you were a teacher with the paycheck that went with it. I want to learn how to be as grumpy as you and how to tell people to F off. The racerhead stared straight at Todoroki, wondering if Izuku put him up for a prank or something like that. The fact that Izuku Sako was truthfully laughing with a surprised face told Aizawa that Izuku wasn't aware of the situation. However, he was thoroughly enjoying it. Bakugo looked at Aizawa and nodded. Knowing Shoto, he is serious, sir. Katsuki had been right, and since he refused to teach Shoto, well, Aizawa could often see Shoto follow him while taking notes. Got him, Nit. Looney, why don't you hunt this one for me? Aizawa, surprisingly, discovered he appreciated speaking with the murderous rabbit. The fact that Thunderbolt once openly laughed about Obero's death had absolutely nothing to do with that. No, seriously, it was traumatizing the students that made them become friends. No, he bought some food for my family. Food is sacred. Maybe you can turn it into an assignment. An assignment? Yeah, make him lose points every time he gets spotted. He will learn things and he will stop bothering you. That was a good idea, or so he thought. Tatsum, I need your help, Shoto said before putting a huge bag of money on the table. Oddly enough, it had a yen sign on it. Tatsum stopped working for a second before pushing a button. Suddenly, various panels proclaiming Hatsum Industries appeared and Hatsum went full saleswoman. Welcome, stranger. It was a good idea until Shoto managed to convince Mei, the support problem child, to make him an invisible suit. Got him, Nit. Money. So yeah, my students love to see me suffer, and the worst thing is they work together for that. What did I do to them? Aizawa was almost crying in a bar with some colleagues. You threatened them with expulsion the first day. You slept several times during your lessons, and you often do logical ruses to disturb them, Atsuhiro said while sipping his drink. Midnight was divided between the two, as she was friends with Eraserhead but Atsuhiro. Well, Compress was also right. Learning that he was Mr. Compress had been a fun moment in UA. By fun, understand the whole staff chasing him before Nedzu told them he got amnesty. Before that, Compress had been busy tying Midnight to the ceiling with Aizawa's scarf. Hey, no one ever had anything against how I did things before, Aizawa grumbled before being slapped in the back of the head by Midnight, Mike and Joke, who were also there. Hey, that was fully deserved. If you continue, I will have you marry me, Joke said with a smile before hearing a shout of groaning once again. Atsuhiro raised an eyebrow. Wait, I thought you were married. I mean, my son has cards about you two being. Shouta closed Sako's mouth a bit too late before Joke stopped drinking a bit. Wait, what? I need an explanation. Aizawa explained this at once. Meanwhile, during a conference between the HPSC president and Nedzu, your damage control skills are truly something else. Nedzu wasn't often impressed. However, while he was an excellent strategist, understanding the heart of the masses was an art he had yet to master. Meanwhile, Tobita was obviously a genius at her job. Sipping through her 5th cup of coffee, Hinata was on the verge of tears. Your praises are effing faints, Nedzu. We lost our 2 top heroes in one evening. Yes, the fight was awesome enough to be a good closure, but people are already peeking at the HPSC and the Hero Institution about the Todoroki situation. Nedzu sighed, knowing exactly what she meant. Learning that one of the Ashen King's scions became a top hero was bad. The whole world learning that the Ashen King wasn't a one-time incident, it was worse. So, basically, we need a PR stunt and something that will allow the public to still rely on heroes, Nedzu asked. Having a non-antagonistic relationship with Hinata was kind of weird. Exactly, considering the situation. I plan to have as many hero students to get licensed and on the field. Notably, I hope for a few of them to succeed at their license exam. Hinata pulled for the conference the files of a few students. Izuku was there, but considering his status as a national asset, he technically already had his license. Shoto, of course, to help rehabilitate the Todoroki's name. Katsuki and Yui. Maki, the new student of 1A. Nedzu had an idea of the why, but wait, Maki, try to appear clueless, Nedzu. Effing rat, don't take me for an idiot. I know exactly who he is, who his mother is. I hope he can be as great a hero as she is a beach. Sit. She was honestly pretty nice now that he was talking to her. I helped cover a bit of the trail you left. He deserves some peace. Nedzu sighed while he read the list. Very well. I will warn my staff and the training will begin as soon as possible. Thank you. The exam will happen in a month. Good luck. Seijin was busy with Kurogiri as she was currently administering various things. Who knew that a criminal empire also had a lot of paperwork? She sighed. She had to make sure the empire would live for a bit, at the very least, until she could do exactly what her father asked her to do. She simply needed a bit more time before unleashing a small festival for him. When Aizawa entered their classroom with a worried face, the situation was weird enough for all the students to stop moving. Everyone, sit down, please. We have to talk. Aizawa's voice was soft as silk, and it was scaring all of the students. They obeyed immediately without question. Then, the hobo teacher continued and said some of the most terrifying words to his class they ever heard, including Shouto and Izuku. Kids, it's okay if you fail the event next week. No one will blame you if you surrender. Remember to not get hurt. It was the same teacher whose current lessons were throwing his students and an insane rabbit into a labyrinth. Apparently, he liked to watch the records with some popcorn. Aizawa, who had a poster signed by Gran Torino. Aizawa was worried for them. More than anything, he was considerate of them. Sensei, Maki asked as he was one of their most brave members and one of the few that dared to ask things to Aizawa. What is happening next week? That's a good question and something that was imposed on me by my benevolent rat overlord. Thank you, Aizawa, the overlord said via the comms. Everyone ignored Nedzu spying on them. Namely, that you are going to participate in the next provisional license exam. On that note, Izuku, you have a special message from the HPSC director. She tells you to go. To be honest, Izuku was puzzled by that. Since he has a new status, he technically had a license. Unless, of course, the National Human Asset License allowed him to use his quirk only during missions and not for heroing, which was actually pretty legitimate. Now that this is done, the only solution I have to make sure most of you don't die is to train you even harder. Aizawa felt proud when his students all rushed out of the windows to escape. That must be what a father feels after all. Then he reached a talkie and said release the hounds. Izuku was a nice boy, but he was sometimes gullible, such as when Aizawa asked for 20 houndoons for therapy. Everyone knew Aizawa was a cat person. However, Hound Dog actually took very good care of them. Nonetheless, everyone was suddenly insulting Izuku for his mistakes. Midoriya, why did you give super-powered dog to our sadistic teacher? Ajaru, one of the only sane members of the class, asked. It seemed a good idea at that time. Deku, no offense, but this is why I have a limited trust in your plans. Katsuki thought about what he said and took something back. Scratch that. I mean offense. To be fair, your specialty is offense. Uraraka said, running with everyone. So seriously, what's the plan? Momo beamed happily as she had an idea. I dodged a bullet this time. The ponytail girl is smart, Looney said, while eating a carrot and watching the kids having fun. Oh, how is she dealing with the dogs? She synthesized sleeping drugs and some steaks. Sometimes, the best solution is the easy one. Aizawa admitted she had a point before resting for a bit. By the way, nice job. You scared them with kindness. Aizawa stared at his rabbit assistant and sighed powerfully. It was only half a joke. They aren't ready for this. Hell, your former boss. Well, could probably do it, but he would hurt too many people. The rabbit nodded her head at the thought, and she knew boss still needed to train his control for his quirk, and he had a lot of extra training after school. Same for Gentle, who had a lot of rehabilitation training with that skeleton man. I see your point. And what about me? You are a menace of nature and better here than outside, Aizawa said with all of the serious he could muster as he drank more coffee. This made Looney laugh before they continued to watch the classroom running away. Hearing the class had almost arrived at the safe zone, Aizawa went over there. Anyway, I will do my best to train them. I still wonder what Nedzu is planning. You have a bit of blood there, Miss Hinata, Nedzu said, a bit impressed. Yes, he knew she was ruthless, but not that ruthless. I think Stain is a bit like a cat. He brings me an offering to finish off. I have to admit this is very cathartic, the HPSC president said with a smile, while cleaning her face. How is the preparation for your younglings going? I hope they are ready. Although I have nothing to say if the Sako kid fails. She still had some hatred against Izuku for the whole Godzilla is real and we lost a ward because of some children card games. Even now, she still had a lot of people trying to check what cards should be authorized and which shouldn't. Considering some cards were 200 years old, she was scared. Thankfully, the whole Exegol thing helped the young man to understand that great power brings great responsibilities. Sadly for you, my dear, all of my students are ready, Nedzu said with a knowing smile. All of them? Hinata wanted to check on what he said because she had some doubts. Yet, Nedzu kept his smile and the HPSC president didn't pry further. Fine, he still had his secrets after all. Now, she only had to plan a few fun trials for the license. It was with a lot of apprehension that 2 of UAS first-year classes walked out of the bus. 2 classes minus 1 because Monoma was momentarily disabled. That was his own words, and he swore over the phone to punch anyone saying otherwise. So, while Monoma wasn't there, there was a truce symbolized by Momo and Itsuka shaking hands. Aizawa and Vlad, for once, had calmed their rivalry to not ruin the moment, but both knew it was only the beginning. Quickly, a few more candidates joined UAS candidates. Also, no, everyone knew about how every year everyone felt the need to destroy as fast as they could UA. The reason for that was very simple. They had social networks and some of their friends were in their 3rd years and they had to go through this gauntlet. Nejairi. Because Izuku was Tenko's cousin, he had the privilege to call the woman as such. Nejair, Mirio, and Tamaki smiled and sat Izuku. They had a very good idea about why he was there. License exam. Yes, what can we expect from it? Once he had his information, he could begin to stack the deck in his favor. President, I hate you, Mira said over the phone as he was the one sent to supervise this special license exam. As one of the top members of the commission, but also one of the few that actually worked, he had a few privileges. Currently, he looked at around 15 students for the exam. An important thing to know, theoretically, every hero school had the right to send their students to get their temporary license here. Hell, it was often seen as the evidence you were top hero material. Pretty much all number 100 heroes had their temporary license on their first try. The issue, however, was that this exam wasn't free. Each failed candidate cost you a certain amount. As a result, a lot of small hero schools preferred to seek only the real license or conditioned really soon their student to be pro-psychic. An idea that Mira liked came from a city named Deku with Builder Hero, where they had a hero agency specialized in reconstruction after a villain attack. All of their workers had the license, but they were all builders. Extremely effective, and honestly, Mira was planning a visit to discuss more about it with them. They seemed nice people and certainly not as troublesome as this license exam. Once every student lined up in front of him for the explanation, Mira knew he needed way more coffee. Though well, he would drink during the exam. So, kids, listen up. Mira began to explain as the board behind him illuminated itself, and he continued to explain. We will test you in a scenario named King of the Hill. We have 10 zones. Only 5 people out of 20 will pass to the second trial. Everyone began to chatter among themselves, worried. That was significantly harsher than the usual trial, yet Yue was seen remaining calm and not worried. To be honest, a lot of students were worried about them after the sports festival, Hoshu, or even Island. Izuku and Shado's roles in Exegol were kept hidden for national security. These 5 people shall be the ones at the top of the hill in the middle of the zone. You are authorized to backstab the other people on the hill. As for who goes where, your name will appear behind me with your zone. Pay attention and then go to your assigned area. The test will continue for 1 hour or until no one can move anymore. Mira then stepped out of the podium and let the kids learn of the result. Izuku waited patiently to see his name being assigned to the Zone 1. Now, all he had to do was wait for his teammates to be assigned to him. He wasn't dumb. Logically speaking, if you were paying attention to the system, you would have 4 friends with you in this trial. Now, if he had Katsuki, Momo, or Shadow, the trial was going to be extremely fun. Then the list came out and Izuku was soon seen dying of laughter. In usual situation, Aizawa would have punished him for this. However, when Aizawa saw the team, Shadow, is his team that bad? Joke asked, a bit worried as her husband did one of the most powerful facepalm he ever saw. Joke, every member of your school losing against them in Zone 1 are excused. Zone 1, UA members, Joker, Gravity, Playmo, Creativity, Thermodynamic. This is going to be violent, isn't it? The only way it'll get worse is if Dynamite is on the same team as his girlfriend. Joke pointed out the 2 teens high-fiving each other, one with her usual cold face and the other with a face rated M for the terror it would bring you at night. Joker, you have all of your cards ready? Momo asked as they were walking to their zone with the team. Yep, I even got some of those old Persona cards. Everyone kept telling me that I was an obvious reference to the hero of the 5th game, but I never played them, Izuku said with a smile. He was a bit sad as the HPSC banned some of the funniest cards, such as the one named Satan. It would have been really fun to see the actual effect. So Izuku is the team leader? Plamo asked, a bit weirded as he was the only member of his class in the zone. Yet, since the 2 classes often had sessions together, it wasn't that weird to see them communicating together. Shadow was calmly igniting his body and icing the other part of him, while every student seemed to step back. Even here, there was a lot of talk, wasn't it? He almost missed the giant teen in front of him, blocking his way. Izuku and Momo were on standby if needed, especially as the tall one spoke. You are Endeavor's son, if I remember correctly. Did they meet? To be honest, Shadow often forgot people before he began to socialize with the class. Anyway, Shadow nodded. He didn't like his father. Shadow could say he respected the hero a lot. The tall teen grabbed his hand and shook it, ignoring the ice. He is still one of my favorite hero. If he managed to stay calm despite being like the King of Ashes, he is truly a manly hero. Inasa didn't like how Shadow acted during the entrance exam. However, the teen had, pretty much, lost his father. Being a petty douchebag wasn't the true hero way, and the dude needed to know that not everyone was a dumbass. His actions actually surprised Shadow, who nodded. Yes, he is. Thanks for speaking of him in the present. I love his determination. I am sure he will be back soon enough. Maki, a bit further and with Sue on his shoulder as she had claimed her place, stared at Inasa and raised a thumb up to his newfound Endeavor's fan friend. Meanwhile, Eraser was drinking coffee with Joke and a few other teachers. Not going to lie, I expected more reaction against the young thermodynamic, Shouta said as everyone was meeting together. It was often nice to see the other colleagues, and one of them, someone with a platypus face, giggled. Oh, at first a lot were speaking about how it was their duty to stop him from getting in the field. Then I reminded them that he had friends, he was powerful, and if they were really sure they wanted to get on the sit list of someone like him, if they really wanted to be remembered as a generic mob that decided to bully someone way too strong for them and can shoot death beams. Shouta giggled a bit at the thought, especially as he casually answered, "Good idea. He actually trained that technique with the kid that did the explosion." Nedzu calls it one of the most beautiful things he has ever seen. Every teacher was suddenly happy to have such a chat before arriving at the exam. When the signal was given in Zone 1, everyone began to run while the Team UA walked peacefully. The type of exam made people forget about their tradition of putting UA through a gauntlet. Instead, they all wanted to be the king of the hill. So, what's the plan? Because whoever gets in the center now. Uraraka began to speak before having an answer from Momo. We'll have to fight everyone and keep the position for the rest of the time. The rich heiress said. Izuku had the same opinion as you, but he admitted it was more his showmanship speaking than his tactical sense. I can blunder sometimes, Izuku said without shame. That's how you got better at planning after all. Also, to be honest, no one could have planned Exegol. No one, or Island. So, what's the plan? Because the moment we enter the arena, everyone will focus on us. Shouto correctly pointed out. They were safe currently, but when they would have to get to the top, they would face a true coalition. We would need some kind of tank or something like that, Kajiro pointed out as everyone looked at the glue man with a huge smile. Momo, I don't have the card on me because I initially thought it would be a bit overkill. Momo produced the card from her body. The reason why Aizawa considered that Zone 1 had an automatic win despite his pessimistic attitude was because of this. Joker's quirk allowed him to bring more firepower or to solve a vast array of issues with his cards. His only weakness was this, the possibility he lacked the right card. However, if Momo produced a card owned by her company with her quirk, Izuku's quirk acknowledged it as valid. Aizawa knew it. He was there when they tested that. That was how he got the hounds. So we stay in ambush until the time is right and we take the spot at the last moment. One student from an unknown school was here with his friends and they were used to working together. Sure, the Shiksu freaks had secured the top spot, but at least the UA guys weren't here to steal. Hey, don't you guys hear something coming from the woods? Someone said, and everyone turned around. What they saw made them yell in terror as abominations ripped through the defenses of their base. The young students looked at each other. We are F-Ed, aren't we? Better try next year. Meanwhile, on the hill with next to no cover, the Shiksu students stood on a fort made by their own effort. Yes, it was a mud fort, but it was still a fort, something to reckon with, and that allowed it to easily defend the choke point. Also, thanks to their quirks, they strengthened their place the best they could. So they were kind of surprised when the UA dude, Joker, came out with a huge speaker. Hey, are you sure you don't want to get out? It will be easier for everyone. The Shiksu students smiled and answered, Nope, get lost, you loser. This is my last warning before we attack. You would need a tank to take this place. Izuku smiled somehow. Everyone in the vicinity heard him snap his finger, a special snapping practiced by Mr. Compress and his predecessors. You could hear it even from afar. Then the Shiksu heard the very typical sound of a projectile coming at you at full speed, followed by part of the fort being destroyed. 3 other bangs resonated soon after. A girl among the Shiksu students said softly, OF, they have a tank. The leader checked and saw she was wrong. They have tanks. Everyone take cover. Should we be worried about Momo and Uraraka having way too much fun using a tank? Shouto looked at his glue friend as they were in a defensive position, ready to counterattack anyone who approached them. Well, from what I know, I think the girl who created the fortress has her parents working in a company that is a competitor against Uraraka's family. Momo just likes explosions. Plamo thought about the situation and kept saying nothing as the fort was enduring a barrage of missiles. Weirdly enough, I thought Izuku would have made something more flashy. Apparently, Joker waited for those words. He pulled a deck and began to shuffle it, casually burning cards. The energy of the cards surrounded him as he pulled a card from his sleeve. Perfect. Ready to surrender. To Shiksu's credit, their members endured the bombardment well and their fort was still standing. Indeed, their fort could actually take on everyone and their position was their best tactic. Izuku was pretty sure they were actually reinforcing their walls as they spoke. It was useless. We will win. FUUA. Izuku threw his card with dexterity in front of him and suddenly, an air of darkness arose from the field and the Shiksu students wondered if they shouldn't have yielded when they had the opportunity. Giant humanoids were pushing a giant battering ram and the head of the ram couldn't be anything more than a wolf from the deepest pit of hell. Suddenly, they knew they had to destroy the ram. They didn't know why, but they knew. They knew this thing was meant to break what shouldn't be broken. It was a creation against creation and a disaster. However, whenever they were ready to shoot an attack from their defense, an artillery shoot from the team in the forest arose to stop them. Grund, destroy the gate. The students then met the power that broke the gates of Minas Tirith. ground hit their castle. Their fort wasn't even close to the sturdiness of the White City. It fell in one hit. Soon after, as they were still trying to breathe as their fort crumbled on them and they were busy trying to get to the surface, they saw the UA squad as they were riding on a Leopard 3. They didn't know how to pilot it, hence why they were pulled by an as big tank. That could only be described as the offspring of a tank and an orgy of drill. Useless for long range but excellent for labyrinth or to level the field, literally. Before the Shiksu could totally get their mind on track, they got caught up in ice and glue. Shoto and Kajiro had been ready for this, and then Uraraka lifted them thanks to her quirk and yeeted them. She didn't deactivate her quirk. Izuku then used once again as speaker. I have several Endeavor cards and a few Maruko Blood Festival edition in my pockets. Do you guys really want to face tanks and that? The forest answered with their silence. It was cruel to crush their dream, but it was them or his team. Izuku looked at Shoto, who nodded at him. Because Izuku failed him once, Shoto lost his dad. Izuku was not going to let anyone on his team down. Mira was looking at a report with fear. Run that to me again. Zone 1 was pacified by Izuku thanks to some card, apparently related to Mordor. We added the card to the not before you graduate list. Also, Zone 5 ended their exam by knocking out every other participant. It is actually impressive considering the amount of people. Wasn't it the zone with the explosive boy and the girl with an arsenal? Yes, it is them. They also had a fungi girl with them and the special kid with the frog girl on his shoulder. Mira massaged his eyes. He wasn't paid enough and the purge signified they lost a lot of manpower. The fact that Hinata's purges were sometimes literal made them even more work. Sometimes he had to clean. Cleaning blood from leather was almost impossible. Okay, and what about our guests for the second trial? Mira asked before having the door open on several individuals. Don't worry, we are always happy to help, someone said with a bit of an American accent. J.I. besoin de me de tender après la raid to Dublin. Everyone stared at the French who spoke in a language hated by the gods. Fille. Yes, I am here and ready to torture the students. The second trial was going to be wild too apparently. Your Ravity. What do your elf eyes see? Izuku yelled at Anachako, currently on a floating platform. She was their lookout for the moment. Nothing for the moment, the Gravity hero said as she made sure no surprise attack was coming. Izuku used an elf card from a game named Munchkin to turn her temporarily into an elf. Hopefully, otherwise she would kick his ass. Izuku and Momo agreed it was actually worrying. They had no idea of what was going to happen next. After the battle for the hill test, it was calm before the storm and they knew it. Meanwhile, with the help of Momo and Glue Boy, Izuku was restoring the fort. A defensive position was the defensive position. Period. Also, he had a feeling that if he used any combination of cards to create an actual flying castle, the HPSC president would kill him. Meanwhile, Shoto was silent. Wearing his stealth suit, Shoto had orders to not speak before asked or until battle. He was their ace in the hole if shit hit the fan and Izuku needed to cheat to win. Nonetheless, he was worried. What kind of monster would be used against them to prove they deserved this first stamp on their way to being a hero? And that's why Anana's pizza is the best pizza in the world. Captain Celebrity ended his speech in front of Night Eye, who put back his glasses on his nose. After this, I am filing a restraining order for the whole of Japan against you. Hey, kidding. We are almost ready to make an impact. Is our trump card ready? Night Eye said with all of the seriousness of the world. Someone's eyes shone ominously, giving them their answer. He had been specifically chosen to be their ultimate weapon to this day, and Night Eye used very compelling arguments to convince him to join their team. Mira's voice filled the air, highly tired in advance of all the future reports to write. He didn't have enough interns and would need to participate in the torture himself. Hello, students. Congratulations on eliminating the hopes and dreams of all your contestants. Everyone looked a bit guilty at the announcement as it was partly true and some of them went kind of overkill. Someone even walked the Mordor to their door, which was a bit overkill and showing off. As a result, we choose heroes according to your team's performance and quirks to attack you. Try to resist as long as you can. Who do you think we will get? Katsuki, Yui asked, sitting on a pile of trees instead of unconscious students. They took her throne of bodies. It was mean. I hope they are fun and not weakling. Katsuki answered with a feral smile while their teammates were wondering what they had done to be with a psycho like them. Then Katsuki got hit by a baguette in the face at Mach 2, sending him flying away before everyone heard the Marseillaise blaring at full power all around them. Kids, bringing the white flag is actually acceptable, the French hero said before observing the red girl going full giant on him. He looked unimpressed as he had seen that before, on Island. However, he was more impressed when he saw a man in a Hawaiian t-shirt high kick Yui in the belly at full strength, as if propelled by a mighty explosion. An underground hero was recommended by Maruko as she was on another field to attack students with her friend Atsu. Takoyami, among their team, wanted to counterattack when suddenly a scarf grabbed him from behind and Happy Aizawa looked at him with the smile of someone knowing they would be paid for doing what they loved to do. Hi. Dark Shadow screamed as, truly, it was a face that could give nightmares to eldritch beings such as her. Still nothing. Nothing I can see, Izuku. Unless they are crazy enough to fly very high with oxygen tanks to get the literal drop on us. Ochako said 1 second before something pierced and fractured her platform at full speed, leaving her falling for a few seconds before she slammed her hands together. The next few seconds were a bit confusing for pretty much everyone involved. Uraraka, still flying thanks to her quirk, got hit by a paper stamp on her belly, propelling her toward the ground at high speed. Kajiro barely had the time to react when he felt a fist meeting his ribcage. Clearly, it wasn't something that he liked, and in front of him stood a blonde man with a shiny smile. Captain Celebrity to the rescue. Shadow, standing by, aimed at Christopher Skyline and concentrated his quirk for a second to neutralize him with his eyes. He barely had the time to react when Sir Night-Eye, having touched down the ground at the same time as Captain Celebrity, seemed to ignore his camouflage to throw him against the wall. They did destroy the castle roof to hit them after all. Young man, you will have to face a serious threat, Night-Eye said before seeing Shadow pulling out a fruit pouch with an All Might face on it and drinking it loudly. Night-Eye took a second to recognize the item Shadow was currently discarding on the ground. Sorry, I was feeling hungry, Shadow said, still invisible but hungry. Was that one of the limited fruit pouches only sold 2 weeks ago? Night-Eye asked, his face devoid of emotions. I think so. Grandpa gave it to me. Night-Eye exhaled and readjusted his glasses. His eyes were colder than hell. It was professional, but now it's personal. Izuku and Momo would have loved to help his friends, but the moment he took his cards, a water stream hided them, destroying them in water. Hey, I had a collector compress in it. You COLOMBOPHILE. Izuku yelled, to express his rage, and suddenly his and Momo's opponent expressed his disappointment in Izuku's language by saying a single word, as he crashed loudly and heavily into the ground. Wash. Sorry, sir. Izuku apologized for his language as clearly. The word was reprimanding for his language. Still, he reached for one card in his sleeves and threw it toward the hero. Hey, they were supposed to battle them, right? Izuku didn't exactly know what monster he just threw at Wash, and Momo wasn't going to wait either to discover the result. She quickly took a thermite grenade and threw it at Wash. She had been curious ever since she joined Shadow and Izuku's hero study, as they discussed theories about them. Wash was actually a contentious point for them. Shadow thought he was a sentient, quirked washing machine. Izuku thought he had a fake washing machine around him to disguise his frame, and it was composed of lighted alloy to protect himself. Momo was actually in between. She thought he was wearing an actual washing machine. Now, it was time to check. 2 things happened in quick succession. The first was the Espion summoned by Izuku restrained in a bubble. Then, Izuku learned that a certain thing he saw on a forum was true. Someone said Wash could shrink his bubble's size. His bubble could lift a 2-ton truck with ease. Thankfully, the Espion was far from being a permanent summon. Otherwise, the bubble would have been very red as it crushed it to dust. The thermite grenade didn't reach either, as Wash caught it in a bubble again and was now rushing at them pretty fast. I told you it wasn't a real wash machine. No one could be that fast with such a heavy weight without an enhanced body after all, according to Izuku. He barely had the time to raise his arms to brace for impact. The cold, powerful impact almost threw him over the edge of the fort, and he barely reached it from his fingertips. Thankfully, being trained by a master thief had its perks, such as having your stepdad train you for this specific situation. It's way more frequent than you might think, especially in the heroic field, Atsuhiro had told him once. Well, it took 5 seconds for him to pull himself back once his hands caught the solid mud. In the few seconds he had been gone, Wash threw Momo out, inside one of his bubbles, to make sure she didn't get hurt too much. Izuku thanked Katsuki for being needlessly violent during training fights, as he managed to keep the pain under control as Wash turned his soulless yet smiling glare at him. Wash wash. Izuku grumbled as he didn't expect to be right about Wash being a quirked washing machine. It was rewriting a lot of things they knew about quirks if even items could possess one. However, knowing it was truly steel surrounding Wash gave him ideas. He needed something sturdy and that would not be crushed easily and could fight with magnetism. That excluded summons like Magneto, but he had another in mind. Fortunately, while Wash drenched him earlier and destroyed a few cards, Izuku had cards everywhere. He was the first to ascertain this weakness after all. If he had no cards, he was powerless. Therefore he needed cards everywhere, including under his belt, and he threw another card like a pokeball. Magnezone, go. The giant floating robot Pokémon stood between his master and his enemy, stopping the next tackle with ease. Wash looked at it dead in the eyes. Thunder. Magne. Too late. Wash had already put himself in a bubble. And to Izuku's surprise, the electricity didn't go through it. How? Wash wash. Wash answered as an explanation, making Izuku grit his teeth. That is actually pure genius. Using pure water for the bubble and making it a pure isolent. It was crazy yet awesome. Izuku was facing Wash and understood why someone everyone thought was just gimmicky was in the top 10. Wash was actually smart, strong, and extremely polyvalent. He could tank, restrain, heal, or destroy with ease. Unless Izuku pulled the big guns, Wash was going to block pretty much everything he had, wasn't it? Considering the Joker would-be hero had orders to not use them, he had to be smart. Magnezone wasn't enough, and giving orders too fast would make Wash counterattack faster than he could counter the counter. The situation was a pure stalemate when something happened, namely Ochako throwing the paperweight she caught with her ribs from above, like an orbital bombardment. She then proceeded to throw other floating parts of her platform at the washing hero. Get some. This allowed Izuku to back off a bit and think about what to do next. If he couldn't face Wash directly, Izuku needed a creature fine in water, able to move through the bubble without having to destroy them necessarily. Thankfully, he actually had a set of creatures especially mischievous and ready for the task. Also, even if Magnezone couldn't destroy, tear apart, or simply want Wash's warranty, the opposite seemed true too. Wash, busy with taking on the Pokémon and the projectile from above, was quite surprised when he heard a lot of squealing coming from behind Magnezone and saw Izuku with a few otters. Mind you, no magic otters like the one at the festival, but rather normal otters. Yes, they were blue or wearing clothes, but they didn't seem to be able to steal Quirk. The killing machine sighed and threw his bubble at the various otters, and surprisingly, they swam through it. Oh, right. Otters, water creature. Water crowd control was surprisingly less effective against beings like them. The small critters then rushed at him and, well, they didn't manage to scratch the armor. It was steel and they were otters, not raptors. Wash. Wash pointed out correctly with a smug tone before noticing Izuku's smile. They aren't here to scratch your armor. They are here to find your off button. Let's be honest. If Wash was actually a machine, he had an off button or something like that. The critters were smart and with paws that could push buttons. Only then did Wash panic. No, he couldn't let his secret be revealed now. Izuku was surprised to see Wash throw himself off the castle. Without hesitation, the washing heroes jumped the 2-floor building to shake off the summons that were biting and pressing everything they could. Momo, finally free of her own bubble after drilling through it, was surprised to see Wash apparently on his knees, on the ground, unfazed by the falling. To be fair, most humans were sturdier than 200 years ago, and falling from one floor wasn't as bad as before. Two either, if you were trained. But it was a heavy machine. Izuku arrived next to her, riding next to a flying otter with a wizard hat. Momo decided it wasn't even worth asking. We need to restrain him now. Magnezone, trap him now. That won't be necessary. Momo and Izuku were surprised by hearing Wash speaking normally when he got up, despite all the otters and the Magnezone piling on him. Before Wash generated a bubble around him in the summoning. Oh my, if you flipped my switch, that can only mean one thing. Suddenly, Wash was irradiated in light, before they heard and saw an explosion wiping out all of the summonings inside the bubble. The dust was still up before Wash's voice resonated again. A man with a body type not unlike JoJo's character stepped out with a smile while wearing a dark skin suit. An explosion from behind them distracted everyone for a second, with a Shadow tired as hell and Night Eye covered in ice. Seeing the future was kind of useless when you had to deal with attacks too wide to be dodged. What could have he done when Shadow created a huge glacier in their room? Dodge it with his gymnastic skill. Tell me Wash was a wash machine the whole time. No, sorry young man. I simply wear the washing machine as a suit because nobody expects it to be real despite providing a lot of protection and giving me a cute appearance for the public. I don't want to be seen as a hero that makes people scared, Wash explained with a smile and looked at everyone. Throw his hands down. I won't fight anymore though. We aren't supposed to go at full power against you after all. Making me break my suit to defend myself. Congratulations kids. You will go far. Wash said, proud of the youngster. The teens were almost going to fall in relief when Wash decided to remind them of a little something. You do remember we were 3, right? And the last one is arguably. Captain Celebrity destroyed what was left of the fort, while throwing Kajiro at his friends. The strongest. Good luck kids. Lutri. Go, Izuku said, letting an otter from his back slap Wash in the face and run back at him while Shadow bought time with fire against the American hero. Quick. Momo was the second line of defense as she pulled a taser and tried to stop the hero from attacking Izuku. With Shadow, he was their heavy hitter after all. It was the tactical choice to let him power up in any useful way. It bounced on him, which made Momo raise an eyebrow. She had created a strong glue on the end of it to make sure it stuck to him. Why did it bounce off? Then, she got grabbed by a Shadow using his fire to go past Christopher Skyline and avoid her getting punched. Not the right time to say it, but Shadow finally picking up Endeavor's move, especially after Exegol, allowed him to grow leaps and bounds past who he was. More precise and useful move than simply get wrecked. Shadow, did your fire reach him? Momo asked and Shadow nodded briefly. He had to parry them with a powerful gust of wind. He was also one of their theoretician for quirks after all. He saw the taser bounce off. He saw his ice barely slowing the American hero. Yet he had to dodge and parry the fire. His invulnerability had weaknesses. It wasn't a pure one, and more important, both Shadow and Momo noticed that Christopher's suit was untouched. His hair was untouched. Joker, it's a force field. Considering that Izuku was barely managing to protect himself from Wash's bubble. He almost got hit when he spared one for Kajiro to heal him. Meanwhile, Christopher Skyline was punching through the bubble to get to Izuku. Yet, his brain was thinking, force field, on himself. I need an opening. Joker yelled at the top of his lungs, knowing that elegant stratagems were long gone. He blessed his friend's willingness to use deadly power even when he was a possible victim, because the next instant, Shadow produced a pillar of flame and Momo threw a canister of gas. No, he actually wondered what he did wrong for them to resort to crazy tactics like that. The explosion, however, managed to get him a few seconds to burn more cards on his list. Force field. You could create one through various ways. However, call it an idiot hunch, but, well, Captain Celebrity had the same birth date as his mom. Yes, useless trivia, but it made Izuku always theorize some kind of link between him and his mom. The best he managed was that Inko's friend at work might have been Skyline's father's brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate, which makes absolutely nothing to each other, to Izuku's disappointment, except for one little thing. One theory Izuku had about Captain Celebrity was a form of telekinesis, powerful but very localized. So, all he needed was something to dispel his opponent's psychic power to win. If he was right. If he wasn't, Izuku was going to fly in the sky very soon. Christopher had to admit that between the glue boy who managed to slow him for a few seconds and the two top students correctly identifying his quirk, he was impressed. He wondered if he could ask for them as interns. Endeavor's kid and the girl had huge potential. The Joker kid too, but Celebrity wasn't sure he would be the best mentor for him. Hydreigon. Go. Wait. What? Christopher was once again bursting through the bubbles, at full strength finally, barely feeling them slowing down. Then came the Hydra, flying and covering in a dark aura, and Christopher accelerated. Dark pulse. The dragon emitted a dark energy wave as Captain Celebrity hit him and exploded the summit. Then he felt the pain and the crack as his fist was swollen. He was hurt. It didn't happen often. Sometimes, sure. Often, no. Before he could react, the remaining teens stood around him, ready to apprehend him. Truthfully, Christopher had quick regained his telekinesis, but they did well. Very well. Control, quick thinking, and teamwork. Truly, they were very good for the future. You do know, kids, you were simply supposed to hold out as much as you could, right? Yes, but fighting is funnier, Shadow said. Bakugo felt a pang of pride during his own fight. Wait, no, it was a baguette that hit him at full speed. 1 hour later, all teens seemed to have come back from Vietnam, and less than half of them were still standing. Mira was drinking his coffee before announcing, "Congratulations, for those who are still awake to hear me. You proved you were able to take the position, keep it, and hold out long enough for reinforcement to come. You are teenagers. You aren't our secret weapon or anything. You are our future and we want to preserve you. Remember, you don't have to take the lead yet." Mira sighed but smiled. Truth to be told, the exam had been relatively calm. Imagine, in another universe, there would have been infighting among students and maybe even a villain infiltrating them. No, instead, they had a hard and harsh test, but it proved many students up to their standard, and it would allow them for some good PR about the new generation coming that would replace big names like All Might and Endeavor. All for One was dead. The HPSC was purged of its corrupt elements. Nedzu and the president had a sort of truce. Everything was fine and well for the first time in a long time, and Mira relaxed as he went back home. Mira looked at his empty apartment as if the job was demanding. He never had the time to form relationships outside of work as a result, and he had come to terms with it. "Just for your information, I am sorry," Kurogiri said before strangling him against the wall, while another person stole his phone. Seijin, the old hag, as she was smiling. "Kurogiri, don't be sorry for him. He will be very useful for our next step. Just make sure he doesn't bother us, right, my dear?" Kurogiri sighed and looked at a panicked Mira, while Seijin went into another room to do what she had to do. When she came back, there was no trace of the HPSC member, and Kurogiri had finished setting the set for the announcement. Seijin smiled at what would happen. How would they react? "UA diner room. And that is why I am now no longer authorized in New Jersey." Nedzu finished his tale while eating his cheese as Shadow and All Might stared at him. "Seriously, what? Also in California, Burbank, but it's because of another mouse. The evil one." All Might massaged his eyes for a second for stress relief before putting on the TV. He needed something to relax, and seriously, Nedzu's stories weren't what he needed. Even the news was more relaxing. 2 seconds later, he was vomiting blood, prompting everyone in the room to watch the TV. Sako's household. "Big bro Izumu. The TV is weird," Eri said as she was watching TV. Her big brother washed the dishes with Toru, who came to eat that evening. Both of them were a bit lovebirdy, but Eri liked it because Toru was a gentle ghost that made her fly. She was nice too. Atsuhiro smiled at the spectacle and kissed his wife. He had a life perfecter than anything he could have dreamed of 2 years ago. So, of course, he and Inko rushed as fast as they could when they heard a scream. Izuku's scream. On television was a man in a suit with a dark mask. He exhaled power, darkness, and crime. Everyone who knew him was justly afraid. Hello everyone. I am All for One, pleased to meet you. Hello everyone. I am All for One, pleased to meet you. All for One loved tropes, especially American tropes. It was one of the few things that distinguished him from his eldest son. All for One, as a result, and especially after All Might carved his brain out of his skull, began to record a lot of "In case of my ultimate demise, please watch this tape. This one was the one for the world. You probably don't know me. That's normal. I like the whole eminence and shadow thing. However, for the top heroes and the government knowing me, I am Seikayo Shigaraki, owner of the most powerful quirk in the world, All for One. I own most of the criminal network in the Asian, Australian, and African continent. Well, I should speak to the past. If you're watching this, I am dead. If All Might killed me, F you. I don't regret killing your mentor, or your first girlfriend and making you suffer through the American healthcare system. Also, I have contracted Curse Maker, so you would be cursed with a scratching nose for all eternity. All Might in his tower almost scratched it on reflex when he said that. It was extremely petty. If Nedzu killed me, I hope you at least made it memorable. I will regret our fight through the centuries. Because, yes, Nedzu, I, unlike many, never forgot you. All for One chuckled, and Nedzu seemed suddenly frozen in terror in front of his adopted family. After all, in your beginning, we were such good friends. Shame you never saw the point of selling out your brethren. Shadow stared at his grandpa, who was falling in his seat. The dawn of Quirk was a very wild time. If the HPSC managed, somehow, to kill me. The Demon Lord raised his hands and clapped. I have no idea how you managed it, but you have my respect. If that dumb endeavor learned my part in kidnapping his son and managed to kill me, he will still die alone, and I honestly hope you either turn into ashes or an even bigger monster that needs to be put down. All for One's tone turned cold, and he threw his hands in genuine anger. You were the son and heir of one of the most powerful entities in the world, and you tried to play family man. F you. Just F you. If, by any incredible odds, the boss, Akatamura Shigaraki, was the one to kill me because he discovered I was the one behind his family's death and grooming him to hurt All Might to the maximum. First, you have more brains than I have thought, but you are still disappointing and you will pay for it. The old criminal looked at the camera and suddenly turned back to serious. No more jokes, people of Japan and the world. I am not broadcasting this to settle petty revenge. I am here to speak about business. All of my criminal network lies inside my right-hand guy, Kurogiri. The undead butler walked in front of the camera and saluted it. Kurogiri is a biological construct and cannot betray its owner. After my death, well, All for One put on a table comic book. Captain Justice, Age of the Dark Lord, my favorite comic. A special edition was signed for me. I have divided it into 4 parts. Whoever reunites the 4 parts wins. An angel passed. By that, I mean win my whole empire. My criminal empire exists. And it is yours for the taking. Balor, sitting in his bar with his henchmen, currently on a small island, took a sip from his glass. It was his for the taking, not anyone else. The 4 parts will be divided and given to my disciples. The boss, leader of the vigilante group, the League of Villains. As he left the path of darkness for friendship and compassion, I shall give him a penalty. Whoever kills him will get $10 million and 45 points. Points will be useful, you will see. My dear Purify, leader of the CRC. In addition to my last gift to you, I shall reveal to you in Japan a small secret. The government is indeed hiding the fact that mutant people are becoming more and more ferals across Japan. Why? Well, it's for you to discover. Terraformers, my favorite psychopath, leader of the Inhuman Supremacist Party. I was so proud of you when you took over your organization in blood and death. I will give you the information you are looking for. Kurogiri and my testamentary executor will go to you for that. All for One sighed and took a huge breath from his machine to make sure he could finish his video. Truth be told, being away from the machinery drained him quickly, and it was his 4th take. The 4th part will be bought by whoever can reunite 5,000 points. How do you get points? Well, here is a web address managed by a friend of mine. Everyone could see it, and it showed a website where you could upload videos and everyone could watch them afterward. CrimeTube. Record every crime you commit. The more violent, the more vile it gets, the more points you get. All for One was properly giggling in happiness as the authorities in Japan were doing their best to stop the broadcast and failed to do so. He will get points and reward accordingly. To explain that, AFO then pulled out a chart where points could be exchanged for various things. The comic piece, of course, but also information to be purchased to brokers, Naumus, the ability to get some mercenaries, or even a jail breakout. Also, it seems effing obvious, but anyone can get the 4 comic parts. All for One sat back in his seat, almost chuckling at all the chaos it would unleash, and looked at a world he couldn't see, before suddenly remembering something very important. He pulled out a sort of gun with a strange bullet, filled with a weird blue goo. This time, Garaki, who was watching the news for fun with Overhaul and Amelia, dropped his ramen bowl. Wait, no, it was impossible. Also, when I said everything I own will be the winner, I mean it. It also includes my quirk, All for One. The ability to steal, give, use, and combine quirks freely. Simply inject yourself with this. All for One said on Garaki's giant TV, actually the computer screen, but they rewired it for movie sessions and dining. Overhaul looked at Garaki, raising an eyebrow. Amelia too, as she was currently cuddling against Overhaul. I thought we destroyed the samples we had. I mean, we didn't want him to pull a muscular. Yes, we did, Garaki said, actually panicking. He wasn't dumb and he was legitimately scared. They would need to either accelerate their own plan or get involved in the war themselves. To Dr. Garaki, who is freaking out because he realizes I knew he was a traitor. Yes, you were my top scientist, Garaki. However, I had money. Lots of money. I have several labs working on your designs and correcting them, improving on them. Garaki, you are probably the smartest scientist I know. You aren't the wisest. All for One took a glass of wine given by Kurogiri and he smiled at the camera. Anyway, the contest starts now. I will call it the All for One tournament. Sir, may I ask you what's the point of this video? Kurogiri asked, legitimately curious considering how megalomaniac All for One was, giving away his empire. That was weird coming from him. Kurogiri, my greatest dream is to be a demon lord. However, let's be honest. I am closer to the grave than the cradle. I can't enjoy life as before, and honestly, all of my plans are either crazy, extremely reliant on luck, or plain desperate. So, I am making sure my dream still comes true. If any of my plans work, I will become the ultimate demon lord on this earth. Awesome. If none works, the world will remember my name. I will have inspired tons and tons of criminals, especially after my biography comes out. Kurogiri, I will be dead, but I am going to be an interesting and terrifying legend. All for One said before letting his undead butler finish to clean up everything. Now, time to traumatize Monoma. Garaki looked in terror at his students, as they all realized the same thing. They had no idea if it was their process, or if quirk implementation always carried the soul. After all for One did a ton of them back in the day and the soul didn't carry at these times. We will need to think about this very quick and really fast, Overhaul said seriously, as after all, Garaki's plan was still proceeding. Nine's gang, or rather what was left of them since Mummy was in jail, stared at the website and the breakout option. Chimera was also checking the rules to get points with Slice. They were going to get their friends back. Nine was never the man to leave someone behind, and he promised his friend he would get back, with his now useless mask. Nine looked at the two others. We will do what is necessary. Balor, in his bar, was thinking about the situation. How should he play it out? Because there was an issue. If he revealed himself too quickly, Balor would get to face the full brunt of everyone at the same time. However, the Irish villain stared at an old picture, showing times long forgotten by everyone else now. His resolve strengthened. If he couldn't inherit All for One's empire, nobody would. It also meant that for once he would get a less proactive role. Even if he had an idea, seeing the rules about points. 4,000 points if you killed whoever killed All for One. Excellent. He had a target now. It would require preparation, however, to succeed in his endeavor. Terraformers was on a throne of skull, peacefully drinking wine in actual glasses to honor his mentor. People said he was an unfeeling machine made for carnage. It was false. The cockroach mutant felt sadness knowing his friend and mentor, who always understood his passion for suffering, murder, and blood, was not here anymore. They couldn't exchange videos anymore. Terraformers let one tear down his cheeks, wondering what was the information All for One left him. At that moment, Kurogiri's portal appeared in the middle of the room. Everyone stood ready to pounce on the newcomer before Terraformers calmed everyone with one hand. Coming from it was an old lady with red eyes and golden, almost white hair. Seeing her and Kurogiri, Terraformer's eyes widened, but he got up and saluted Seijin Nauman. I salute Sensei's daughter, the mutant said politely. The old lady smiled at him. Maybe she had been too hard on him when she hesitated where to hide. Thank you, kid. I am here to honor my father's will. Also, give you a head start on the other. Terraformers raised an eyebrow and Seijin pulled a set of pictures of a wolf girl, wearing hoodies to stay on the low in a shelter. How about you finish what you did and do a little carnage? It's a place named Deku. All around here, bloodthirsty heteromorphs erupted in joy. Carnage, war, blood. The ISP was marching toward their destiny. Re-Destro sneezed. He must have had a bad cold because it keeps happening nowadays. Anyway, he had now to prepare his city and the MLA. No, he didn't want to partake in this crime spree. He was a revolutionary, not a criminal for God's sake. Also, he didn't have the slightest idea of where to find a comic part. As for the cult, it was hard to lock onto them. Apparently, the identity of their leader, someone named the Professor, was hard. Gettin, probably in the cult, proved himself actually secretive for once, and Re-Destro feared that killing him right here and now would make their cult even more secretive. It was an issue. A very, very big issue. Purify looked at his cult and everyone stared at him before he said the words everyone waited for him to say. We were right. Their holy mission, to save the heteromorphs from themselves and die as humans, was the right one. They were saving their souls and the government was hiding the truth, probably because they were doing it. People would die, sadly. In war, people always die. All it meant now was that their battle royale was official and the boss was an even bigger target than before. Not to mention some of the rewards in the point list, such as the kidnapping of anyone you could provide sufficient information on. Thankfully, the CRC knew exactly where Eri was, even now. Even if Purify didn't get the Empire and the power it came with, Eri was an excellent plan B. However, Purify looked at the gun with the blue liquid on screen. The ability to take quirks. He stared at his hands. The ability to purify permanently without killing. He could save them all. Save them for good. Oh, my friends. In truth, I will tell you this. We are doing the work no one else wants to do because someone needs to do it. I am proud to stand by such courageous people. We are going to taint our souls so no one else will have to do it. Purify raised his hand and everyone erupted. We will purify this world. Tamura was eating in a restaurant with Nedzu when the video dropped. Thankfully, Tamura Shigaraki wasn't a known name as he rarely used it in public. Tenko Shimura was way more known. Still, it was a name. Some people could do scary things with one name. Also, Jurin knew his face. Tamura was white as a sheet and Nedzu understood why. It was a no-brainer. Whoever killed Tamura was going to get half of the comic piece in one go. However, it also meant they had one part. A small portal dropped apart in front of Tenko, with a note, coordinates and a message. Good luck, Tamura. It was Kurogiri's handwriting and Tamura had determination in his eyes. He was going to save his butler Godamnet. Izuku and his family stared at each other. We are going to protect Tenko, right? Everyone nodded. Family before everything. Izuku was going to burn a lot of deck in the coming weeks. Rikiya Yatsubashi was making himself a cup of coffee. Darker than a moonless night, bitter and hotter than hell itself. That is coffee, the man with a pointed nose said to himself, pleased with himself as the sun shone through the window. The day was beautiful outside and Re-Destro was happy to have time to think, mainly because of what All for One had done a few days ago with his effing will. In the MLA, many people had opinions on the subject. To Re-Destro's surprise, some actually proposed to exterminate quirkless people for some quick points. Mind you, Re-Destro didn't veto the idea out of the goodness in his heart. To be honest, he couldn't care less about the quirkless. However, he was pretty sure that purging a class of people was not a great way to get popular support, especially if it was to follow the will of a demon lord wannabe. Re-Destro had to punch Gettin out of the building. Literally, when he heard him asking if they could act upon this to get more resources. The Ice Master was going to wake up with 2 black eyes, especially as Gettin tried to explain how they could use the mutant shelters they had recently opened as point farms. For F's sake, I mean, it's obvious the best way to win at this game is to simply lay low and wait for the right opportunity to strike a deal or something. Rikiya thought to himself as he observed his city, his family. First, I have to secure Deku in case someone does something dumb. As the irony wanted it, the emergency channel opened right behind Rikiya. My lord, Skeptic yelled, panicked to the highest point. Okay, it was bad. We are under attack. For the love of Destro. By whom? Re-Destro wasn't paid enough by this and could feel the stress building up on his back. Everyone, Skeptic said, almost too weak to be heard. Re-Destro frowned upon hearing that. Wait, what? But according to Spinner, AFO didn't know about them. Hell, he wasn't mentioned in the will. Where are they attacking? The police station. The school, the hospital, the shelter for heteromorphs. I have to admit, I don't even know why, but apparently, there are whole ISP squads over there, a CRC purge team, and, apparently, there is a mercenary that I recognize because I almost bought his services for our causes. All that is missing are heroes or monsters, Rikiya said before seeing a majestuous white dragon, with blue eyes, begin to actually rampage where the shelter should be. Come on. Yeah, I didn't expect them to get there that fast, to be honest. One day earlier, the HPSC president called everyone she knew for the whole war conference. Yes, she openly called it a war at this point because 1 hour after the video, the first crime wave was detected. Fortunately, the wave was at a place Maruko was in. The bunny hero had a bloody time. Everyone, you are called here because of the situation. As you have noticed, AFO left us with a gift. Hinata said while Nedzu was mildly panicking. If the first spontaneous crime wave was stopped thanks to Maruko, the bunny hero was still smiling with the blood of her enemy on her. The issues were the second, the third, the fourth, and the fifth, happening simultaneously across Japan. One big issue with AFO's statement was, well, the various syndicates don't work together. They all had their agenda and their own approach. No big plan to guess and stop. Nedzu was busy trying to find a pattern that could help predict the attack, but to the end he needed raw data. It was a totally new way of effing things up and they had none of them. In addition to that, they were emboldened by All Might's retirement and Endeavor being confined. Hawk was popular, but he didn't have the deterrent aura Endeavor and All Might had. Not to mention he already had his own mission to finish what was left of Seijen's network. Night-Eye looked at the table, considering the participants. Some of the top heroes, himself, Toshinori, Mr. Compress, Nedzu, and some of his students, such as the Sako child, Tamura Aka Tenko Aka the boss, and a kid that was visibly uneasy to be there. Hawk was among the top heroes currently present with two people by his sides, clearly Stain and Nagant. You honestly think this Seijen is more important to stop than stopping this game? Night-Eye asked, unsure of the president's priority. And because he distrusted the institution as a whole, we discovered, after Exegol, that Seijen used to go there and meet the man we know now was All for One, Hinata said somberly, before providing a picture of the middle-aged lady, smiling to a picture with All for One in his glorious potato face. This picture actually surprised the whole UA team, including Izuku, and apparently she was his eldest daughter. If someone is organizing this game, Hawk finished the sentence for the president. It's most likely her. Also, considering the existence of Seijen but also Hisashi Midoriya and the previous HPSC dentist, we are currently investigating other possible members in AFO's family. He stared at Izuku, who was sweating bullets as he was a confirmed member. The heroes are legitimately almost failing to stop the rampage, and each day it's get worse. Hinata pursued while showing a map of Japan becoming redder and redder. Also, we have intel from various sources indicating foreign crime syndicates are looking to join in the battle. Rumors are told that Balor himself might take a break from Europe to say hello. All Might nodded. He never met Balor, but he had footage of the Man of 1,000 Eyes. He could probably fight him if he was at his prime, but Balor liked to be as secret as All for One. The longer the situation is left unaddressed, the messier it will be. As a result, I was, once again, granted authority to give the rat an amnesty for his possible collaboration with All for One. Nedzu had the decency to actually look ashamed when he said he was young and idiotic at that time. But the public is now mistrusting him. For a legitimate reason. Here come the students from UA. Thankfully, they have a mostly good reputation. Hinata said, grunting. They also have a personal stake in this mess. Kids, Tamura, to his credit, was the first to rise. All pleasantness was gone from his face as he knew how dire the situation was. Tamura Shigaraki, also known as Tenko Shimura or the boss. Considering that my life is at stake and I have one of the fragments, I have a personal stake. Had Tamura not been a friend, Stain would have proposed to execute him on the spot, live, before allowing himself to have some fun in Tartarus. No rule said the crimes couldn't be inflicted on villains after all. This would have allowed the good side to get 2 cards out of the 4. Night-Eye raised his hand. Can't we just destroy the fragment you have then? It was a valid idea after all. I had that idea too. Tamura wanted to save his butler, but Izuku and Nejire made him grow a conscience. Effing heartwarming NPC he would give his life to protect. Turns out he actually made them pretty much indestructible, even to my Quirk. Funnily enough, unknown to them, if All for One had treated the comics, it wasn't to make the game safe. It was simply that he didn't trust Tamura to touch them without his glove and dust the fragment by mistake. Okay, so the boss is basically our candidate. I can accept that. The Sako child is an asset of great power and versatility which can also help. I get him too. Who is the last one? Maki rose up and plainly said, I am the son of the former CRC leader, currently staying in UA. Hinata elaborated on him. We thought it would be easier to monitor him if he became a hero, as he legitimately wants to become one. Also, he is the best one to explain to us the current change in the CRC. Maki sighed before the screen showed Purifier with a smile, an arm around a younger Maki. Purifier. I don't know his real name, but honestly, I don't think he has one anymore. He said the name is how you get under contract with the government as a corporation, and he refuses to sign. The stupidity that was uttered almost made Nedzu's nose bleed. Oh dear. Mind you, he is actually smart. It is simply that he drank every conspiracy theory that I know. Maki sighed as he continued and explained more. Unlike most CRC members who joined because they are dumb racists, he joined because he discovered that more and more heteromorphs were becoming ferals over Japan. His theory is it's the effect of government experimentation to purify Japan of its impoverished strata and replace them by cheap labor, mindless. As far as I know, he wouldn't have risen much in the CRC ranks if he didn't have something. Stain raised an eyebrow. Belief in charisma. Purifier is utterly convinced that he is basically staining himself to save the world from government corruption. Everyone stared at Stain, who grumbled, oh for F's sake. The end result is, he actually managed to convince people that any mutant that caused issues was a victim. He told me, when he was babysitting me and my brother, that he intended to turn the CRC into the savior Japan needed. I am utterly convinced he is still thinking that. The second terrifying thing is, he believes the end justifies the means, but you should seek the best means. His quirk allows him to suppress heteromorphs' quirks only when he embraces them or holds them. That's when he kills them, to allow them to die as human as he says. He hates that. However, if he can get all for one. Hawk finished the sentence for Mackie. He would be able to take the quirk and not kill the person. As a result, in his mind, all of his previous crimes would be justified because in the longer run they cause less death. Beware a good man going to war, especially a man with something so close to a hero mindset but firmly rooted in the wrong way. Yagi sighed as he massaged his eyes. If All for One actually taught him, it's very likely he did it to corrupt someone who could have been a great hero. Night-Eye nodded. If what they told about Purifier was the truth, he could have been a formidable one. Hell, he might have selected him as an heir for One for All, close combat quirk, charisma, brain. Night-Eye was half sure All for One did it to prevent an excellent successor's rise. And what about the last heir then? This, Terraformers. The Smash only recently evolved in the Ips after all. Mackie actually raised his hand once again. Actually, we had a file on him at the CRC. He is a mutant with a cockroach quirk. He is also a total psychopath who believes truly in the might make right. Though, it was simply a muscular then. Still bad but manageable. Somewhere else. Unknown lab. Terraformers looked at the terrified scientist and Seijin, clenching his fist. He had thought of buying Muscular's quirk, but he was plenty strong and durable enough. Sensei forbade to kill the scientist after the procedure, right? Seijin giggled but nodded, allowing the scientist to actually relax a bit in front of the monster he helped create. Jesus Christ, the money was good, but all he wanted now was to F off as fast as possible. 500 points, buying an additional quirk. Thank God he had kept the videos he sent to Sensei of him executing all of Beast's children, including the babies. Now, it's time to finish what I began. Then, I will honor Sensei as he should have been. Terraformers said. One thing the others didn't know. The ISP leader, behind his calm face, was still crying Sensei. He loved the man as the father he never had. Oh, Seijin was curious and stared at the mutant. I will build him a tomb of skull and blood, as a proper demon king deserves. Pseudo was busying herself around the shelter. Ever since she was there, well, the woman was actually feeling safe, for the first time in her life. Leaving in the Smash's lair, even as the daughter of the boss, didn't mean it was nice, fun, or anything remote to that. The wolf woman was too kind for this environment and as a result, treated as an omega in their pack. Her face had even been partially damaged by an insect mutant who practiced his acid shots and splattered some on her. In the Smash, either you got your justice yourself, or you sucked up and shut up. Here, well, the workers most likely guessed she was abused. To be honest, there aren't many other reasons a girl of her age, without any documentation and the marks of abuse she had, was here in the first place. So, they took their time to actually make her feel safe. Respecting her space, slowly involve her by giving small tasks such as moving stuff or helping to cook for everyone. Like a wounded animal, the wolf girl slowly warmed up to the people of Deku who simply didn't care about her past or her look. That's just how you are, dear. The first time she heard these words, she actually cried. Today was a great day, as even the great journalist Chitos Kizuku was there to cover the heteromorph situation in Japan. The blue woman was even interviewing her, and the wolf shyly asked to not have her picture taken. Curious thought it was simply because of the burn on her face. So you are saying the shelter saved you, right? Curious asked with a smile, as Pseudo furiously nodded and her ears perked up. Yes, for the first time. I feel like I am part of a great family, Pseudo said. She almost said Pack, and Curious smiled at her. The wolf girl would make a perfect recruit for the support branch of the MLA. Re-Destro had a good idea with his plan to recruit more mutants thanks to a better aid program targeting them. It had brought them several good intel, such as when Spinner infiltrated the League of Villains and now was still somehow working with them in UA. Curious also supported her boss's choice to not join the crime war and fight against it. Yes, she was part of a conspiracy that did shady shit. However, between doing that and madly killing people, there was a whole world. They wanted to change society, not rule the underworld. Curious was going to ask for more details when suddenly screams were heard. Laughter too, a way too familiar laughter. The two women rose up from their seats and Pseudo's blood froze as she saw a bunch of insectoid mutants and several predators actually rushing into the shelter. Slaughter in their hand, smile on their face. At their front, there was him, the man who haunted Pseudo's nightmares even to this day. Terraformers, busy crushing the head of the security staff officer, a man who had a powerful lightning quirk. Sadly for him, his skull wasn't impressive and exploded like a paintball under pressure. AWOO, come out now. If you, Beach, don't, well, we are going to have some fun. The criminal said while some of his crew were filming the whole thing. Curious was not dumb. Also, her company also published manga and she liked to read one from time to time. Having read Terraformers and looking at the man, well, she quickly deduced his identity. Okay, so the main participant of the crime contest was in front of her and looking for an owl, most likely a girl. Nonetheless, for once, it wasn't the time to do a paper on the situation but to protect the civilian. A bonus when you were part of the leadership of the MLA was a special panic button to press and call for help. She really hoped Skeptic wasn't busy on Genshin Impact for once. Meanwhile, it was time to actually run. So, Curious did the correct thing to do and grabbed Pseudo by the hand, before noticing the woman was too scared to move. As in personally scared shitless. Also, Terraformers said beach, didn't he? Curious stared at her for a whole second and decided that if Skeptic missed a former member of the Smash during their background check, she would explode the man's computer. How did you miss her? Re-Destro yelled at Skeptic afterward. She isn't even registered in the national database. Sorry if I can't find someone who doesn't legally exist and probably never left her original organization. Rikea was forced to concede. Young lady, we must. Curious was going to tell Pseudo they needed to move until she saw the wolf girl cry. The shelter was her home and it was being destroyed because of her. The small moment of healing hadn't been enough to completely erase either the traumas or the time spent in the Smash, seeing atrocities on a daily basis. The people around her were innocent. Maybe, just maybe, the world would be better without her in it. So, with a strength Curious didn't expect her to have, Pseudo walked toward the carnage. Is that really what you want? Curious yelled at the girl, who shivered at her voice. Smiling as the lamb went to the altar, Pseudo tried to put a face. The shout had been enough for the carnage to stop for a moment. The shelter wasn't that big and everyone was already trying to get to the back of the building. Everyone was alive. Is that really what you want? To disappear in the night without even trying to fight to live? Letting the one who actually appreciates you behind? Curious asked pointedly, while also staring at the cockroach who smiled at the scene. Freaking bastard. Even his cold white eyes betrayed his nature. To be honest, lady, even if she tried to fight me, it wouldn't achieve anything. At best, she can hope I spare the rest of you if she surrenders. Terraformers cackled a bit. Curious, meanwhile, was conflicted. Okay, she could technically solve the situation by ordering a mass counter-offensive, but it would likely reveal the MLA to the world. She really didn't want that, even at the cost of her life. However, it didn't mean she wanted to die. So, she did the best thing journalists did since the old days. She was pushing the narrative. At worst, it would make her death quite epic. However, if she managed to buy enough time, maybe she would see get and be useful for once. I didn't ask you for your opinion, monster, Curious said. Also, she had another reason for doing this. She couldn't help someone who didn't have the will to be helped. Pseudo stared at the woman, the mutants behind her, their scared looks. But more importantly, an elder elephant heteromorph suddenly remembering he was in fact big, took a table and shot it at their attacker. She is one of us, F'ers. The old man had seen enough in his life, as a mantis mutant cut the table in half. Then one by one, each adult in the shelter was arming themselves. Pseudo whispered the words in her lisp. She was one of them. It was a strange thing to see, as the fight began in a flash. Curious stared at the wolf girl, ready to die though not so sure suddenly she wanted to die. And Terraformers, waiting for the situation to unfold. Maybe it would actually be fun to toy with them. Girl, I am going to say this only once. Do you want to live free? From the fear, from the hate, truly free? Curious reached Pseudo with a hand and a smile. The wolf girl cried, I want to live. Terraformers smiled, jumping with all of his might. Perfect. Killing a broken toy was not fun. Destroying someone's hope in front of them, though, incredibly fun. What happened next was, well, it was weird. It was honestly no one's plan and only circumstances going even weirder than usual. A few hours after AFO's will, Lord Purifier, where do we strike first? Iwani asked as he cleaned his rifle. They were hard to come by but damn useful, especially if you had some friends in America to get some fun ammo. Sure, it cost a hefty but Iwani was a good shot and he was on the field with his subordinate to do the dirty work. Next to him, a young girl with pink hair going outside of her hood was nodding silently. Sakura had never been a huge speaker after all. Floating aimlessly, she was waiting for orders. Purifier, on his throne, was thinking. They needed to make an announcement. Something strong, something big, but also something that would help the people, even if they didn't know it. One of Iwani's minion, with their gas mask on their face to hide their identity, was sipping coffee through it while reading the newspaper. On it was the announcement of the Detonarat Corporation buying back several corporations in the medical field. The leader of the conglomerate openly said he was using the funds to help his native town to the best of his ability. Purifier could only admire such a man, especially as Rikiya Yatsubashi was one of the few people protecting free speech. Deku, they opened a shelter there, didn't they not? We cannot allow this to continue. They don't know they are allowing bombs in their beautiful city to explode. Technically, and as often, Purifier was right but for all the wrong reasons. Terraformers expected many things that day. Being pulled out backward by a powerful and unknown force, being hit by a road roller several times in the face. Sakura was having her fun, fully enjoying attacking the ISP leader. For once, she could legitimately feel like the good guy. No mercy killing, only killing criminals and mutants. Meanwhile, Iwani did a draft with an armored truck and told his boys to suit up for some cleaning. They couldn't let the Ips get all the crimes, could they? Balor looked at the situation from a coffee not too far with some of his men and his family. So, he decided to get up and leave. The situation was too chaotic for his taste, and honestly, he was only there because the local museum had an exposition on pharaons and his niece asked him to go see it. He was happy to oblige. He had time to kill after all. You could be a crime boss and appreciate culture. Bullets were flying. A road roller was suddenly thrown at a pink-haired telekinetic with all of Terraformer's strength. The Ips mutants were busy killing on all sides, simply enjoying the carnage. The CRC was busy killing all mutants because, well, they needed to purify the place. The situation could hardly become more chaotic, to be honest. Curious was stunned for a second before being thrown down on the ground, under Pseudo's weight. The girl was bleeding on her and Curious didn't need to be an expert to recognize a bullet wound. The little wolf had thrown herself in the way to protect her. Curious inhaled with all of her might and pulled out a slingshot with some marble. Get some. Sure, her explosions weren't deadly by themselves. However, a marble propelled by a slingshot could already do a lot of damage. The explosion was only the icing on the cake, and at this point, no narrative was salvageable. Also, where the F was getting when you needed him? She wasn't a fighter. She was an investigator. She was good at discovering things and writing articles to influence people, for God's sake. The fighting was for the others. The only way it could have been messier was if Re-Destro's daughter had been there, but thankfully she felt too weak to come. Still, Curious needed to organize her thoughts. How the bloody hell would she be able to save as many as she could? Sakura was happy to think she was good at using her quirk. She could fly, break necks, and do a lot of fun things with her quirk. However, she was not someone with an extremely powerful telekinetic quirk. That's why she preferred to hit someone with something she manipulated with her mind than directing with psychic might. Still, she was surprised when after several hit, Terraformers simply didn't have a single scratch on him. Cockroaches can withstand up to 900 times their body weight under compression force. In Terraformers it meant roughly 110 tons, give or take. Sadly, math and biology never were Sakura's main strengths. She then discovered another very worrying fact about cockroaches the following second. They can fly. The CRC executive barely had the time to raise a telekinetic barrier before Terraformers slapped her on the ground, unconscious in one hit. The ISP leader considered killing her there and being done. Then, he noticed she was not too old and probably quite cute. Probably, because he had never been interested in such things. However, a new toy for his men could be useful. He would pick her up after the fight. Iwani, meanwhile, was, how to say, a bit preoccupied. His men were strong and they were equipped. However, there was a difference between being equipped to kill some civilians, even if they were strong, and fighting an ISP squad specialized for carnage, mainly because most of them were actually trained to resist firearms, be it with reflex or simply tank hits. There was a reason why the ISP was the main cause of death for quirkless wannabe vigilantes. Everyone is a gangsta until you meet an ant heteromorph that could tank your gun and rip your head with his bare hands. Thankfully, he was a professional at his job, and he was among the quirkless who lived long enough to actually pick up some tricks to even up the score, such as dragon breath bullets. However, these rounds were limited, and he was currently weighing his options for the operation, as it had gone far faster outside of their scope than they expected. Iwani was just thinking of calling it a loss and F off with the team and Sakura on his back. He was also past any shame about running away, because that was how you stayed alive in a whole world of monsters. It also meant he knew when to pick his fight. When he saw Terraformers walk back into the shelter, going nearby him, Iwani had technically a perfect shot on the ISP leader. He had an explosive and an incendiary round. Iwani didn't shoot. Pseudo was getting back up, hardly. Near her was Curious, who was shooting with a slingshot at anyone trying to get close to them. The homeless mutants were trying their best to protect their newest home and their own. They had managed to build a makeshift barricade, and together, they were doing their best to do the one thing they did all of their lives: survive. Survive despite the hardship, the odds, and everything. Spite was an essential force making the world turn round after all. However, spite wasn't enough when a giant was punching a hole in your barricade at the best of his strength, and visibly pissed as the hit sent flying several mutants, including the elephant old man. Well, Curious guessed he was pissed because Terraformers still looked as cold as usual, but this time, his muscles were clenched. Give the girl That was a command he was telling with his whole body, emitting such a bloodlust that Curious almost suffocated. She smiled, with difficulty. A good journalist never gives up on a good story. This girl has to tell her own. Terraformers hit with all of his strength the journalist. The hit was so powerful that the sound actually hurt Pseudo's ears. She is fine. Also, never thought I would say that, but I finally found a journalist I actually like. In front of Terraformers was a man, one finger raised in front of him. This man, with his gas mask, wasn't there 2 seconds before. However, Terraformers had felt the air shifting during his move. The man in front of him could move fast and raise a barrier. He knew him. 9, are you here to play? After all, he was on Island 2 and Terraformers had been sad they didn't travel together. 9's crew had one of his targets after all. Actually, no. Additionally, this isn't my fight, the mercenary said. He hadn't been paid for this after all. Terraformers raised a curious eyebrow before getting hit by a fist equally as strong as the one he used a few moments ago. Pseudo saw then a man looking almost like her father well, her father was a beast. The one in front of her was a man. A beastly man, but a man who smiled at her. Sorry, I know it's kind of late, but I'm your uncle. Nice to meet you, kiddo. Now, if you please, I have a dumbass brother to avenge, Chimera said while cranking his fist. Terraformers getting back up. The 2 apex mutants were standing one in front of the other ready to fight. Meanwhile, 9 took a chair and sat down, erecting a barrier protecting him and the mutants behind him. Izuku Sako was finishing up in his Joker suit, Maki behind him in his Templar hero suit, Mirio too, and several other hero students. Who wants to be a hero? Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.